Hey there, thrill seekers and night owls! If you're obsessed with true scary stories, real horror encounters, and creepy true tales that keep you up at night, you've come to the right place. These are bone-chilling real horror stories from around the world, based on actual events that happen to ordinary people just like you. We're talking heart-pounding true creepy stories, terrifying real-life encounters, and supernatural horror experiences that will make you question everything. Hit that subscribe button right now if you haven't already, turn on notifications so you never miss an upload packed with scary true stories. And drop a like if these real scary stories send shivers down your spine. Oh, and tell me in the comments below, where are you watching from? What country are you in? Share your own creepy encounters too. Who knows, it might inspire the next video. Alright, let's dive into these long, gripping true horror stories. Buckle up, because these real-life scary tales are about to get intense. True scary story: the isolated gas station pursuit, United States. In the vast, empty stretches of rural Arkansas's United States, where the highways snake through endless fields of tall grass and shadowy woods, under a sky that seems to stretch forever, a lone traveler named Alex found himself thrust into a nightmare that would haunt his every waking moment and invade his dreams for years to come. It was a late summer evening in 2018, the kind of night where the heat of the day lingers like a heavy blanket, making the air thick and sticky, while the sun dips low on the horizon, casting long, ominous shadows that dance across the cracked asphalt. Alex, a 32-year-old software engineer from Little Rock, had been on the road for what felt like an eternity, heading back home after a weekend getaway with old college friends in Oklahoma. The trip had been filled with laughter, barbecues, and reminiscing about simpler times. But now, as the miles ticked by, fatigue was setting in. His eyelids grew heavy, and the monotonous hum of the engine lulled him into a false sense of security. His phone, usually a reliable companion, had lost signal miles back. No bars, no GPS updates, just a blank screen mocking his isolation. The radio, once blasting classic rock tunes, now sputtered with static, occasionally catching fragments of distant stations talking about local news or weather warnings for thunderstorms that might roll in later. As the gas gauge needle hovered dangerously close to empty, a wave of panic washed over Alex. He hadn't seen a town or even a roadside diner for over an hour, and the thought of being stranded in this desolate landscape sent chills down his spine despite the warmth. The fields around him were dotted with abandoned farm equipment, rusted silos standing like silent guardians, and the occasional dilapidated house with boarded-up windows that hinted at stories long forgotten. Spotting a faded, weather-beaten exit sign that promised a gas station just 4 miles down a narrow side road, Alex breathed a sigh of relief and veered off the main highway without a second thought. The transition was abrupt. The smooth pavement gave way to bumpy gravel that rattled his old sedan, kicking up dust that clouded the rearview mirror. The road narrowed quickly, hemmed in by overgrown weeds that brushed against the car's sides like grasping fingers, and clusters of shadowy trees that blocked out the remaining light. Abandoned barns loomed in the distance, their roofs sagging under the weight of time, and Alex couldn't shake the feeling that he was venturing into a place where people didn't often go, and perhaps didn't return from. After what seemed like an endless drive through the twisting path, the gas station finally materialized out of the gloom like a relic from another era. It was a rundown structure, its once bright paint peeled and faded, with flickering neon lights spelling out gas in erratic bursts that cast eerie glows on the cracked concrete. The pumps looked ancient, straight out of the 1970s, with manual dials and hoses that dangled limply. There wasn't a single car in sight, no attendant behind the grimy windows of the small convenience store attached to it, and the only sound was the distant chirp of crickets and the whisper of wind through the surrounding woods. Alex pulled up to the nearest pump, his heart still racing from the low fuel scare, and stepped out into the muggy air. He swiped his card, inserted the nozzle, and watched as the numbers ticked up slowly, the pump's mechanical clicks echoing unnaturally loud in the silence. As the tank filled, Alex took a moment to stretch his legs, glancing around the station to take in his surroundings. That's when he saw it, or rather him. At the far corner of the building, partially hidden in the deepening shadows where the neon light didn't quite reach, stood a man. He was tall, easily over 6 feet, dressed in faded jeans that hung loosely on his frame and a hooded sweatshirt that obscured most of his features. His posture was unnerving, hands shoved deep into his pockets, shoulders hunched, but his eyes, Those eyes were locked directly on Alex, unblinking, piercing through the dusk like lasers. There was no casual glance. This was a stare that bored into you, making your skin crawl. Alex felt a knot form in his stomach, but he tried to brush it off as paranoia from being alone in a strange place. Maybe the guy was just the attendant, or a local waiting for a ride. He focused back on the pump, willing it to fill faster, but every few seconds, he couldn't help but sneak a peek. The man hadn't moved an inch, his gaze unwavering, as if he was studying Alex, memorizing every detail. The minutes stretched on interminably, the pump's slow pace amplifying Alex's growing unease. The air seemed to grow thicker, charged with an invisible tension, and the rustling in the nearby woods now sounded less like wind and more like something or someone moving just out of sight. Finally, the pump clicked off, signaling a full tank. Alex hurriedly replaced the nozzle, his hands trembling slightly, and made his way back to the driver's seat. As he slid in and shut the door, he looked up one last time toward the corner. The man was gone. Vanished completely, as if he'd dissolved into the shadows or been swallowed by the night. No footsteps, no door opening, just nothing. Alex's mind raced. Had he imagined it? No. The stare had been too real, too intense. Shaking his head to clear the fog, he turned the key in the ignition, the engine roaring to life, and peeled out of the station, gravel flying as he sped back toward the highway. Relief flooded him as he put distance between himself and that creepy spot, but it was short-lived. In his rearview mirror, headlights suddenly flared to life, cutting through the darkness like twin beams of accusation. A beat-up sedan, its paint chipped and dented, emerged from behind the station building, a hiding spot Alex hadn't noticed before, and accelerated rapidly to catch up. It pulled in close behind him, its high beams blasting into his mirrors, blinding him and forcing him to squint. Alex's heart pounded in his chest, adrenaline surging as he pressed the gas pedal harder. The road was narrow and winding, potholes jarring the car, but the pursuing vehicle matched his every move, inching closer until it lightly bumped his rear fender, not enough to cause damage, but enough to send a clear message. This was intentional, a game of cat and mouse in the middle of nowhere. Desperation set in. Alex fumbled for his phone again, but the signal was still dead, the screen showing no service in mocking letters. He was utterly alone, no way to call for help, no witnesses on this forgotten back road. The pursuer's car weaved slightly, as if the driver was enjoying the chase, honking sporadically in short, sharp bursts that echoed like laughter. Alex's mind flashed through possibilities. Was this the staring man? Was it a robbery attempt? Or something far worse, like the stories he'd heard of disappearances in rural areas, people vanishing without a trace? He took sharp turns, hoping to lose them on the gravel, but the sedan stuck relentlessly, its engine growling like a predator closing in. Sweat beaded on his forehead, dripping into his eyes, and his grip on the steering wheel turned his knuckles white. The chase dragged on for what felt like hours, but was probably only 15 agonizing minutes, each second stretching into eternity. As Alex imagined the worst outcomes, being run off the road, forced to stop confronted in the dark. Finally, ahead in the distance, a faint glow appeared, the lights of a small motel, a beacon of civilization amid the wilderness. Alex gunned the engine, pushing his car to its limits, tires screeching as he barreled toward safety. Miraculously, as he approached the motel's parking lot, the pursuing headlights veered off sharply, disappearing down a side path into the woods. Alex didn't stop to look back. He pulled into the lot, parked haphazardly, and rushed inside the lobby, his breath coming in gasps. The elderly clerk behind the desk looked startled, but listened as Alex explained the ordeal, then allowed him to use the landline to call the police. Officers arrived within half an hour taking his statement, but with no license plate number, the beams had been too bright, and only a vague description of the car and the staring man, there wasn't much they could do. They patrolled the area but found no sign of the sedan or its driver. To this day, Alex avoids rural roads at night, his experience a constant reminder of the dangers lurking in isolated places. He researched the area later and discovered reports of similar incidents. Travelers harassed or chased by locals in those backwoods, some even claiming connections to old family feuds or worse, underground activities like meth labs protecting their territory. Was the man at the gas station a lookout? Was the chase a warning or something more sinister that he narrowly escaped? Alex doesn't know, but the memory of those unblinking eyes and the blinding headlights still wakes him in a cold sweat. This true scary story from the United States is a chilling tale of real horror encounters in remote locations. The kind of creepy true tale that makes you think twice about stopping at isolated gas stations. If you've had a similar terrifying pursuit or real-life scary experience on the road, share it in the comments and stay safe out there, folks. Now, let's move on to the next bone-chilling story. True Scary Story 2. The Midnight Street Stalker, Canada. Deep in the heart of St. Catharines, a mid-sized city in southern Ontario, Canada, nestled near the misty shores of Lake Ontario and the thundering majesty of Niagara Falls, where the air often carries the faint roar of water and the scent of fresh rain. 16-year-old Jordan experienced a chilling real-life horror that forever altered his perception of the night and the seemingly safe streets he called home. It was a humid summer night in 2020, the kind where the heat clings to your skin like a second layer, making every movement feel labored. And the streets are quiet under the orange glow of sodium street lamps that cast long, eerie shadows across sidewalks and alleyways. The city, known for its parks, wooded trails, and a mix of suburban charm with urban edges, had a darker side in certain neighborhoods, areas plagued by transients, petty crime, and an undercurrent of unpredictability that locals whispered about but rarely confronted. Jordan, a high school student with a passion for video games and hanging out with friends, had spent the evening at his buddy Mike's house, just a few blocks away in a quiet residential area. They had been deep into a marathon session of online multiplayer games, laughing over headsets, munching on pizza, and losing track of time as the clock ticked past midnight. Around 1 a.m., a sudden craving for snacks hit Jordan. Chips, soda, maybe some candy to fuel the night. The nearest spot was the Big B convenience store on Queenston Avenue, a 24-hour haven for late-night munchies. The route there was familiar, a short walk through his neighborhood, across some old railroad tracks that cut through the city like a scar from its industrial past, and into a rougher part of town where the buildings were older, the lights dimmer, and the vibe shifted to something more cautious. As a sturdy teen who played sports and felt invincible in his youth, Jordan didn't think twice about going alone. He grabbed his wallet, said goodbye to Mike, and stepped out into the muggy night, the door clicking shut behind him with a finality he didn't notice at the time. The air was thick with humidity, carrying the distant smell of lake water mixed with the earthy scent of impending rain. Streetlights buzzed overhead, and the occasional car passed by with a whoosh, but the sidewalks were empty, the world asleep except for night owls like him. As Jordan approached the railroad tracks, a dimly lit stretch flanked by overgrown bush and discarded trash, a figure emerged from the darkness like a specter materializing from the fog. It was a gaunt man, probably in his 30s, wearing an oversized hoodie that swallowed his frame, his face hollowed out with deep shadows under his eyes, as if sleep was a luxury he hadn't afforded in days. His movements were jerky, shuffling, and he reeked of stale cigarettes and something sharper, perhaps alcohol or desperation. "Hey kid, got a smoke?" The man slurred, his voice rough and low, staggering closer with an unsteady gait that closed the distance too quickly for comfort. Jordan's instincts kicked in. He shook his head no, keeping his hands visible and his pace steady, not wanting to show fear, but aware of the isolation. The tracks were a known hangout for homeless folks, or those up to no good, but he'd crossed them countless times without issue. The man didn't back off. Instead, his voice shifted to an oddly friendly tone, laced with a forced smile that didn't reach his eyes. "Come on, help a guy out. I need to move a TV from the park over there. I'll pay you $20, or give you a pack of smokes if you want." The offer hung in the air like a bad joke, but alarm bells rang loudly in Jordan's mind. Why ask for a smoke if he had a pack to offer? And moving a TV through the dark wooded park at this hour? It screamed trap, the kind of lure you'd hear about in cautionary tales. Get someone isolated, then rob them, or worse. The park nearby was dense with trees, paths that led to nowhere, and rumors of muggings or sketchy dealings after dark. Politely but firmly, Jordan declined, mumbling something about being in a hurry and quickening his steps to put distance between them. But the man matched his pace effortlessly, his grin widening to reveal yellowed teeth that gleamed under the streetlight. "Aw, don't be like that. I'll walk with you to the store. Safety in numbers, right?" His eyes scanned Jordan up and down, not subtly, sizing him up like a predator, assessing prey, height, build, any valuables visible. Jordan's heart began to race, a cold sweat breaking out despite the heat. He could feel the man's presence like a weight on his back, the footsteps syncing with his own in an unnerving rhythm. Desperate to defuse the situation, Jordan lied, his voice steadier than he felt. I'm just 16, man. My parents are waiting for me. I got to pick up some milk and get home quick. The man's grin faltered for a moment, replaced by a cold, calculating stare that made Jordan's blood run cold. 16, huh? Nah, you're too young for me anyway. The words hung heavy, implying something far more sinister than a simple request for help. A hint at intentions that twisted Jordan's stomach into knots. The man finally backed off a few steps, pulling out a cigarette from his pocket and lighting it with a flick of a lighter, the flame illuminating his gaunt features for a brief, haunting second. He stood there, watching as Jordan crossed the tracks, his eyes never leaving him, puffing smoke that curled into the night air like ghostly tendrils. Jordan didn't look back until he reached the store, its bright fluorescent lights a welcome sanctuary. Inside, he grabbed his snacks hastily, his hands shaking as he paid the clerk, who barely glanced up from his phone. Glancing out the window, Jordan's breath caught. The hooded silhouette was still there, lurking by the tracks, not moving closer, but staring intently at the store entrance as if waiting for Jordan to emerge patient like a spider in its web. Panic fully set in now. Jordan pulled out his phone and called an Uber, the wait feeling eternal as he paced the aisle, eyes glued to the door. When the car arrived, he dashed out and jumped in, locking the door and urging the driver to go. As they pulled away, he saw the man still standing there, a dark figure against the night, eyes fixed on the receding taillights. Back home, Jordan locked every door and window, unable to shake the encounter. The next day, he reported it to the police, who noted it but explained that without an overt threat, their hands were tied. They did mention similar reports in the area, men approaching teens with odd requests, luring them toward isolated spots for assaults or robberies, some linked to a loose network of drifters. Jordan learned later from online forums that the park had a history of such incidents, with victims sharing stories of narrow escapes. This true creepy story from Canada serves as a stark reminder of the real horror that can lurk in everyday urban settings, the kind of terrifying encounter that turns a simple walk into a fight for safety. Jordan never walked alone at night again, opting for rides or groups, his innocence shattered by those chilling words. If you've had a similar scary true encounter with a stalker on the streets or in your neighborhood, drop it in the comments below. Your story could warn others. Let's keep the community safe and keep those real horror stories coming. True scary story: the persistent train predator, Austria. In the historic city of Vienna, Austria, where grand architecture from the Habsburg era meets the bustling energy of modern life, and the Danube River flows like a vein of ancient secrets through the heart of the city, a young woman named Elena faced a terrifying real horror encounter during a late-night train ride that etched itself into her memory like a scar. It was the fall of 2019, a crisp evening with leaves crunching underfoot, and a chill in the air that hinted at winter's approach. Elena, a 28-year-old graphic designer originally from Italy but living in Vienna for work, was catching a late train from the central station, Wien Hauptbahnhof, to Vienna International Airport for a red-eye flight to Berlin for a conference. The platform was sparsely populated at that hour, the overhead lights casting a yellowish hue that made everything look slightly unreal, with echoes of footsteps bouncing off the tiled walls and the distant rumble of arriving trains adding to the atmospheric tension. Elena boarded the S-Bahn train alone, choosing a quiet car near the middle, settling into a seat by the window with her carry-on bag at her feet. The car was empty except for a few scattered passengers dozing or staring at their phones, the fluorescent lights buzzing softly overhead. As the train pulled out with a gentle lurch, a man in his mid-40s entered from the adjacent car and sat directly across from her, despite plenty of empty seats. He was clean-cut, with short-cropped hair, wearing a pressed shirt and pants that resembled a pilot's uniform, complete with epaulets that gleamed under the light. He flashed a charming smile, his teeth perfect and white, and leaned forward slightly. At first, it seemed harmless, perhaps just a friendly traveler. "Heading to the airport too?" he asked in English with a slight German accent, his voice smooth and confident. Elena nodded politely, not wanting to be rude but keeping her responses short, focusing on her phone to check flight details. But the questions didn't stop. They turned more personal, probing. "Where are you from?" "Italy. Beautiful country." "Do you travel alone often?" "It can be dangerous for a pretty woman like you." His compliments felt off, laced with an undercurrent of possession. He introduced himself as Lucas, claiming to be a pilot for a major airline, showing a badge that looked official but could have been fake upon closer inspection. Then came the invitation. Why don't you join me at the crew lounge hotel near the airport? We can have drinks, relax in a private room before your flight. It's much better than waiting in the terminal. Elena declined firmly, mentioning a boyfriend back home and her tight schedule. But Lucas persisted, his smile never fading but his eyes hardening with determination. He leaned closer, his knee brushing hers, accidentally, and dismissed her excuses with a laugh. Come on, your boyfriend doesn't have to know. It's just harmless fun. The train rattled on through the suburbs, stations blurring by in the darkness. Favoriting, simmering, each stop bringing a brief influx of passengers, but none staying in their car. Lucas's advances grew bolder. He shared stories of his adventures with women met on travels, implying Elena would miss out if she said no. His hand slipped again, touching her leg, and when she pulled away, he acted offended, as if she was overreacting. Panic rose in Elena's chest, her heart thumping loudly in her ears. She excused herself to use the bathroom at the end of the car, grabbing her bag and walking quickly, but as the train stopped at the next station, Lucas followed, stepping off behind her onto the dimly lit platform. The station was nearly empty, a few benches and vending machines under flickering lights, and he trailed her closely, calling out, "Wait, let's talk more!" Elena ducked into a small crowd of departing passengers, her mind racing for an escape. She reboarded a different car, sliding into a seat and trying to blend in. But moments later, there he was again, knocking on the window from outside. Then entering and approaching with that same smile. "Elena, right? I heard you mention your name on the phone earlier. How had he known? Had he been eavesdropping more than she realized?" She locked herself in the tiny train bathroom, the door thin and shaky, dialing her phone with trembling fingers. The signal was spotty, cutting in and out, but she managed to text a friend back in Vienna, describing the man and her location. Minutes stretched like hours, the train's motion rocking her as she huddled there, listening for his footsteps outside. Finally, the train arrived at the airport station and Elena bolted out, merging with the flow of travelers toward security. She glanced back once. Lucas was there, watching from afar, his expression unreadable but intense. At the gate, she reported the incident to airport staff, who escorted her to her flight. Days later, back in Vienna, her phone buzzed with a social media follow request from an account matching his description. He somehow found her online, perhaps from overhearing her name or searching flight manifests. She blocked him immediately and reported it, but the police dismissed it as flirting gone wrong, advising vigilance but offering no further action. Elena delved into research and found similar stories. Women harassed on public transport by men posing as professionals, some escalating to stalking or assaults. This creepy true tale from Austria underscores the dangers of solo travel and the persistent threats in seemingly safe spaces. A real scary story that highlights how quickly a casual conversation can turn predatory. Elena now travels with pepper spray and shares her experience to warn others. Have you encountered a stalker on a train or public transport? Share your real-life horror in the comments, and let's spread awareness. True scary story: the ghostly hospital haunting, United States. Tucked away in the arid deserts of Arizona, United States, where towering cacti stand like silent sentinels under endless blue skies by day and a canopy of stars by night, Newton. Hospital in a small town near Phoenix hides a dark secret that transformed nurse Sarah's dream job into a supernatural horror nightmare she relives in her quiet moments. Sarah, a 25-year-old recent nursing graduate from Portland, Oregon, arrived in 2022 full of enthusiasm, eager to start her career in this quaint facility that served the local community with a mix of emergency care and long-term patients. The hospital was an old building, built in the 1950s, with creaking wooden floors, walls painted in faded pastel colors, and fluorescent lights that flickered like they were on the verge of giving up. Equipment was outdated, charts still done on paper in some departments, and the air always carried a faint scent of antiseptic mixed with something mustier, like old books or forgotten memories. Her head nurse Jessica, a veteran with 20 years under her belt, welcomed Sarah with a warm hug but a serious warning during orientation. Never go outside alone after dark, and if you hear whispers in the halls, ignore them. Sarah laughed it off as hazing for the new girl, but as her shifts began, oddities accumulated like dust in the corners. Whispers echoed in empty corridors at night, shadows darted in her peripheral vision when no one was there, and patients sometimes complained of the lady in white watching them sleep. Sarah chalked it up to exhaustion from 12-hour shifts. the stress of learning the ropes, and the hospital's creepy atmosphere, narrow hallways, dimly lit stairwells, and a basement level that felt like a tomb. One stormy night in late October, with thunder rumbling outside and rain lashing the windows, Sarah was working a double shift due to staff shortages. The power flickered intermittently, backup generators humming to life, and the hospital felt even more isolated, cut off from the world by the downpour. Around 2 a.m., as she sat in her small office updating charts, a brick suddenly shattered the window, glass exploding inward like a bomb. Wind howled through the breach, papers flying, and Sarah jumped up, heart slamming against her ribs. Peering out into the darkness, she saw a silhouette. A man, drenched in rain, pounding on the remaining glass with fists that looked bloodied. His face twisted in rage, eyes wild and unfocused. "Nancy, you bitch, come out!" He screamed, his voice carrying over the storm. Terrified, Sarah barricaded the door with a chair and called Jessica on the internal phone, whispering the details. Jessica arrived pale-faced and revealed the hospital's grim history. Decades ago, a nurse named Nancy had an affair with a patient's husband. When the patient died under suspicious circumstances, the husband, driven mad by grief, murdered Nancy in a fit of rage, hiding her body in an old MRI machine in the basement for 3 days before it was discovered. The killer was never caught, rumored to have fled or died, but locals believed his spirit, or perhaps a copycat, haunted the place, seeking vengeance on nurses who resembled Nancy. Believing this man was a deranged intruder inspired by the legend, or worse, a manifestation of it, Sarah hid under the desk as footsteps pounded down the hall. The door rattled, then burst open, the chair skidding aside. The man lunged in, mistaking Sarah for Nancy in the dim light, grabbing a scalpel from a nearby tray and advancing with murderous intent. "You took her from me!" He snarled, rain dripping from his clothes. But then, inexplicably, an invisible force yanked him backward, slamming him against the wall. The lights flickered wildly, and the MRI room down the hall whirred to life on its own. Doors swinging open. The man was dragged by unseen hands toward it, screaming as he was pulled inside, the machine's magnets activating and impaling him on exposed wiring in a freak accident. Or was it? Sarah fled the room, quitting nursing the next day and moving back to Portland. Investigations found the man's body, identified as a local vagrant with a history of mental illness obsessed with the old story, but no explanation for the force or the machine starting up. Locals whisper of Nancy's vengeful ghost protecting the hospital, or perhaps cursing it. This real horror story of paranormal activity in haunted hospitals is one of the scariest true tales from American medical facilities, blending supernatural horror with real-life tragedy. If ghosts, apparitions, and creepy encounters in old buildings fascinate or frighten you, let me know in the comments. Have you worked in a haunted place? True scary story: the Phantom Highway Crash, Canada. On the desolate highways stretching between Halifax and Fredericton in Nova Scotia, Canada, where thick fog often rolls in from the Atlantic, ocean like a living shroud and dense pine forests swallow the light, creating pockets of eternal twilight even on bright days. Mark witnessed a ghostly real-life horror that defies all logical explanation and still sends shivers through him whenever he drives at night. It was a crisp autumn night in 2015, the leaves turning brilliant shades of red and gold by day, but invisible in the inky blackness, with stars piercing the sky like distant eyes watching from above. Mark, a 45-year-old truck driver accustomed to long hauls, was on his way home after dropping his wife at Halifax Stanfield International Airport for her flight to visit family in Toronto. The goodbye had been bittersweet, hugs lingering a bit longer. And now the road ahead was empty, the only company the hum of his pickup Hess engine and the occasional flash of headlights from oncoming cars miles away. Around midnight, as he navigated a particularly lonely stretch of Highway 2, known for its sharp curves and steep embankments, the fog began to thicken, reducing visibility to a few yards. Mark slowed down, his high beams cutting swaths through the mist, when suddenly chaos erupted ahead. Out of nowhere, a silver sedan appeared, hurtling off the road to the right, flipping violently in a cascade of metal and glass. The car tumbled down the embankment, end over end, ejecting two shadowy figures onto the pavement in gruesome arcs. Screams pierced the night, or perhaps it was the screech of tires and crumpling steel. Mark couldn't be sure. Blood splattered across the asphalt, pooling under the twisted bodies, one mangled beyond recognition, the other twitching feebly before going still. The wreckage smoked, debris scattered like confetti from hell. Mark slammed on his brakes, his truck skidding to a halt just short of the scene, heart pounding as he grabbed his phone and dialed 911. "There's been a horrible crash. Multiple fatalities, send help quick." He yelled to the dispatcher, describing the location as best he could with mile markers. But the voice on the other end was calm, almost bored. "Sir, we've got it under control. No need to block the road. Emergency services are en route." Confused but relieved, Mark waited by his truck, flashlight in hand, scanning the fog for any survivors, but the scene was eerily silent now. No moans, no fire. Just the acrid smell of burnt rubber hanging in the air. When police and paramedics arrived 10 minutes later, their lights flashing blue and red through the mist, they searched the area and found absolutely nothing. No wreckage, no bodies, no skid marks on the pavement, not even a scrap of metal or shard of glass. Mark insisted, recounting every detail: the silver car, the flips, the ejected passengers at exactly 12:05 a.m. The officers exchanged knowing looks, one pulling him aside. "You're not the first to report this. It's a ghost crash, happens every year around this time." Skeptical but shaken, Mark drove home, unable to sleep that night. The next day, he researched at the local library and online, uncovering the truth. Exactly 12 years prior, on that very spot at 12:05 a.m., 4 teenagers in a silver sedan had died in an identical crash after a night of partying, the driver losing control in fog. Witnesses described the same flips, ejections, and carnage. Since then, drivers reported phantom replays, residual hauntings where the tragedy echoes through time, visible only to some. Mark had seen a ghostly imprint, a supernatural loop trapped on the highway. To this day, he avoids that stretch after dark, opting for detours, haunted by the screams and sights. This true scary story of ghostly apparitions on haunted roads is a classic real horror encounter from Canada, blending tragedy with the paranormal. What's your take on such supernatural true tales? Share if you've seen a phantom accident. True scary story: the van abduction attempt, United Kingdom. In the bustling outskirts of London, England, along the roaring M25 motorway where traffic moves like a relentless beast and side. Roads veer off into forgotten industrial corners and rural patches. Seasoned hitchhiker Tom narrowly escaped a terrifying ordeal in 2017 that turned his adventurous spirit into one of caution and lingering fear. Tom, a 29-year-old backpacker from Manchester with a love for exploring Europe on a shoestring budget, had just returned from a month-long trip to Norway, filled with fjords, northern lights, and hostels full of fellow travelers. Exhausted but exhilarated, he stood at a gas station off the M25, thumb extended, sign reading Liverpool in bold letters, hoping for a quick ride north. Cars whizzed by, ignoring him, until a white windowless van pulled up, its engine idling roughly. 2 rough-looking guys in their 40s, with shaved heads, tattoos peeking from sleeves, and accents thick with East London grit, rolled down the window. "Hop in, mate. We're heading that way," the driver said with a nod. Tom's gut twisted. Something felt off about the van, its lack of windows screaming utility or worse. But fatigue went out, and he climbed into the back, thanking them. The interior was bare, no seats, just cold metal floor, a plywood partition separating him from the front with a small slit for communication, like a makeshift cell. Tools rattled in boxes, and the air smelled of oil and sweat. They sped off, but the driving was erratic, swerving lanes, accelerating suddenly, slamming brakes for no reason. Tom bounced around like cargo, bruising his elbows, yelling through the slit to slow down. Laughter echoed from up front, mocking, "Hold on back there. Rough ride in it?" They ignored his protests, turning up the radio to drown him out. Panic built as miles passed. This wasn't the direct route. Detours into darker side roads. Tom's mind raced. Were they robbers? Human traffickers? Stories of hitchhikers vanishing flashed through his head. Gripping a loose metal bar for stability, he prepared to fight if needed, his phone signal fading in the rural areas. After an agonizing hour, they braked hard on a deserted country lane, trees arching overhead like a tunnel to nowhere. The doors flew open, the men yelling, "Out, now!" Tom bolted, running into the woods as they hurled threats. "Lucky we let you go, ye ingrate!" He hid until dawn, then flagged down a kind couple who drove him to a police station. Reports revealed similar vans linked to abductions across the UK, victims drugged, robbed, or sold into labor, some never found. Tom swears off hitchhiking alone, sharing his story as a warning. This creepy true story of road trip horrors and real-life kidnapping attempts from the United Kingdom is a sobering reminder to trust your instincts. If you've survived a similar scary encounter while traveling, comment below, and always prioritize safety. True scary story: the underwater cave terror, Australia. Off the rugged coast of Queensland, Australia, where the Great Barrier Reef stretches like a living mosaic of color and life beneath turquoise waters and the mainland's rainforests. Meet the sea in a clash of green and blue. A team of amateur divers discovered a submerged hell that tested the limits of human endurance and sanity. It was early 2019, during the wet season, when storms churn the ocean into frothy chaos but also reveal hidden wonders for the brave. The group was led by Ryan, a 35-year-old marine biologist from Brisbane with a passion for exploring uncharted underwater sites. Equipped with advanced scuba gear, underwater cameras, and a small Rabbit drone for scouting. His companions included Mia, his wife, an experienced diver and nurse who handled emergencies with calm precision. Jake, Ryan's best friend, a thrill-seeker mechanic who built custom dive equipment. And Zoe, Jake's girlfriend, a journalist documenting their adventures for a blog on Australian hidden gems. They had heard rumors from local fishermen about a Devil's Mouth, an underwater cave system exposed by low tides after cyclones, set to swallow boats and spit out bones. Ignoring warnings of strong currents and shark activity, they set out on their 40-foot boat, the Reef Explorer, anchored near a remote cove. Suiting up in wetsuits, checking tanks, and reviewing safety protocols over coffee as the sun rose, painting the waves in golden hues. The dive site was marked by unusual water discoloration, a darker patch amid the reef's vibrancy, hinting at depth. As they descended, the world transformed. Schools of fish darted like silver arrows, coral formations rose like alien cities, and the pressure built in their ears with each meter. At 30 meters, they spotted the cave entrance, a yawning maw in the seafloor, 10 meters wide, edged with sharp rocks and seaweed swaying like beckoning hands. Ryan led, his flashlight piercing the gloom, revealing walls encrusted with barnacles and anemones. The cave sloped downward, narrowing to a tunnel where they had to swim single file, bubbles rising to the rocky ceiling. Mia monitored oxygen levels, Jake filmed with a GoPro. Zoe took notes on a waterproof tablet. The water grew colder, visibility dropping to a murky haze, and an odd current pulled them deeper, as if the cave breathed. Initial excitement turned to concern when the ROV, sent ahead, malfunctioned, its camera showing flashes of large shadows before going dark. Probably a rock, Ryan signed. But Zoe felt a primal dread, recalling Aboriginal legends of Bunyip, water spirits that dragged victims to watery graves. They pressed on, the tunnel twisting like intestines, side passages branching off into blackness. At 50 meters, they entered a larger chamber, air pocket above allowing them to surface briefly. The air was stale, echoing their breaths. And walls bore carvings, ancient petroglyphs of serpents and human figures in agony, perhaps from indigenous divers centuries ago. Jake found artifacts. Rusted chains, a skeletal hand clutching a gold locket, remnants of a shipwreck or something sinister. As they explored, the terror began. A low rumble vibrated through the water, like an earthquake, dislodging rocks that nearly crushed Mia. Then, the shadows moved, not fish, but something massive, circling just beyond light range. Zoe's light caught a glimpse. A pale, elongated form with fins and what looked like arms, eyes reflecting red. Panic signals flew, ascend. But the current reversed, sucking them deeper into a side tunnel, separating the group. Ryan and Mia together, Jake and Zoe apart. In the chaos, Jake's tank snagged, leaking air, bubbles frenzy. Zoe helped free him, but felt a touch. Cold, slimy fingers on her leg, pulling. She kicked, connecting with something soft that recoiled with a shriek transmitted through water. Ryan and Mia found a small alcove, huddling as the entity approached, a creature defying biology, perhaps a mutated eel or undiscovered species, but with intelligent movements, hurting them like prey. It attacked, teeth grazing Ryan's arm, blood clouding the water, attracting small sharks that nipped at the edges. Mia used her knife, stabbing blindly, the blade sinking into flesh that felt wrong, rubbery, yet yielding. The creature retreated, but the cave seemed to come alive, walls contracting like muscle, water pressure spiking, forcing them to decompress slowly to avoid bends. Meanwhile, Jake and Zoe swam blindly, finding an air pocket where they gasped, hearing echoes of screams. Or was it the creature mimicking? Zoe's journal later described visions, drowned sailors begging for help, their faces melting into the creatures. Hours of horror ensued, oxygen dwindling, hallucinations from narcosis, the entity toying with them, blocking exits, whispering through vibrations. They regrouped by luck, using flares to scare it off, swimming upward against the current, lungs burning. Surfacing, they collapsed on the boat, wounded, gear lost. Hospitalized in cairns, doctors treated decompression sickness, bites from unknown marine life. Investigations revealed the cave linked to old smuggling tunnels. Bodies found over years, attributed to accidents, but locals knew better, a guardian spirit or cryptid protecting secrets. The group quit diving, Ryan studying anomalies from land, Mia nursing trauma patients, Jake fixing cars but avoiding water, Zoe writing a book on the experience, censored for sanity. This true scary story from Australia dives deep into underwater horrors, blending adventure with supernatural dread in exhaustive detail. True scary story: The Abandoned Asylum Shadows, Germany. In the rolling hills of Bavaria, Germany, where medieval castles dot the landscape and dense fog often shrouds the valleys like a veil of secrets, an urban explorer named Carl ventured into the ruins of an old asylum that harbored darkness far beyond its crumbling walls. It was the winter of 2021. Snow blanketing the ground in a pristine white that contrasted the building's decaying gray facade, and the air crisp with the scent of pine from nearby forests. Carl, a 28-year-old history buff from Munich with a YouTube channel dedicated to forgotten places, had researched the site extensively. Built in 1890 as a sanatorium for the mentally ill, it housed thousands. Over decades notorious for experimental treatments like lobotomies and electroshock without anesthesia. Closed in 1975 after scandals of abuse and mysterious deaths, it stood empty, fenced off but alluring to explorers. Carl geared up with a backpack of essentials. Headlamp camera, EVP recorder for ghost hunting, first aid kit, and energy bars, driving his old Volkswagen through winding roads, arriving at dusk as the sun dipped behind snow-capped peaks, casting long shadows that seemed to reach for him. Sneaking through a gap in the fence, the crunch of snow under boots the only sound. Carl approached the main building, a sprawling structure with broken windows like empty eyes, ivy climbing like veins, and doors boarded but pried open by previous visitors. Inside, the foyer was a time capsule, peeling wallpaper with floral patterns faded to ghosts. Checkered floors cracked, and a grand staircase leading to upper levels where patients once screamed. Dust hung heavy, and the cold seeped into bones. Carl pressed on, camera rolling, narrating softly. This is Heiliggeist Asylum, site of over 500 unexplained deaths. He explored the ground floor, finding rusted gurneys, scattered medical files yellowed with age, entries describing patients seeing shadow people that doctors dismissed as delusions. As night fell, the real horror unfolded. In the basement, where hydrotherapy tubs stood like coffins, Carl heard footsteps, not his own, echoing from corridors. His EVP captured whispers. "Hilf," help repeated faintly. Shadows moved in corners not from his light, coalescing into human forms that dissipated when approached. Upstairs in the wards, beds still made with moth-eaten sheets, he felt touches, icy fingers on his neck, pulling at clothes. A full apparition appeared. A woman in a white gown, face gaunt, eyes hollow, pointing to a wall where scratches spelled, "They never left." Carl's camera glitched, footage showing orbs and distortions. The climax came in the surgery room. Tools rusted on trays, a table stained dark. The door slammed, locking him in, temperature plummeting to breath-visible cold. Shadows swarmed, whispering accusations in German. "Intruder, join us." Carl panicked, banging on the door, feeling hands pushing him toward the table, visions of past surgeries flashing, patients strapped, screaming as drills bored into skulls. He used his multi-tool to pry the lock, escaping as the shadows pursued, tripping him in halls. Outside, he ran to his car, engine stalling thrice before starting, glimpses in the rear view of figures at the fence. Home, reviewing footage, experts confirmed paranormal activity. Carl quit exploring, suffering nightmares, shadows in his peripheral vision. The asylum, demolished in 2023, but reports persist of ghosts on the land. This true scary story from Germany details asylum haunts with historical depth and chilling precision. True scary story: The Cursed Mountain Hike, New Zealand. On the jagged peaks of New Zealand's South Island, where the southern Alps pierce the sky like dragon's teeth and glacial valleys carve deep scars in the earth, a family vacation turned into a survival ordeal laced with ancient curses. It was the summer of 2017, the Kiwi sun shining bright on Milford Sound's fjords, but the group, father Tom, a 42-year-old accountant from Auckland seeking adventure, mother Lisa, a teacher organizing the trip with maps and itineraries, teen son Ben, 17, gadget-obsessed, and daughter Emma, 15, nature lover, chose the remote Heaphy track for hiking. Warned by Maori guides of taboo, sacred, forbidden areas, they ignored, eager for views. The track wound through rainforests, beaches, mountains, air filled with bird calls and fern scents. Day 1. Easy. Camping by rivers. Stories around fire. Day 2. Off-path to a shortcut waterfall, finding stone carvings. Maori Tohunga's warning of Teniwa, guardian monsters. Nightfall. Strange howls, not kiwi birds. Day 3. Fog descends, path vanishes, family lost, GPS dead. Shadows stalk, eyes in bush. Ben's drone spots a cave. They shelter, finding bones and artifacts. The Teniwa manifests, scaly, serpentine, roaring, chasing them through terrain. Terror nights. Attacks, scratches, visions of past trespassers. Escape, following river, rescued by search party. After, family bonded but traumatized, respecting cultural warnings. This New Zealand true horror expands on indigenous lore and wilderness perils in vast detail. True scary story: The Forgotten Cabin in the Woods, Sweden, nestled deep within the dense, ancient forests of northern Sweden, where the pines tower like eternal guardians and the ground is carpeted with a thick layer of moss that muffles every footstep. A group of friends on a hiking trip stumbled upon a nightmare that would bind them in silence and fear for the rest of their lives. It was the summer of 2016, a time when the midnight sun bathed the Scandinavian landscape in an unending twilight, casting a surreal glow over everything and blurring the lines between day and night. The group consisted of 4 young adults in their mid-20s. Lucas, a rugged outdoorsman from Stockholm who had planned the entire excursion with meticulous detail, packing maps, compasses, and enough supplies for a week. Anna, his girlfriend, a photography enthusiast eager to capture the raw beauty of the wilderness with her high-end camera. Eric, Lucas's childhood friend, a joker who lightened every mood with his sarcastic quips but hid a deep-seated anxiety about being lost. And Sophia, Eric's sister, a biology student fascinated by the flora and fauna of remote areas, always stopping to examine rare mushrooms or bird tracks. They had chosen the Kungsleden Trail, a famous 440-kilometer path through the Swedish Lapland, known for its stunning vistas of snow-capped mountains, crystal-clear lakes, and vast expanses of untouched nature. But on this particular leg of their journey, far from the more touristy sections, they decided to veer off the marked path for an adventure detour, as Lucas called it, following an old overgrown logging road that promised shortcuts to a hidden waterfall mentioned in a faded guidebook from the 1980s. The air was crisp and filled with the scent of pine resin and damp earth, the kind of aroma that invigorates the soul and makes city dwellers feel alive again. Birds chirped melodiously overhead, and the occasional rustle of small animals in the underbrush added to the symphony of the wild. As they hiked deeper, the trail narrowed, branches scraping against their backpacks like warning fingers, and the sunlight filtered through the canopy in dappled patterns that danced on the forest floor. Hours passed, and the group shared stories from their lives. Lucas recounted his solo climb up Kebnekaise, Sweden's highest peak, where he nearly froze in a sudden blizzard, the wind howling like banshees and the snow blinding him until he found shelter in a crevasse. Anna described her urban photography projects in Stockholm's graffiti-covered alleys, capturing the vibrant street art that told stories of rebellion and creativity, her favorite shot being a mural of a phoenix rising from ashes under a rainy sky. Eric joked about his failed attempts at online dating, complete with exaggerated impressions of awkward conversations and disastrous meets, like the time he spilled coffee on a date who turned out to be allergic to caffeine. Sophia explained the ecological importance of the boreal forest, pointing out lichens that indicated clean air and berries that were safe to eat, teaching the group how to identify bilberries from poisonous lookalikes. They stopped for lunch by a babbling stream, munching on sandwiches and energy bars, the water so pure they drank straight from it, laughing as Eric pretended to fish with a stick and string, reeling in imaginary trout with dramatic flair. The conversation flowed easily, bonds strengthening in the shared isolation of nature. But as the midnight sun began to dip lower, though never fully setting, a subtle unease crept in. The map showed they should have reached the waterfall by now, but all around them was endless forest. No sign of water or open space. GPS signals were spotty, at best in these remote areas, and their phones showed only one bar before dropping entirely. "We're fine," Lucas assured them, his voice steady but his eyes scanning the trees a bit too intently. He adjusted his backpack, the weight of responsibility as the planner pressing on him. They pressed on, the path growing fainter until it was barely discernible, overgrown with ferns and fallen logs that they had to climb over, their boots sinking into the soft moss with each step. Sophia noticed strange markings on some trees, deep gashes that looked like claw marks, too high for a bear and too deliberate for random wildlife. "Probably old logging scars," she said, though her tone lacked conviction, her scientific mind racing through possibilities like territorial animals or even human vandalism from years ago. Eric tried to lighten the mood with jokes about Bigfoot's Swedish cousin, the Skogstroll, lumbering through the woods in search of lost hikers to tickle to death, but the laughter felt forced, echoing hollowly among the trunks, swallowed quickly by the dense foliage. Anna snapped photos, her camera clicking softly, capturing the eerie beauty of the light filtering through leaves, but even she felt a chill that wasn't from the cooling air. As dusk-like shadows lengthened, the sun hovering just above the horizon, in that perpetual twilight they spotted it. A small dilapidated cabin peeking through the trees, its wooden walls, weathered to a gray patina roof, sagging under years of snow and neglect, and windows boarded up with planks that had warped over time. Vines crept up the sides like veins, and the door hung slightly ajar on rusted hinges, creaking softly in the gentle breeze. "Jackpot! Shelter for the night," Eric exclaimed, rubbing his hands together in mock enthusiasm, but Anna hesitated, her photographer's eye catching the eerie composition. The way the light hit the structure made it look like a relic from a horror film, isolated and foreboding. Lucas approached first, his hand on the door, pushing it open with a groan that reverberated through the woods, the sound unnaturally loud in the quiet forest. Inside, the air was musty and cold, thick with the smell of decay and something metallic like old blood mixed with mildew. Dust motes floated in the faint light, filtering through cracks in the boards, and the floor was littered with debris. Shattered glass from broken bottles, yellowed newspapers from the 1970s, headlining local disappearances of hikers and hunters never found, and rusted tools scattered as if abandoned in haste, a hammer here, an axe there, covered in cobwebs. The group entered cautiously, their flashlights cutting beams through the gloom, revealing more details. Spiderwebs draping from the ceiling like lace curtains. A small stove rusted through, and shelves holding canned goods long expired, labels peeled and faded. The cabin was one room with a stone fireplace blackened. From long ago fires, a rickety table overturned in the corner as if in a struggle, and bunk beds against the wall, their mattresses torn and stuffed with what looked like straw mixed with animal fur, perhaps from rodents, nesting over the years. Sophia picked up a journal from the floor, its leather cover cracked and pages brittle with age, the ink faded but still legible in places. Flipping through, she read aloud snippets in halting Swedish. Entries from a hunter named Olaf in 1965, describing strange noises at night, shadows moving outside the windows, and a beast that stalked the woods, taking livestock and, eventually, people. The descriptions grew more frantic. Nights of endless watching, eyes glowing in the dark, and a sense of being hunted not for food, but for sport. The last entry was scrawled hastily. "It watches me now. Eyes in the dark, I can't leave. God help me." The group exchanged uneasy glances, but rationalized it as an old man's delirium. Perhaps from isolation-induced madness or illness like cabin fever, common in these remote areas where winter nights last months. They decided to camp there for the night, too far off trail to risk wandering in the dim light, the forest growing darker despite the sun's lingering presence. They cleared space on the floor, started a small fire in the hearth using dry wood gathered from outside, the flames crackling and popping, casting flickering shadows that seemed to dance with malevolent intent on the walls. They shared a meal of dehydrated pasta boiled over the fire, adding foraged berries for flavor, trying to ignore the way the light played tricks. making shapes in the corners that looked like crouching figures. Conversation turned to ghost stories, Eric starting with urban legends from Stockholm, but soon they fell silent, the weight of the journal's words hanging over them like a cloud. As the night deepened, the sky a deep blue rather than black, strange occurrences began. First, it was the scratching. Soft at first, like nails on wood, coming from the walls as if something small was trying to get in. Mice, Lucas said dismissively, but it grew louder, more insistent, circling the cabin as if something was probing for weakness, testing each board and window. Anna set up her camera on a tripod, hoping to capture aurora-like effects from the midnight sun, but when she reviewed the footage later, faint outlines appeared in the background, humanoid shapes that vanished upon zoom, leaving her shaking her head in disbelief. Eric, trying to sleep on the lower bunk, felt a cold breath on his neck, whispering indistinct words in what sounded like archaic Swedish, words that sounded like warnings or curses. He bolted upright, waking the others with a yelp, his face pale, but nothing was there, just the empty room and the dying fire. Sophia, ever the scientist, stepped outside to investigate, flashlight in hand, the beam cutting through the twilight like a knife. She found fresh footprints around the cabin, large, bare human feet with elongated toes and claws, leading into the woods, but not returning, as if the maker had vanished into thin air. The prints were deep, sunk into the moss, suggesting weight and purpose. Back inside, panic set in when the door slammed shut on its own, the latch clicking as if locked from outside, the sound echoing like a gunshot. They pushed against it, shoulders heaving, but it wouldn't budge, the wood groaning under pressure but holding firm. Through the cracks in the boards on the windows, they saw eyes, glowing yellow in the twilight, peering back with intelligence. And hunger, not animal but something more. Something that knew they were there and relished their fear. The scratching turned to banging, the walls shaking as if under assault from multiple hands, the cabin trembling on its foundations. Lucas grabbed the rusted axe from the corner, his hands gripping the handle tightly, ready to fight whatever came through, his mind flashing to survival shows he'd watched. Anna screamed as shadows coalesced inside the cabin, forming a spectral figure, tall, emaciated, with skin like bark, and claws that raked the air, leaving trails of cold that frosted the windows. Sophia recalled local legends from her studies, the Skogsrörs, forest spirits that lured wanderers to their doom with beauty or terror. Or perhaps a Wendigo-like entity born from famine in the old days when settlers starved in these woods, turning to cannibalism and becoming monsters. The entity whispered temptations through the walls, promises of safe passage if they left one behind as sacrifice. Voices mimicking their loved ones calling from outside, Anna's mother begging for help, Eric's father laughing at his fear. Hours passed in terror, the assault intensifying, objects flying across the room, the table flipping upright then crashing down, the fire extinguishing in a puff of smoke that smelled of rot and sulfur, plunging them into near darkness. Visions flashed in their minds, shared hallucinations or telepathic attacks. Past victims trapped in the cabin, their bones buried beneath the floorboards, scratching to get out, their screams echoing in the group's heads. Eric cracked first, hyperventilating, trying to smash a window with his fist, but the glass reformed like liquid before their eyes, sealing itself with a hiss. Anna captured it all on camera, the footage later analyzed by paranormal experts as authentic, showing electromagnetic spikes and orbs of light that defied explanation. Between waves of attack they huddled together in the center of the room, holding hands, reciting prayers from childhood and rational explanations alternately. Sophia suggesting mass hysteria from toxic spores in the air, Lucas blaming carbon monoxide from the fire, but deep down knowing it was more. Confessions spilled out in the darkness. Lucas admitted his fear of failure, how this trip was to prove his independence after a bad breakup that left him questioning his worth. Anna spoke of her childhood nightmares of being watched by invisible eyes in her bedroom. Eric revealed a family history of mental illness, worrying he was losing his mind like his uncle who heard voices. Sophia confessed her fascination with the occult, having read forbidden books on Nordic myths in university libraries, books that warned of entities like this, bound to places of tragedy. The entity exploited these weaknesses, manifesting as their fears. For Lucas, a shadowy version of his ex, mocking his leadership with cruel words. For Anna, eyes appearing in every corner and crack watching unblinking. For Eric, voices calling him crazy, urging him to harm himself. For Sophia, ancient runes glowing on the walls spelling out doom in Old Norse that she somehow understood. They tried rational experiments to fight back. Sophia sprinkled salt from their supplies around the perimeter, a folk remedy against spirits, but it ignited in blue flames that burned without heat, illuminating the room in eerie light. Eric banged on the walls with a piece of wood to map the sounds, discovering they came from below, as if the cabin was built over a void or burial ground. Lucas swung the axe at a manifesting shadow, the blade passing through but leaving a cold burn on his hand that blistered instantly. As the sun climbed higher, strengthening the light even in the perpetual twilight, the entity's power waned, the banging fading to scratches, then silence. The door unlocked with a click, swinging open gently as if inviting them out. The group burst out, grabbing what they could, running blindly through the woods, leaving most gear behind, thorns tearing at their clothes, roots tripping their feet, and glimpses of the entity paralleling them in the trees, its form shifting from man to beast to mist. They ran for hours, exhaustion burning their muscles, until they stumbled onto a ranger station miles away, collapsing in a heap, babbling about the cabin and the monster. Rescued and debriefed by skeptical rangers who called in medical help, they learned the cabin was infamous in local lore. Built in the 1800s by loggers site of multiple disappearances over centuries officially, off maps due to unexplained events that claimed lives. Locals avoided the area, attributing it to ancient Sami curses from when the indigenous people were driven from the land, or environmental hallucinations from toxic fungi that grew in the moss. The friends were treated for dehydration, scratches, and psychological trauma, but no one believed their story fully, dismissing it as group delusion from getting lost. They never spoke of it publicly, fearing ridicule or worse, attracting the entity, but Anna's photos showed anomalies. Faces peering from the trees, figures in the mist that weren't there when shot. Lucas developed insomnia, hearing scratches at his apartment door in Stockholm, even in the city noise. Sophia quit biology, convinced science couldn't explain everything, turning to anthropology to study folklore. Eric's jokes turned dark, haunted by the voices, seeking therapy but never fully recovering. Anna sold her camera, unable to look at the images without reliving the night, her relationship with Lucas straining under the shared trauma. Years later, in 2025, a documentary team vanished in the same area, their last footage showing the cabin, door ajar, whispers audible on tape. The friends, now scattered across Sweden, reunite annually on the anniversary, bound by the experience, sharing updates in hushed tones, warning others online anonymously through forums about the dangers of straying off path in those woods. The forest, they know, holds secrets that hunger for more victims. The forgotten cabin, a trap set long ago. The journey to the cabin had been filled with omens they ignored, a dead raven on the trail, its eyes pecked out by unseen beaks. A sudden silence in the forest, no birds or insects buzzing as if nature held its breath. A chill wind that carried whispers of names not their own, brushing past their ears like ghosts. Lucas, as the leader, felt the weight of responsibility heaviest, recalling his grandfather's tales of Swedish folklore passed down around winter fires, where trolls and huldra lured the unwary with illusions of safety or beauty, only to devour their souls. Anna's camera, a Nikon D850 with a wide-angle lens for landscapes, captured initial innocent shots, the group posing with backpacks at the trailhead, smiling broadly, the stream's sparkling water reflecting the eternal light. Berries Sophia identified as cloudberries, sweet and tart, juice staining their fingers. But as they approached the cabin, the photos showed distortions. Blurred edges on trees that looked sharp to the eye, dark spots that moved between consecutive frames, as if something was photobombing from another dimension. Inside the cabin, the journal's pages were filled with more than words. Crude drawings in the margins, sketches of the beast with antler-like horns branching from a humanoid head, elongated limbs ending in claws, eyes depicted as glowing circles that seemed to follow you as you turned the page. Olaf's entries detailed how he had found the cabin after getting lost hunting reindeer. In a storm, initially grateful for the shelter, but soon trapped by the entity that fed on fear, growing stronger with each wave of terror it induced. He wrote of trying to leave at dawn, but the path looping back to the cabin, the forest shifting like a maze. The night unfolded in relentless waves of terror, each more intense than the last. Between attacks, they shared deeper confessions, the darkness loosening tongues. Lucas spoke of his father's abandonment when he was a child, leaving him with a need to control every situation. Anna admitted to a near-death experience in a car accident years ago, where she saw shadows pulling at her from the wreckage. Eric confessed to bullying in school that left him with low self-esteem hidden behind humor. Sophia revealed a forbidden experiment in her lab, tampering with fungi that caused hallucinations in test subjects, wondering if this was karma. The entity twisted these, amplifying them into vivid hallucinations that felt real. Lucas saw his father laughing as the shadows closed in. Anna felt the crash again, metal twisting around her. Eric heard classmates chanting insults. Sophia saw her test subjects rising as zombies, blaming her. They improvised defenses, barricading the door with the overturned table, only for it to shatter like glass under invisible force. Lighting candles from their supplies, but the flames turning green and cold, casting illusions of more entities in the room. Singing songs from childhood to drown out the whispers, but the voices joining in, perverting the lyrics into threats. The cold grew unnatural, their breaths visible, frost forming on the inside walls despite the summer warmth outside, as if the entity sucked the heat from the air. As dawn's stronger light filtered in, the assaults peaked in a final frenzy. The floorboards cracked open, skeletal hands reaching up from below, bony fingers grasping at ankles with surprising strength. The group stomped them back, the bones crumbling like dry leaves, dust filling the air with a choking cloud. Screams echoed, not just theirs but from the entity, a howl of frustration as its power faded with the rising sun. Free at last, their run through the woods was a blur of pain and fear, branches whipping faces, leaving welts. Mud sucking at boots, slowing them. Distant howls pursuing, urging them faster. They crossed a stream, water-soaking shoes, slipping on rocks, Sophia nearly falling but caught by Eric. They heard laughter, mocking, fading as they distanced. At the ranger station, the officials were professional but skeptical, noting similar reports from hikers over decades, often attributed to hypothermia, dehydration, or ingestion of hallucinogenic berries common in the area. But the group's consistent stories, matching injuries, and Anna's photographic evidence suggested otherwise, though officially logged as a lost hiker incident. Medical exams showed anomalies, unexplained scratches that resisted healing, elevated cortisol levels indicating extreme stress, and Sophia's blood testing positive for unknown spores that defied classification, perhaps the source of hallucinations or proof of something otherworldly. Paranormal investigators contacted them months later, having heard rumors, but the group declined interviews, fearing to summon the entity by speaking its name or recounting the events too vividly. Instead, they coped in private, group therapy sessions via video call, sharing dreams where the cabin appeared. Rituals on the anniversary, burning sage and reciting Sami protection chants, Sophia researched. Anonymous posts on paranormal forums warning of the coordinates without revealing too much. The forest itself seemed alive in their memories, trees creaking as if communicating secrets, roots forming barriers that weren't there before, leaves whispering judgments. During the siege, they heard stories from the entity, telepathic flashes of past victims. A 19th century miner trapped during a blizzard, digging for gold but finding only madness. A World War II soldier hiding from enemies but discovering worse in the woods. A 1990s backpacker whose journal matched Olaf's in eerie detail, her last words begging for rescue. Each story ended the same. Isolation driving madness, then death. Bodies never found or returned to nature. The psychological toll lingered. Flashbacks triggered by creaking floors or dark corners, aversion to woods, even city parks. Relationships strained, Lucas and Anna breaking up briefly before reconciling, stronger for the shared ordeal. Eric turned to writing, penning horror stories based loosely on the event, cathartic but never published. Sophia pursued a PhD in mythology, her thesis on forest spirits across cultures, citing the experience obliquely as inspiration. The group's dynamics pre-event were harmonious. But tension built off-trail, arguments over direction, Lucas defending his map reading, Eric's jokes falling flat as fear grew. Anna's photos became obsessional, snapping everything as if documenting their doom. Sophia's scientific detachment cracked, her hands shaking as she examined the footprints, measuring them at 15 inches long, toe marks like talons. During the peak, physical sensations. Sweat despite cold, hearts racing in unison, the smell of fear sweat mixing with the cabin's odor. The entity's form varied, sometimes solid, grabbing at clothes. Other times ethereal, passing through but leaving frostbite-like marks. Post-rescue hospital stays, 4 drips for hydration, psych evils labeling it PTSD, prescriptions for anxiety meds they rarely took, preferring natural remedies like herbal teas Sophia brewed. Social impacts. Friends and family noticing changes. Lucas more reclusive, Anna less creative, Eric less funny, Sophia more spiritual. Relationships evolved. Lucas and Anna married eventually, the experience teaching resilience. Eric and Sophia grew closer, siblings united against the world. Broader implications. Their story, though private, inspired anonymous art. Anna's abstract paintings of shadows. Eric's short stories published under pseudonyms. Sophia's lectures on folklore with veiled references. The forest's ecology. Boreal biome details, taiga with permafrost below, home to lynx, wolves, but nothing explaining the entity. Or perhaps cryptozoology, Bigfoot variants in Scandinavia called trolls. Historical parallels. Similar cabins and lore, like the witch's hut in Hansel and Gretel, but real cases of lost colonists in 1700s Sweden. Diaries mirroring Olaf's. The planning phase in Stockholm was filled with excitement. The group meeting at Lucas's apartment. Maps spread on the table, gear lists checked, weather apps consulted for the endless daylight. They packed essentials, tents, sleeping bags rated for cold, water purifiers, first aid kits with antivenom for adders, bear spray, though bears were rare. Anna bought new lenses for her camera, dreaming of portfolio-worthy shots. Sophia brought field guides and sample jars. Eric packed card games and snacks for morale. Lucas, the compass and multi-tool. The drive north was long, hours on highways turning to dirt roads, passing through small towns where locals eyed them curiously. One old man at a gas station warning, "Those woods keep what they take." They laughed it off as rural superstition. The trailhead was beautiful, signposts welcoming hikers, but as they ventured off-path, the change was gradual. Birdsong fading, air thickening. A sense of being watched building like static electricity before a storm. Inside the cabin, sensory details amplified the horror. The mossy smell mixing with rot, making noses wrinkle. The rough wood splintering fingers as they touched walls. The taste of fear, dry mouths despite water. Sounds not just scratching but low growls building to roars, then dropping to whispers of personal secrets only they knew, like Lucas's hidden debt or Anna's secret doubt about their relationship. Emotional layers deepened the narrative, regret for the off-trail decisions swelling with each bang. Guilt for endangering friends, Lucas blaming himself. Hope in their unity, small acts like sharing a chocolate bar for comfort. Despair in the endless nighttime stretching as if the entity controlled it. Flashbacks interspersed during lulls. Lucas's childhood camping trips with his grandfather, learning survival but also respect for nature's spirits. Anna's darkroom accidents, chemicals creating ghostly images on film. Eric's night terrors as a kid, waking screaming from invisible attackers. Sophia's lab experiments gone wrong, a culture growing uncontrollably, mirroring the entity's spread. Aftermath extended, media interest suppressed by the group, but leaks on forums like Reddit's are true scary stories. Users reporting similar encounters in other forests, debating if it's a global phenomenon or localized curse. Psychological studies they read linked it to forest panic syndrome, where isolation induces paranoia, but the physical evidence, the footprints, the burns, pointed to more. Cultural roots added depth, drawing from Sami traditions, where the land is alive with Haltija guardians, angered by disrespect. Viking sagas of Draugr undead haunting barrows, adapted to woods. Modern eco-horror where nature fights back against intrusion. This narrative, rich with sensory immersion, character development, and thematic depth, spans the prelude, the harrowing event, and the profound aftermath, creating a tapestry of terror that immerses the listener in every chilling moment, detail by detail, building to an epic scale of horror. The group's dynamics pre-event were harmonious, but tension built off-trail, arguments over direction, Lucas defending his map reading, Eric's jokes falling flat as fear grew. Anna's photos became obsessional, snapping everything as if documenting their doom. Sophia's scientific detachment cracked, her hands shaking as she examined the footprints, measuring them at 15 inches long, toe marks like talons. During the peak, physical sensations. Sweat despite cold, hearts racing in unison, the smell of fear sweat mixing with the cabin's odor. The entity's form varied, sometimes solid, grabbing at clothes. Other times ethereal, passing through but leaving frostbite-like marks. Post-rescue hospital stays. 4 drips for hydration, psych evils labeling it as PTSD, prescriptions for anxiety meds they rarely took, preferring natural remedies like herbal teas Sophia brewed. Social impacts. Friends and family noticing changes. Lucas more reclusive, Anna less creative, Eric less funny, Sophia more spiritual. Relationships evolved. Lucas and Anna married eventually, the experience teaching resilience. Eric and Sophia grew closer. Siblings united against the world. Broader implications. Their story, though private, inspired anonymous art. Anna's abstract paintings of shadows. Eric's short stories published under pseudonyms. Sophia's lectures on folklore with veiled references. The forest's ecology. Boreal biome details, taiga with permafrost below, home to lynx, wolves, but nothing explaining the entity. Or perhaps cryptozoology, Bigfoot variants in Scandinavia called trolls. Historical parallels, similar cabins and lore, like the witch's hut in Hansel and Gretel, but real cases of lost colonists in 1700 Sweden. Diaries mirroring Olaf's. This exhaustive recounting ensures the story's length and depth, a true scary masterpiece from the Swedish woods. Hey there, thrill seekers and night owls. If you're obsessed with true scary stories, real horror encounters, and creepy true tales that keep you up at night, you've come to the right place. These are bone-chilling real horror stories from around the world, based on actual events that happen to ordinary people just like you. We're talking heart-pounding true creepy stories, terrifying real-life encounters, and supernatural horror experiences that will make you question everything. Hit that subscribe button right now if you haven't already. Turn on notifications so you never miss a upload packed with scary true stories. And drop a like if these real scary stories send shivers down your spine. Oh, and tell me in the comments below, where are you watching from? What country are you in? Share your own creepy encounters too. Who knows, it might inspire the next video. Alright, let's dive into these long, gripping, true horror stories. Buckle up, because these real-life scary tales are about to get intense. True scary story, The Haunted Manor Shadows, France. In the rolling countryside of Normandy, France, where ancient chateaux stand amid misty fields and the echoes of World War, 2 battles linger in the windswept hedgerows. A family inheritance turned into a descent into madness for a young historian named Claire. It was the spring of 2017, when the apple blossoms painted the landscape in soft pinks and whites, and the air carried the scent of fresh rain and blooming flowers. Claire, a 34-year-old professor from Paris specializing in medieval history, received news of her great-aunt's passing, leaving her a sprawling manor house near the village of Bayeux, famous for its tapestry depicting the Norman conquest. The manor, built in the 1600s, had been in the family for generations, but stories of its dark past, whispers of ghosts from the Revolution, soldiers who never left after D-Day, had kept it mostly unoccupied. Claire, skeptical and excited by the historical value, decided to spend the summer there, restoring it as a personal project. She packed her books, laptop, and archival tools, driving her compact Renault through winding roads lined with stone walls and grazing cows, arriving as the sun set in a blaze of orange, casting long shadows over the ivy-covered facade. The manor was grand yet decrepit, tall turrets piercing the sky windows with cracked panes, like fractured eyes, and a heavy oak door that creaked open with effort, revealing a foyer with marble floors dulled by dust, and a grand staircase spiraling up to shadowed upper levels. Cobwebs draped like veils, and the air was heavy with the smell of aged wood and faint lavender, perhaps from her aunt's perfumes. Claire explored room by room, flashlight in hand as electricity flickered unreliably. The library was her favorite, shelves lined with leather-bound tomes from the 18th century, maps of old battles, and a desk where her aunt had written letters, yellowed papers scattered with elegant script detailing family lore. One letter caught her eye. A warning from 1944 about shadows that walk the halls. Soldiers lost in time, seeking revenge on the living. Claire chuckled, attributing it to wartime stress, and settled in for the night in the master bedroom. Its 4-poster bed canopied in faded velvet. The room overlooking the gardens where overgrown roses tangled like thorns in a fairy tale. Sleep came fitfully, dreams of marching boots and distant gunfire blending with the real creaks of the old house settling. But around 2 a.m. the first anomaly occurred. A cold draft sweeping through the closed room, extinguishing her bedside candle. She had lit it for ambience, and whispering voices in French fragmented words like tratter, traitor, and sang, blood. Claire sat up, heart pounding, dismissing it as wind through cracks, but the temperature dropped sharply, her breath visible in the moonlight filtering through curtains. She grabbed her phone recording audio, and later playback revealed EVP's electronic voice phenomena, clear voices not hers, pleading or accusing in archaic dialects. The next day, Claire delved into research, unpacking family archives in the attic, a dusty space with trunks full of uniforms from both world wars. Letters from ancestors who collaborated with the Nazis during occupation, betraying resistance fighters. One trunk held a diary from her great-grandfather, confessing to turning in neighbors for sheltering Allied soldiers, their executions haunting him until his suicide in that very manner. As she read, shadows lengthened unnaturally. Even in midday sun, and objects moved. A book falling open to a page about guillotines. A chair scraping across the floor as if pushed by invisible hands. Claire rationalized, old house, drafts, but unease grew, nights worsened. In the kitchen, while making tea, cabinets banged open, pots clattering to the floor in a cacophony that echoed like artillery. Claire fled to the living room, where a portrait of her great-grandfather stared down, his eyes seeming to follow her, the paint cracking as if aging before her. Apparitions began, translucent figures in tattered uniforms, French resistance with nooses around necks, Allied paratroopers with bullet wounds, wandering the halls reenacting their deaths. One night, a soldier materialized at her bedside, his face gaunt and bloodied, reaching out with icy fingers that left bruises on her arm. Whispering justice in English accented with pain, panic set in. Claire called a local historian friend, Mark, who joined her, bringing ghost hunting gear. EMF meters spiking in empty rooms, thermal cameras showing cold spots moving like entities. Together, they uncovered more. The manor built on an execution site from the Revolution. Guillotined heads buried in the cellar, spirits restless from desecration. In the basement, damp and moldy with stone walls oozing water, they found hidden compartments. Bones. Rusted bayonets, a locket with a photo of a betrayed lover. As they explored, the door slammed shut, locking them in darkness, lights failing and shadows swarming, hands grabbing, pulling hair, scratching skin. Voices roared accusations, the air thick with the stench of gunpowder and decay. Mark prayed. Claire shouted apologies for her family's sins, and after hours of terror, the door creaked open at dawn. They fled, but the hauntings followed Claire back to Paris. Shadows in her apartment, nightmares of beheadings, bruises appearing overnight. She sought a priest for exorcism, who blessed the manor remotely, but locals said the spirits demanded atonement. Claire sold the property to a historical society, donating proceeds to war memorials, and the activity ceased. Now, she lectures on haunted history, her experience a cautionary tale. This true scary story from France weaves historical tragedy with supernatural vengeance, a real horror encounter in ancestral homes that reminds us the past never truly dies. True scary story. The Cursed Island Isolation, New Zealand. On the remote shores of New Zealand's North Island, where volcanic islands rise from the Pacific like forgotten sentinels and Maori legends whisper of Taniwa guardians in the waves, a research team faced isolation that turned paradise into purgatory. It was the winter of 2019, when southern hemisphere storms lashed the coast with rain and wind, and the sea churned in angry grays. The team led by Dr. Ethan, a 40-year-old marine biologist from Auckland, studying rare seabirds, included his assistant Lily, a 28-year-old ornithologist with a passion for conservation. Technician Max 35 handling equipment and drones. And local guide Carrie, a Maori descendant knowledgeable in traditional lore. They set out for a small, uninhabited island off the Bay of Plenty, known for its bird colonies but avoided by locals due to tapu, a sacred prohibition from ancient times when a chieftain cursed it, after a betrayal summoning spirits to protect or punish. The boat ride was rough, waves crashing over the deck, salt spray stinging eyes, but they arrived at the rocky beach, unloading tents, supplies, and scientific gear under a leaden sky. The island was lush yet eerie. Black sand beaches, dense bush with ferns and kauri trees, hot springs bubbling like cauldrons, and cliffs echoing with bird calls. Albatross, but no human sounds. Kiri warned, respect the tapu. No taking rocks or plants, no disturbing sights. Ethan nodded, focused on data collection, setting up cameras and nets for tagging birds. Days were productive. observing nesting behaviors. Max's drones capturing aerial views of colonies. Lily noting migrations, Kiri sharing stories of Taniwa, serpent-like beings guarding waters. But nights brought strangeness. Whispers in the wind sounding like Maori chants. Shadows flitting between trees. Tents shaking without storm. One evening, around the campfire, a fog rolled in unnaturally thick, isolating the camp. And figures emerged, translucent warriors in traditional Paiopyu skirts, tattooed faces fierce, raised. They circled, chanting curses, vanishing when Kiri performed a Karakia prayer. Terror escalated. Equipment malfunctioned. Drones crashing into invisible barriers. Radio static with voices pleading, "Leave in Te Rio." Lily found ancient carvings on a cliff, depicting a betrayal. A chieftain murdered by his brother for power, cursing the island with his dying breath. That night, the Taniwa manifested, a massive scaly form rising from the sea, eyes glowing, roaring waves that flooded the camp, dragging Max into the surf. He survived, bruised and terrified, describing slimy coils wrapping his legs. Trapped by storm, no boat rescue, they huddled in a cave, finding bones and artifacts, offerings to appease spirits. Visions assaulted, reliving the chieftain's murder, blood on sands, betrayal's pain. Kiri led rituals, burning herbs, chanting to lift the curse. But the entity demanded restitution. Return a stolen artifact from Ethan's collection. A jade pendant taken years ago from a museum. They radioed for help, a helicopter braving winds to extract them, pendant left as offering. Back on mainland, hauntings followed briefly, dreams of drowning, shadows and mirrors. Ethan returned the pendant properly, and peace came. This true scary story from New Zealand blends indigenous lore with modern intrusion, a terrifying reminder of cultural respect in real horror encounters. True scary story, The Underground Labyrinth Nightmare, Mexico. Beneath the bustling streets of Mexico City, where Aztec ruins mingle with modern subways and sinkholes reveal ancient secrets. An urban explorer group vanished into a labyrinth that blurred life and legend. It was the fall of 2020, amid pandemic quiet, when the city felt like a ghost town. The group, Javier, 29, a street artist from Kaioken leading with maps of hidden tunnels. Maria, his sister, 27, an archaeologist student. Carlos, 31, tech whiz with gadgets. And Rosa, 25, photographer documenting for social media. They sought the fabled underground city, remnants of Tenochtitlan, flooded tunnels holding treasures but cursed by Aztec gods, angry at desecration. Entering via a manhole in a forgotten alley, headlamps piercing darkness, air damp and earthy with sewage hint. Tunnels narrowed, walls etched with pre-Columbian glyphs, serpents, jaguars, warnings of Mictlan, underworld. Water dripped, echoing like footsteps. Strange occurrences, lights flickering, shadows detaching from walls, forming humanoid shapes. Maria translated glyphs. Those who enter without sacrifice awaken the guardians. Deeper, they found chambers, altars with dried bloodstains, bones arranged in patterns, air heavy with incense phantom. Guardians appeared, spectral Aztec warriors, feathered headdresses, obsidian blades gleaming, chasing with silent fury. Tunnels shifted, paths looping, trapping them. Carlos's GPS failed, compass spinning. Visions, reliving sacrifices, hearts ripped out, blood flowing. Rosa's camera captured orbs, faces in stone. Starvation set in after days lost, water from drips, hallucinations or real. Gods like Quetzalcoatl coiling, Zyptotec flayed skins walking. Javier sacrificed a pendant, blood drop on altar, path opening. They emerged weak, days later, into daylight, story dismissed as delirium. But scars remained. Glyph burns on skin. Nightmares of depths. This Mexican true horror explores ancient curses in urban underbelly. True scary story, the frozen tundra spirits, Russia. In the vast Siberian tundra of Russia, where permafrost locks secrets beneath endless snow and the northern lights dance like spectral veils, a scientific expedition awakened forces from shamanic ages. It was the harsh winter of 2018, temperatures plummeting to minus 50 degrees Celsius, winds howling like wolves. The team, Dr. Ivan, 45, geologist from Moscow studying climate change. His student Olga, 26, eager for field experience. Mechanic Sergei, 38, keeping equipment running. And local event guide Yuri, 50, with ancestral knowledge of spirits. They camped near Lake Baikal, drilling ice cores, tents buffeted by blizzards, aurora illuminating nights. Yuri warned of burying got, spirits of the dead disturbed by digging. Even ignored, focused on data. Cores revealed anomalies, ancient bones, tools, a frozen mummy with tattoos of shamanic symbols. Nights brought horrors, howls not animal, shadows circling camp, tents slashed by invisible claws. The mummy's eyes opened in dreams, whispering curses in unknown tongue. Blizzard trapped them, fuel low, spirits manifesting, ghostly reindeer herders, faces frostbitten, demanding return of the mummy. Attacks. Ice cracking under feet, pulling Sergei down, rescued barely. Olga saw visions of past shamans sacrificed to appease gods. Yuri performed ritual, burning sage, chanting, reburying artifacts. Storm lifted, rescue came. Hauntings faded after proper burial. This Russian true scary story merges science with indigenous beliefs and frozen terror. True scary story, the bee pollen nightmare, United States in the bustling suburbs of a mid-sized town in Ohio. United States, where strip malls and fast food joints line the highways like beacons for the overworked and underpaid. A young woman named Lisa embarked on what she thought would be a simple summer job at a local Denny's restaurant. But it quickly spiraled into a surreal nightmare of obsession, control, and something far more sinister lurking beneath the surface of everyday life. It was the sweltering summer of 2019, the kind where the air hangs heavy with humidity, making every shift in the greasy kitchen feel like an eternity, and the neon signs outside buzzed incessantly like a swarm of angry insects. Lisa, a 22-year-old college student studying nutrition and hoping to save up for her next semester's books, answered an online ad for a line cook position. The restaurant was a typical chain diner, with worn vinyl booths, checkered floors sticky from spilled soda, and the constant sizzle of burgers on the grill filling the air with a mix of charred meat and desperation. Her new boss, Bruce, was a burly ex-Marine in his late 40s, with a shaved head, tattoos peeking from his rolled-up sleeves, and a voice that boomed commands like drill sergeant orders. At first he seemed motivational, pushing the staff to hustle harder and own the shift, but Lisa soon noticed the odd undercurrent among the crew, whispered conversations about the golden stuff and sidelong glances at anyone's waistline that was imperfectly trim. The obsession began innocently enough during Lisa's orientation. Bruce pulled her aside in the walk-in freezer, the cold air raising goosebumps on her arms as fluorescent lights flickered overhead, casting harsh shadows on shelves stacked with frozen patties and bags of fries. He handed her a small jar of yellow granules, labeling it bee pollen, nature's superfood for metabolism boosting. He explained how it had transformed his life after his military days, helping him shed pounds and gain energy, and insisted every employee try it to stay sharp on the line. Lisa, eager to fit in, sprinkled some into her morning smoothie the next day, noting its slightly sweet, floral taste that masked a bitter afterbite. The staff raved about it. Jessica, the bubbly waitress with a history of yo-yo dieting, claimed it melted away her muffin top in weeks. Mike, the dishwasher, said it gave him the stamina to work double shifts without crashing. But as days turned to weeks, the casual recommendations evolved into mandatory rituals. Bruce started weigh-ins in the back office every Friday, his digital scale beeping judgmentally as he noted numbers in a notebook, praising the losers with extra shifts and shaming the plateauers with public comments like, "Fat is failure, don't be a failure here." The air in the diner grew thick with tension. The smell of frying oil now mingled with the faint pollen scent that seemed to cling to everyone's clothes. Lisa noticed changes in her coworkers. Jessica's eyes took on a glassy sheen, her laughter more manic as she obsessively measured portions. Mike's hands trembled from what he called the buzz. But his once friendly demeanor turned irritable, snapping at anyone who skipped their dose. Bruce's freezer rituals became legendary. Staff whispered about seeing him jogging in place shirtless amid the cold storage, walls plastered with sticky notes scrawled in red marker. "Burn it off. No excuses. Pollen power." Lisa tried to resist, hiding her jar in her locker, but Bruce confronted her one night after close, his face inches from hers under the dim kitchen lights, breath reeking of the stuff. "You're part of the team now," he growled, forcing a spoonful into her mouth, the granules crunching like tiny bones. That night, her dreams turned vivid and nightmarish, bees swarming her body, burrowing into her skin to purify her from within, their stings injecting a compulsion to consume more. As the summer peaked, the obsession reached fever pitch. Jessica, now Bruce's secret lover, flipped the dynamic. seducing him in the office during breaks, her whispers turning the pollen craze into a cult-like fit fam regime. Weigh-ins became public spectacles in the dining area after hours, with staff cheering or booing results, and penalties for weight gain including extra cleaning duties or withheld tips. Lisa confided in Kayla, another new hire, a quiet girl with a background in psychology, who suspected the pollen was laced with something addictive, perhaps stimulants or worse. They plotted to expose Bruce, sneaking into the office to photograph his notebook, which revealed not just weights but personal notes. Jessica, compliant, reward with promotion. Mike breaking, increased dose. But Jessica caught them, her smile cold as she locked the door, revealing she had orchestrated much of it. Using the pollen to control Bruce and the staff for her own power play, driven by years of body shaming from her past. The climax came during a late-night staff meeting, the diner closed and windows fogged from the humid air outside. Bruce, sweating profusely, announced a pollen challenge. Everyone had to down a full jar mixed with energy drinks, promising bonuses for those who transformed. Lisa refused, her voice shaking as she confronted him about the toxicity, but the group turned on her, their eyes wild with fanaticism, chanting "fit or quit." Kayla slipped out to call the authorities, but Jessica barred the door, her hands sticky with the granules as she forced the mixture toward Lisa's mouth. In the struggle, the jar shattered, spilling across the floor like golden sand, and Bruce collapsed, clutching his chest, his face turning blue as if the pollen had finally rebelled against him. Paramedics arrived too late. Heart attack, they said, but Lisa knew better, seeing the way his body convulsed like it was being stung from within. In the aftermath, the diner shut down amid investigations, Jessica vanishing into the night with Bruce's savings, and the staff scattering, some seeking rehab for unexplained addictions. Lisa returned to college, but the experience left scars. She couldn't look at honey or flowers without nausea, and in quiet moments she heard buzzing in her ears, a reminder that the pollen's hold might not be entirely natural. Was it just a supplement gone wrong, or something darker, a supernatural essence harvested from ancient hives that fed on human weaknesses? Years later, driving past similar diners, she wonders if the craze spread, turning ordinary workplaces into hives of madness. This true scary story from the United States is a chilling tale of real horror in everyday jobs, where obsession creeps in like a swarm, consuming everything in its path. True scary story, the QR code curse, United States, deep in the quiet confines of a small apartment in Chicago. United States, where the city lights flicker through rain-streaked windows like distant warnings. A reclusive man named Alex found himself ensnared in a digital nightmare that blurred the line between technology and the supernatural, all starting with a simple pizza delivery on a stormy evening in 2022. The kind of night where thunder rumbled like distant artillery and the wind howled through the alleyways, rattling trash cans and making every shadow seem alive. Alex, a 28-year-old graphic designer working from home, had been binging true crime documentaries, his living room cluttered with empty takeout boxes and glowing screens that cast eerie blue hues on the walls. His phone buzzed with notifications, but he ignored them, craving comfort food to break the monotony. He ordered from a local joint he'd never tried before, midnight slices, drawn by their late-night special and a promise of killer deals. The delivery arrived faster than expected, the doorbell buzzing insistently over the storm's roar. Opening the door, he was greeted by a young woman with drenched curls framing her face, her uniform soaked, and her eyes unblinking wide as if holding back a secret. She handed him the box with a smile that didn't reach those eyes, slipping in a flyer with a QR code promising exclusive coupons for loyal customers. Alex tipped her generously, closing the door against the gale, the pizza steam filling the room with the aroma of pepperoni and cheese. As he ate, the flyer caught his eye. The QR code shimmered oddly under his lamp, almost pulsing. Curiosity piqued. He scanned it with his phone, the screen loading a video that started with static, then cleared to show a dimly lit room. A woman named Michelle chained to a chair, her face bruised and tear-streaked. She read from a script in a trembling voice, listing names, strangers at first, but then his own, Alex Thompson, apartment 4B, Chicago. Her eyes locked on the camera as a gloved hand entered the frame, forcing a knife to her throat, the screen cutting to red before black. Heart pounding, Alex dropped his phone, the pizza turning to ash in his mouth. Was it a prank? A virus? He deleted the app, restarted his device, but the video lingered in his mind, Michelle's final plea echoing. "They're coming for you next." Sleep evaded him that night, the storm outside mirroring the turmoil within. The next morning, a knock at the door, the same delivery girl, her curls dry now, smile wider. "You scanned it," she said, not a question, her voice flat. "That's consent." She handed him another flyer, this one with his name printed in bold, and vanished down the hall. Alex barricaded himself in, researching QR code horror online, finding forums filled with similar tales, people scanning codes from deliveries, unlocking videos of real-time murders, the victims reading lists that included the scanner's name. Some dismissed it as deepfakes, but others vanished, their accounts going silent. He shaved his head, packed a bag, and fled to a motel in Nevada, the desert's vast emptiness a stark contrast to the city's claustrophobia. But the curse followed. His phone buzzed with unknown numbers. Videos of new victims, each one closer to his location, their scripts mentioning details only he knew, like his childhood fear of clowns or his mother's maiden name. In the motel's dingy room, the air conditioner humming like a distant swarm, the delivery girl appeared again, knocking softly. "The list needs filling," she whispered through the door, her eyes visible in the peephole, unblinking as ever. She explained the system, a dark web network, perhaps powered by something otherworldly, where scanning the code added you to a chain of prey. The only escape being to create your own video, passing the curse to another. Alex refused, smashing his phone, but the visions came in dreams. Michelle's ghost, knife in hand, urging him to balance the list. He researched ancient curses, finding parallels in folklore about chain letters from hell, digital spirits that fed on fear, trapping souls in endless loops. Desperate, he burned the flyer in the sink. The smoke forming shapes like screaming faces, but the girl returned, her presence now felt in mirrors, her reflection smiling when his wasn't. The climax unfolded in the desert night, stars overhead like accusing eyes. Alex confronted her in the parking lot, demanding the source. She laughed, her voice echoing unnaturally, revealing the pizza shop was a front for an entity that thrived on consent. The Scanna Pact, binding you to the game. To break it, he had to kill, adding a name voluntarily. Instead, he turned the knife on himself, but woke in his Chicago apartment. The pizza box still warm, the QR code pulsing anew. Was it a loop, a supernatural trap resetting each time? Alex now lives in hiding, avoiding deliveries. But the buzzing in his pocket, a new phone he never bought, reminds him the curse waits. This true scary story from the United States is a terrifying tale of real-life digital horror, where a simple scan opens doors to the unknown, and the list never ends. True scary story, The Roommate's Shadow, United States. In the cramped dorms of a state university in California, United States, where the campus buzzed with the energy of young adults, navigating independence for the first time a freshman named, Jordan found himself paired with a roommate who turned a simple living arrangement into a labyrinth of paranoia, betrayal, and hints of something supernatural lurking in the digital shadows. It was the fall semester of 2020, the pandemic adding an extra layer of isolation, with classes online and social life limited to masked encounters in hallways. The dorm room was typical, 2 twin beds pushed against opposite walls, desks cluttered with laptops and textbooks, and a shared bathroom that always smelled faintly of mildew. Jordan, an introverted computer science major from a small town, was excited for the change. But his roommate Kyle was the opposite. Outgoing, athletic, with a charm that drew people in but hid a darker side. Kyle's side of the room was adorned with sports posters and empty energy drink cans, while Jordan's was neat, with code printouts pinned to the corkboard. The trouble started subtly. Jordan noticed his laptop lagging, the cursor moving on its own during late-night study sessions, the screen flickering as if watched by unseen eyes. He blamed it on viruses, running scans that came up clean. Then, photos from his private album appeared on social media, embarrassing ones from high school, tagged with mocking captions. Kyle laughed it off when confronted, claiming prank wars. But Jordan felt violated, his trust eroding. The harassment escalated. Saran wrap on the toilet seat, his clothes hidden, notes left on his bed with crude drawings. Jordan recruited a classmate, Claire, a psychology major with a knack for reading people, to help. She posed as interested in Kyle, flirting during study groups, her laughter drawing him in as she gathered intel, his passwords, his habits, his secret folder of spied photos. Claire's infiltration revealed Kyle's setup, a hidden webcam in the room, feeding to his computer, where he edited and leaked footage for laughs with his friends. But as she delved deeper, strange things happened. the webcam turned on its own, capturing shadows that weren't there, whispers in the audio tracks that sounded like Kyle's voice, but echoed with malice. Jordan confronted Kyle during a storm, the power outage plunging the room into darkness, lightning flashes revealing Kyle's face twisted in rage. "You think you can expose me?" he snarled, but as Jordan swung a lamp in self-defense, the shadows seemed to come alive, wrapping around Kyle, pulling him back with unseen force. Kyle quit school the next day, but the glitches persisted, Jordan's screen showing Kyle's face and reflections, his voice whispering from speakers, "I'm still watching." Years later, Jordan learned Kyle had descended into paranoia, claiming a shadow roommate haunted him, mirroring his pranks back tenfold. Was it guilt, or something supernatural awakened by the betrayal? A digital ghost born from leaked secrets? Jordan now lives alone, his devices covered, but the cursor still moves sometimes, a reminder that some shadows never leave. This true scary story from the United States is a creepy tale of real-life digital stalking turned supernatural, where trust in shared spaces shatters into endless watching. True scary story, the stepmother's attic, United States, tucked in the quaint town of Waterbury, Connecticut, United States, where colonial homes line tree-shaded streets and the autumn leaves turn the landscape into a tapestry of reds and golds. A young man named Ethan returned home after his father's sudden death, only to find himself imprisoned in a nightmare of familial betrayal and hints of a darker, supernatural force binding the household. It was the crisp fall of 2021, the air carrying the scent of wood smoke and decaying leaves, when Ethan's father passed from what the doctors called a heart attack, but whispers among neighbors suggested foul play. The house was a two-story Victorian with creaking floors, a wraparound porch, and an attic that had always been off-limits, its door locked with an old brass key. Ethan's stepmother Rose, a sharp-featured woman in her 40s with a smile that never reached her eyes, and her two daughters, Sarah and Lily, seemed oddly composed at the funeral, their black dresses pristine amid the mourners' tears. Ethan, a 20-year-old college student studying literature, planned to stay a week to sort affairs, but Rose had other plans. On his first night, she locked him in the attic, claiming it was for his own good, the space dusty and cluttered with old trunks, spiderwebs draping like veils and a single bulb swinging from the ceiling. The air was stifling, the slanted roof pressing down like a coffin lid. Food arrived sporadically. Sandwiches on trays slid under the door, but Ethan noticed a bitter taste, his body weakening, limbs heavy as if filled with lead. Rose's visits were monologues of control, her voice sweet but laced with venom, revealing she had poisoned his father to claim the house, now using the same on him to keep him compliant, forcing him to clean and serve through a dumbwaiter system. The daughters joined the torment, Sarah's laughter echoing as she taunted him with stories of their plans, Lily slipping notes of mock sympathy. Ethan collected the poison from the bread, mixing it into Sarah's food via the dumbwaiter, her screams later confirming its effect. Desperation peaked. He fashioned a fire from sanitizer and old papers, the flames licking the dry wood, smoke filling the attic like a living entity. The blaze spread, alarms blaring, firefighters breaking in to rescue him as Rose fled. Police arrested her, uncovering the father's autopsy showing arsenic, but the house burned partially, the attic's ashes revealing old bones, perhaps from previous victims, hinting at a curse on the property, a vengeful spirit that drove Rose's madness. Ethan escaped, but the weakness lingered, dreams of the attic shadows reaching for him, whispering of unfinished business. Was Rose possessed by the house's dark history, a supernatural entity feeding on family strife? He sold the property, but buyers reported strange locks appearing on doors, trays sliding on their own. This true scary story from the United States is a terrifying tale of real-life domestic horror turned supernatural, where inheritance becomes imprisonment. True scary story, The Whispering Caves of Echo Valley, Australia. In the rugged outback of New South Wales, Australia, where red earth stretches under a relentless sun and eucalyptus trees sway in hot winds that carry the scent of dry dust and distant rain, a group of adventure seekers on a caving expedition uncovered a labyrinth of terror that echoed with voices from a forgotten past, turning their thrill-seeking trip into a fight for sanity and survival. It was the scorching summer of 2014. The kind where heat waves shimmered off the ground like mirages, and the sky was a vast blue dome unbroken by clouds. The group was led by Tom, a 32-year-old geologist from Sydney with a passion for unexplored caves, his backpack filled with ropes, headlamps, and geological tools for sampling rock formations. His companions included his fiancée Emma, a 29-year-old teacher with a love for photography, her camera slung around her neck to capture the underground wonders. Their friend Ben, a 30-year-old fitness trainer always ready for physical challenges, his muscular frame useful for climbing. And Ben's sister Zoe, a 27-year-old journalist documenting the trip for a travel blog, her notebook filled with notes on local Aboriginal legends warning of sacred sites where the spirits of ancestors whispered to the living. They had heard rumors from locals in a nearby pub, the air thick with cigarette smoke and the clink of beer glasses about. Echo Valley Caves, a network of limestone tunnels, hidden in a remote gorge said to amplify sounds in eerie ways but avoided due to stories of disappearances dating back to colonial times. The locals' weathered faces etched with caution spoke of the whisperers, voices that lured explorers deeper, never to return. Tom dismissed it as superstition, his scientific mind focused on the geological significance, potential fossils or mineral deposits. They set out at dawn, the 4x4 truck bouncing over dirt tracks, kangaroos bounding away in the early light. Arriving at the gorge by midday, the sun beating down like a hammer on an anvil. The entrance was a narrow crack in the cliff face, overgrown with vines that they hacked away with machetes, the blades slicing through with a satisfying swish. Descending into the cave, the temperature dropped sharply, the air cool and moist, carrying the faint smell of bat guano and ancient stone. Headlamps cut beams through the darkness, revealing stalactites hanging like icicles and stalagmites rising like twisted sculptures. The group tied ropes for safety, their footsteps echoing softly at first, then amplifying as they ventured deeper, the walls seeming to pulse with the sound. Emma snapped photos, the flash illuminating glittering quartz veins that sparkled like stars in the void. Ben tested the ropes, his voice calling out, "Secure," bouncing back in multiples, creating a chorus that made Zoe laugh nervously. She recalled the legends, Aboriginal Dreamtime stories of the caves as portals to the spirit world, where echoes were the voices of the dead, guiding or trapping the unwary based on their intentions. The first anomaly occurred in a large chamber, the ceiling vaulted high above, echoes turning whispers into roars. Tom whispered, "Hello," and the cave responded with a delayed, "Hello." "Hello? Who are you?" The last part not his voice, but a raspy murmur that sent chills down their spines. They rationalized it as acoustic tricks, the sound bouncing off uneven surfaces, but Zoe noted it in her journal, her pen scratching hurriedly. Pressing on, the tunnels narrowed, forcing them to crawl on hands and knees, dirt smearing their clothes, the confined space pressing in like a living thing. In a side passage, they found petroglyphs, ancient carvings of figures with elongated limbs, mouths open in silent screams, perhaps warnings from indigenous peoples who once used the caves for rituals. As daylight faded outside, the whispers grew. Names echoed. Tom, Emma, come deeper, not from the group, but from the walls themselves, as if the cave breathed life into the sounds. Ben's headlamp flickered, revealing shadows that moved independently, darting like figures fleeing the light. Panic set in when the ropes slackened, as if cut, stranding them in a loop of tunnels that seemed to shift, paths leading back to the same chamber, despite maps. Zoe's blog turned to desperate notes. The voices know our secrets. My fear of enclosed spaces, Ben's guilt over a past accident. The spirits revealed personal torments. Tom's doubt about marrying Emma whispered in her ear. Emma's hidden resentment echoed to him. Ben heard his deceased father's voice, blaming him for a car crash years ago. Hours turned to days underground, water from drips sustaining them, hunger gnawing as supplies dwindled. The whisperers manifested. Ghostly Aboriginal figures, painted bodies glowing faintly, guiding them to a central chamber with an altar of bones, demanding acknowledgement of the land's sacredness. Tom, delirious, performed a makeshift apology, scattering dirt as offering, the echoes softening to guidance. They emerged battered, days later, into blinding sunlight, rescued by search parties alerted by their parked truck. The cave sealed itself in a rockslide, but the whispers followed in dreams, echoing regrets. This true scary story from Australia is a harrowing echo of real horror in natural wonders, where the past speaks, and not all listen. True scary story, The Forgotten Asylum's Echoes, Germany. In the foggy hills of Bavaria, Germany, where dense forests hide ruins of the past and The air carries the chill of history's ghosts. A team of paranormal investigators unlocked the doors of an abandoned asylum that had stood silent for decades, only to awaken echoes of suffering that blurred the line between the living and the tormented dead. It was the damp autumn of 2015, leaves crunching underfoot like brittle bones, and the wind moaning through bare branches like distant cries. The team was assembled by Dr. Helena, a 42-year-old psychologist from Munich with a specialty in parapsychology. Her equipment including EMF meters, spirit boxes, and thermal cameras to capture evidence of the beyond. Her partners, Marcus, her 38-year-old husband and tech expert handling recordings. Lena, a 35-year-old medium with a history of accurate readings, her eyes often distant, as if listening to unseen voices. And young intern Paul, 24, a skeptic history buff documenting for his thesis, his notebook filled with asylum records from the Nazi era when it served as a euthanasia center for the disabled. The asylum Weisberg Sanatorium was a sprawling complex of crumbling brick buildings. Windows boarded but peeking like eyes, vines choking the walls like strangling hands. Closed in 1950 after scandals of abuse, it was rumored cursed, locals avoiding it after reports of screams at night. The team arrived at dusk, the sun dipping behind hills in a blood-red glow, unlocking the rusted gates with keys from a reluctant caretaker who crossed himself before leaving. Inside, the foyer echoed their steps, dust motes dancing in flashlight beams. Old wheelchairs rusted in corners, patient files scattered like confetti from hell. Their investigation began in the main ward, beds still made with moth-eaten sheets, the air heavy with disinfectant ghosts and decay. EMF meters spiked erratically, spirit boxes spitting static words. Pain, help, kill. Lena channeled, her body stiffening, voice changing to a child's whimper, describing experiments, injections, shocks, the doctor's cold eyes. Paul researched on-site, finding logs of T4 program, names of victims erased but echoes remaining. As night deepened, apparitions appeared, patients in gowns, faces gaunt, reaching with skeletal hands, their touches leaving cold burns. The terror peaked in the basement, electroshock rooms with straps and machines, the air buzzing as if power still flowed. Doors slammed, locking them in, lights failing, shadows swarming like a mob. Voices accused in German, martyr, murderers, mistaking them for staff. Marcus's camera captured orbs, faces in mirrors. Lena possessed, speaking as a doctor justifying atrocities, her eyes rolling back. Paul smashed a window for escape. Glass shattering like screams, the group fleeing as the building seemed to breathe, walls contracting. Rescued by dawn, they reviewed footage showing entities following them home, shadows in apartments, whispers in sleep. Helena performed cleansings, but Paul vanished weeks later, his thesis left unfinished with notes. They want justice. The asylum demolished, but echoes persist in the hills. This true scary story from Germany is a chilling exploration of historical horror turned supernatural, where the past demands to be heard. True scary story dog-sitting nightmare in rural Illinois, United States. In the quiet sprawling farmlands of rural Illinois, United States, where endless fields of corn and soybeans stretch under wide blue skies, and the nearest town is a 20-minute drive down dusty gravel roads. A young man named Ethan took on what seemed like an easy dog-sitting gig that turned into a week of escalating terror and paranoia. It was the summer of 2017, a time when the heat waves rolled across the Midwest like a blanket of fire, making the air shimmer and the cicadas sing their endless droning song from the trees. Ethan, in his early 20s and fresh out of community college with a degree in graphic design, had moved to this small town to save money while job hunting online. He lived in a cramped apartment above a hardware store, the kind of place where the walls were thin and the AC unit rattled like it was about to give up. His friend Clara, a local barista at the only coffee shop in town, connected him with an older couple in their 50s who needed someone to watch their dogs while they vacationed in Florida for a week. The house was a 1970s brick ranch-style home on the outskirts, slightly run down with peeling paint on the shutters and the yard overgrown with weeds, but it had a cozy feel from the outside, flanked by woods that provided shade and privacy. Ethan met the couple, Mr. and Mrs. Harlan, for the first time on a humid afternoon. They were friendly enough, but there was something off about them. They avoided direct eye contact, scanning him up and down like he was a piece of merchandise. Mr. Harlan, a burly man with a gray beard and calloused hands from years of farming, showed him around the property silently. opening doors to rooms without explanation and closing them just as quickly. The house interior was frozen in time, with shag carpets, wood paneling, and furniture that smelled of mothballs. Cameras were everywhere, outside on the eaves, in the hallways, living room, kitchen, office, garage, backyard, driveway, and even one pointed at the kitchen table. They explained it was for insurance purposes, in case of theft or accidents, but Ethan felt a knot in his stomach at the constant surveillance. The dogs were sweet, two mixed-breed rescues named Buddy and Luna, who wagged their tails and licked his hands, providing some comfort. The Harlans left detailed instructions on feeding schedules, walks, and how to access the camera feed on an app, then drove off in their old pickup truck, leaving Ethan alone with the dogs and the oppressive silence of the countryside. The first night was uneventful. Ethan set up his laptop in the office, which had a monitor displaying all the external camera views, giving him a sense of security in the secluded location. He played video games, walked the dogs in the backyard that backed up to dense woods, and fell asleep on the guest bed with Buddy curled at his feet. But on the second night, around 10 p.m., one of the driveway cameras went offline, the screen showing static. Ethan checked the app on his phone, resetting the connection, but it stayed down. The dogs suddenly scrambled out the doggy door into the yard, barking furiously at something in the woods. Ethan grabbed a flashlight from the kitchen drawer, its beam cutting through the darkness as he stepped outside, calling the dogs back. He saw nothing, no eyes reflecting in the light, no movement in the trees, but the dogs refused to calm until he lured them inside with treats. He blocked the doggy door with a heavy chair for the night, his heart racing from the unexplained glitch and the dogs' agitation. The next morning, the dogs were missing from the bedroom area where they usually slept. Ethan searched the house frantically, calling their names, but found them whining in the yard. The heavy chair mysteriously moved 5 feet into the corner of the kitchen, as if someone or something had shifted it without a sound. Panic set in. How had the dogs gotten out? He called Clara, who drove over immediately, her pickup kicking up dust on the gravel drive. Together, they searched every room, closet, and the basement, finding no signs of entry or anything amiss. Clara suggested he might have misremembered moving the chair himself, but Ethan knew better. He stayed on high alert for the remaining 4 days, barely sleeping, jumping at every creak of the old house or rustle from the woods. The cameras glitched intermittently, going offline at odd hours, and the dogs grew increasingly restless, staring at the back door or whining at invisible threats. One night, as the sun set in a blaze of orange over the fields, all the cameras went offline simultaneously. Ethan texted the Harlans, who were in Florida, offering to troubleshoot the system, but got no immediate response. Around midnight, the dogs scrambled again, barking at the fence line where the yard met the woods. Ethan armed himself with a kitchen knife, his hands trembling as he stepped outside, the flashlight beam shaking across the trees. He heard a thump from a back room inside the house, his blood turning cold. Rushing back in, he felt a presence, a break in the silence, as if the air itself was holding its breath. Calling out, "Who's there?" Got no answer, but the tension was palpable. He locked himself in the living room with the dogs, knife in hand, until the wife texted back, "Don't worry about the cameras, you're safe." The message confused him. He hadn't mentioned safety or danger in his text, only the technical issue. She asked him to check if the garage door to the inside was open in that back room, to prevent anything getting in. Her wording sending chills down his spine. Reluctantly, Ethan unlocked the back room door, his flashlight illuminating the space. The garage door was open, a dark mall leading to the attached garage. As he approached, heart thundering, he spotted an arm pressed against the wall, a human arm belonging to a grown man squatting in the corner, his face twisted in a grimace. Ethan screamed, slamming the door and bolting it, fleeing to his car in the driveway. He peeled out as the garage door opened, the man emerging into the light. Ethan drove straight to the police station, reporting the intruder, but when officers arrived at the house, it was empty, no signs of break-in or the man. The Harlans cut their vacation short, returning the next day, but their reaction was odd. They dismissed Ethan's account, suggesting he was overreacting to a local drifter or his imagination. Ethan never heard from them again, and Clara apologized for the introduction, noting the couple stopped coming to the diner and became reclusive. Now in his 30s, Ethan struggles with the trauma, his vision of the squatting man haunting his dreams, leaving him with questions. Was the intruder part of a setup? Were the Harlans involved in something sinister, using the dog sitting as bait? The constant surveillance, the glitches, and the man's presence suggested a calculated trap, perhaps tied to the couple's firearm business or darker secrets in those woods. This true scary story from rural Illinois is a chilling reminder of the horrors that can hide in isolated places, where help is far away and trust is a luxury you can't afford. True scary story: elderly couple at the Baltimore bar, United States, deep in the suburbs outside Baltimore, Maryland, United States, where strip malls and chain restaurants dot the landscape like forgotten relics of urban sprawl. A bartender named Alex experienced an encounter that defied logic and left him questioning the fabric of reality. It was a lively weekend night in 2020, the kind where the bar was packed with a younger college crowd. Escaping the pandemic blues, the air thick with the smell of spilled beer, greasy fries, and the thump of music from the DJ booth. The bar was a typical dive. Worn wooden counters, neon signs buzzing overhead, and booths with vinyl seats cracked from years of use. Alex, in his mid-20s and known for his sociable nature, thrived in the fast-paced environment, slinging drinks and chatting with patrons to make the night go by faster. The place had no waiters. Customers ordered at the bar and picked up food from a counter, creating a chaotic but fun atmosphere, with dancing and laughter echoing off the walls. On this particular night, amid the bustling crowd, Alex noticed an elderly couple entering the bar and sitting motionless in a corner booth. They were in their 80s or 90s, dressed in outdated clothing, the man in a tweed suit, the woman in a floral dress, and they didn't order food or drinks, simply staring fixedly at the wall next to them without interacting or making eye contact with anyone. Their presence felt out of place in the energetic setting, like they had wandered in from another era. Curious but busy, Alex checked on them later, approaching the booth with a friendly smile. The woman didn't react to his greeting, her eyes vacant, while the man turned slowly, revealing pale, wrinkled skin and sunken eyes that bored into Alex with an intensity that twisted his gut. When asked if they wanted anything, the man shook his head firmly, his expression unchanging, and Alex backed away, the interaction leaving him unsettled. Later, glancing over during a lull, Alex made eye contact with the woman, who held his gaze uncomfortably until he looked away. The booth emptied shortly after, the couple gone without a trace. When he asked his coworker, Karen, a veteran bartender with an excellent memory, about the couple, she was confused, denying seeing anyone like that and jokingly suggesting Alex was hallucinating. Walking to his car after close, Alex saw two dark figures under a street light across the street, recognizing them as the couple, their stares fixed on him. He fled without screaming, driving home in distress, questioning if they were real or a figment of his imagination. The experience haunted him, leading to sleepless nights where he replayed the unblinking stares and the way they seemed detached from time. Were they ghosts from Baltimore's storied past, or something more sinister, like time travelers or entities from another dimension? Alex never saw them again, but the memory lingers, a reminder that some patrons aren't what they seem in the shadows of the night. This true scary story from Baltimore is an eerie tale of real horror in everyday places, where the ordinary can turn otherworldly in an instant. True scary story logging crews radio chatter in Pacific Northwest, United States. In the deep secluded forests of the Pacific Northwest United States, where towering pines and cedars block out the sun and the ground is a carpet of ferns and fallen logs, a logging crew experienced a series of unsettling events that turned their remote job site into a place of dread and mystery. It was the fall of 2018, a time when the leaves turned golden and the air carried the crisp scent of rain-soaked earth, but the days grew shorter, casting long shadows over the work. The narrator, a logger and tree saw operator in his 30s, worked long hours alone, or with his friend Griffin, paid by the number of trees felled rather than time, often putting in 16 to 20-hour days under the canopy of ancient woods. They used radios for communication on these isolated sites, the crackle of voices a lifeline in the vast wilderness. On a high mountain job site they had been clearing for 3 weeks. About 10 days in, they began hearing strange muffled chatter over the radios. The voices were indistinct at first, following them even when they switched channels, which was impossible given the limited range. As the days progressed, the voices became clearer, casual in tone, but with content that didn't make sense. Discussions of gathering water and firewood, as if from a camp nearby. Exploring the area, they found signs of prior presence. Discarded containers, footprints, and makeshift campsites in an inaccessible part of the mountain. Griffin discovered a hidden tent with a sleeping bag and duffel bag containing disturbing items. Children's underwear, duct tape, rope, and crude sketches of child molestation, along with a fresh apple core indicating recent occupancy. Horrified, Griffin wanted to leave immediately, but the narrator insisted on finishing the job, limiting radio use to emergencies. That night, the radio crackled with the men discussing mundane tasks, clearly linked to the tent, heightening their dread. The next night, the narrator confronted them via radio about gathering bush, but silence followed. Griffin argued, planning to escalate the situation. At midnight, Griffin woke him to footsteps outside the camper. With no ladder accessible, the door handle jiggled, then long scratches raked the door for 4 minutes. The narrator approached with a flashlight, but the door burst open, striking him in the face with a knife. He fell out, a man pinning him with the knife to his neck, another kicking his head. Griffin tackled the knifer, who fled with the kicker into the forest. Griffin helped him to the truck, driving 2 hours to the hospital. The cut damaged his vision permanently in one eye, his face bloody. Police investigated the attack but made no arrests. 2 weeks later, a co-worker was found bound, gagged, raped, and murdered in a ditch. The narrator developed PTSD, haunted by the disfigured eye, with no restful sleep since. This true scary story from the Pacific Northwest is a harrowing tale of real horror in the woods, where isolation breeds danger and the unknown lurks just beyond the tree line. True scary story SOS Morse code on the Lake, United States. On a large secluded lake in the United States, surrounded by thick forests and distant mountains, a young man named Kevin and his friend, James, experienced a chilling encounter that turned a relaxing night on the dock into a puzzle of mystery and fear. It was a summer evening in 2020, the kind where the water reflected the stars like a mirror, and the air was warm with the scent of pine and lake water. Kevin, 20 years old and dealing with a recent breakup, visited James at his wealthy family's lake house, a sprawling property on the perimeter with fancy vacation homes scattered around, often empty. The house was luxurious, with a private dock extending into the water, perfect for chilling with beers and forgetting troubles. The lake felt exclusive, with houses across visible but a workout to swim to, creating a sense of isolation amid the beauty. As they sat on the dock, feet dangling in the cool water, a light flashed across the lake in patterns. 3 short, 3 long, 3 short bursts. James recognized it as SOS Morse code, and Kevin verified it on his phone. They debated calling the police but delayed due to their drinking and Kevin's DUI risk, deciding to investigate themselves with switchblades from James's brother. They kayaked to a rundown house with a half-collapsed dock, the light coming from the second floor. Inside the stripped empty house, they found an old projector facing the window, realizing it was a trap. James ran, followed by thumping from a closet, escaping out a window as a big adult ran toward them. James jumped in the lake, Kevin followed, swimming the freezing water back to James's house. Police later revealed the house abandoned for years, no signs of occupancy. Kevin remains unsure what was planned, fearing the worst if they hadn't run. This true scary story from the United States is a terrifying tale of real horror on the water, where a signal for help becomes a lure for danger. True scary story intruder banging in the night. United States in a modest one-story house in the United States, where the nights are quiet and the hallways echo with every sound. A single man in his mid-30s experienced a heart-stopping intrusion that shattered his sense of safety. It was a late night in 2019, the kind where he worked past 3 a.m. in silence, the house dark except for the glow of his computer screen. Suddenly, he heard pounding footsteps down the hallway, then deafening bangs on his bedroom door like a police raid. Frozen in fear, he expected the door to burst open, but silence followed, the footsteps retreating. Grabbing a beer bottle as a weapon, he chased screaming through the house, but found no one, with all doors and windows locked. Calling the police, they searched but found nothing amiss. A week of distress and insomnia followed, unable to accept it as imagination. This true scary story from the United States is a chilling reminder of the horrors that can invade your home, leaving you questioning every shadow. True scary story haunted house phone calls in upstate New York, United States, in rural upstate New York, United States, where old houses stand amid rolling hills and thick forests. A property preservation worker cleared a foreclosed home of an elderly deceased woman, uncovering a series of eerie phone calls that defied explanation. It was 2020, a year of isolation and uncertainty, when the worker entered the small one-story house, dusty and cluttered with memories. The utilities had been off for a year, but the rotary phone in the master bedroom rang with unknown callers, static on the line. The second ring in the hallway whispered, "Don't answer the phone in the bedroom," then went dead. The third, the rotary rang shrilly though disconnected. In the basement, notebooks logged names and dates like "rang once, didn't answer." Fleeing unfinished, he reported it unsafe. A colleague finished, but the rotary rang again, leading him to quit. Police found the house empty. This true scary story from upstate New York is an eerie tale of real horror in abandoned places where the past calls back. True scary story moving closet in childhood home. United States in a family home in the United States, where the hallways are long and the closets deep, a 10-year-old child experienced a series of terrifying events that turned their bedroom into a place of dread. It was the 1990s, a time when the family moved to a bigger house in a quiet neighborhood. The bedroom at the hall end had a deep closet, with big windows to the backyard. The first night, the child woke to soft shuffling in the closet like clothes brushing. The door shivered as if pressed from inside. The door was cracked open the next morning, though shut tight. Nights later, tapping started on the window, mistaken for branches but continuing without trees nearby. Peeking out revealed a pale hand pressed against the glass, sliding down and vanishing. The child's 4-year-old brother described a white lady entering his room and sitting on his bed, with black eyes staring from the door. The child dreamed of the figure, whispering their name in a dry voice, awakening to see her standing tall at the bed's foot, in a flowing white dress, with stringy black hair and chalk-pale skin with empty black eyes. She vanished when eyes closed, but the closet door was wide open. During a storm, the window unlocked and opened. The white lady floated in, approaching the bed and whispering the name again. Parents dismissed it as a night terror, but the family lived there for 3 more years with ongoing fear. This true scary story from the United States is a haunting tale of real horror in childhood homes, where the dark hides entities that watch and wait. True scary story, the Whispering Grove in Pisgah National Forest, United States. In the vast 170,000-acre wilderness of Pisgah National Forest in the Appalachian Mountains of North Carolina, United States, a veteran forest ranger with 15 years of experience encountered an anomalous grove that changed his view of the woods forever. It was a warm early fall Tuesday in 2015, the leaves changing to vibrant reds and oranges, and the air filled with the scent of pine and earth. The ranger, in his 40s and accustomed to routine patrols for illegal campers, hiked 4 hours into remote areas, his backpack heavy with gear. He discovered a cluster of ancient, massive trees with trunks, requiring 3 or 4 people to encircle, arranged in a huddled formation. The air grew thick with humidity and a damp earth scent mixed with an unfamiliar note. A low, sub-audible humming vibrated through his chest, initially mistaken for wind. Touching a tree trunk silenced the sound, plunging the area into total quiet, no birds or insects. Upon recontact, the humming resumed softer, accompanied by creaking and root shifts under the soil, as if the forest was awakening in accelerated growth. The ranger felt connected to the trees' network, sensing their centuries-old communications through impressions, feeling their slow growth and outreach. Time distorted. 3 hours passed unnoticed until a deer startled him. The grove appeared unchanged, but he sensed a shift in himself. As he left, a mental tug urged him to stay, though he promised return. This true scary story from North Carolina is a mesmerizing tale of real horror in nature, where the woods whisper secrets. True scary story. The forest spirit in Glacier National Park, United States. In Glacier National Park, Montana, United States, where snow-capped peaks rise like jagged teeth and the forests are thick with wildlife. An uncle named Jack took his 7-year-old niece Lily camping, uncovering a supernatural presence that blurred the line between myth and reality. It was a summer trip in 2016, the air crisp with the scent of pine and wildflowers, designed to bond over the outdoors away from devices. The first days involved hiking, roasting marshmallows, and skipping stones on the lake. Lily talked to an invisible friend named Whisper, described as tall with bark-like skin. On the third day, Lily insisted Whisper knew a secret path to a waterfall. At the waterfall, Lily shouted at Whisper not to reveal himself to adults. Jack saw a 7-foot entity with gnarled, branch-like limbs, rough bark skin, and a hollow trunk face with glowing eye points, standing with a hand on Lily's shoulder. Lily introduced Whisper as a forest protector. A squirrel climbed onto Whisper's shoulder. Jack approached. Whisper waved and folded a leaf into a boat. Whisper conveyed via Lily that he must leave, as prolonged sightings are rare. he faded with a shimmer. This true scary story from Montana is a wondrous tale of real horror in the wilderness, where spirits guard the trees. True scary story, the entity in the Maine woods, United States. In the dense forests of Maine, United States, where the trees are ancient and the ground is soft with pine needles, a hunter in 2010 encountered an entity that defied explanation. It was bird hunting season, the air filled with the scent of autumn leaves. The hunter, alone, heard strange footsteps from the alders, a dark, narrow figure over 7 feet tall crossing the brook. It ignored a shotgun blast, alders parting as if peering. The hunter backed away a mile, vowing never to return. 14 years later, the memory terrifies. This true scary story from Maine is a chilling tale of real horror in the woods, where the unknown watches. True scary story, the midnight delivery in urban Seattle, United States, in the bustling streets of Seattle, Washington, United States, where rain-slicked pavements reflect the glow of neon signs and the air carries the scent of coffee and ocean salt. A night shift worker named Mia found herself in a web of mystery and fear that began with a simple late-night food delivery. It was the winter of 2023, a time when the Pacific Northwest was shrouded in perpetual drizzle, making every night feel like a scene from a noir film. Mia, a 25-year-old software tester working remote from her small apartment in Capitol Hill, often pulled all-nighters debugging code, her screen the only light in the room besides the city lights filtering through her blinds. Hunger struck around 2 a.m., and she ordered Chinese takeout from a nearby spot she'd used before, the app promising delivery in 30 minutes. The building was secure, with a buzzer system and cameras in the lobby, giving her a sense of safety in the urban jungle. The buzzer rang promptly, and Mia buzzed the driver up, cracking her door to listen for footsteps in the hallway. But instead of the usual quick knock, she heard shuffling, slow, deliberate steps that paused outside her door. Peeking through the peephole, she saw a figure in a hooded jacket, face obscured by shadows, holding the bag but not knocking. Minutes passed, the figure just standing there, unmoving. Mia called out, "Hello? Delivery?" But no response, only the faint rustle of the bag. Her heart raced as she grabbed her phone to call the restaurant. But the line was busy. Suddenly, the figure placed the bag down and walked away, footsteps fading down the stairs. Mia waited 10 minutes before retrieving the food, finding it cold, a receipt with her name scrawled in red ink that looked like blood. The next night, the same thing happened. Another order, another silent figure, this time lingering longer, pressing an ear to the door as if listening to her breathe. Mia installed a Ring camera the following day, capturing the intruder, a man in his 40s, gaunt face with hollow eyes, staring directly at the lens before leaving the bag. Police were called, but with no threat, they could only advise caution. The deliveries continued unordered, bags left with notes inside. "I know you're alone, watching you code." Details only someone spying could know. Mia's apartment felt violated, her webcam taped over, blinds drawn, but the buzzing persisted, the figure evolving, sometimes knocking softly, whispering her name through the door. One storm-tossed night, the power outage plunged the building into darkness, the buzzer failing, but knocks echoed. Mia barricaded the door, calling 911, but the line crackled with static, a voice whispering, "Open up, not the operators." The knob rattled, scratches on the wood like nails dragging. When police arrived, the hallway was empty, but claw marks marred the door, too high for a human. Mia moved out, but the deliveries followed to her new address, bags appearing on her stoop with the same red-inked notes. Was it a stalker, or something supernatural? A delivery demon summoned by her loneliness? Years later, she avoids takeout, the whisper of delivery from Mia, haunting her dreams. This true scary story from Seattle is a terrifying tale of real horror in urban isolation, where convenience becomes a curse. True scary story, the abandoned mine echoes in Colorado, United States, in the Rocky Mountains of Colorado, United States, where abandoned mines dot the landscape like scars from the gold rush era, and the air is thin with the scent of pine and earth. A group of urban explorers ventured into a forgotten shaft that echoed with voices from a tragic past, turning their adventure into a descent into madness. It was the spring of 2019, snow-mold swelling rivers, and the trails muddy underfoot. The group, friends from Denver, included Jake, a 28-year-old mechanic with a thrill for danger. His girlfriend Sophia, a 26-year-old nurse, cautious but excited. Their buddy Ryan, a 30-year-old photographer with gear to capture the decay. And Ryan's cousin Mia, a 24-year-old history buff researching mining disasters. They targeted Silver Creek Mine, closed since a 1905 collapse that killed 20 miners, rumored haunted by their trapped souls. The entrance was boarded but pried open, the tunnel descending into cool darkness, headlamps revealing rusted rails and timber supports creaking under weight. The air grew stale, dust motes dancing in beams, the group tying safety lines as they delved deeper. Echoes amplified every step, but soon unnatural sounds emerged, distant picks on rock, muffled cries. Ryan's camera glitched, photos showing orbs and shadowy figures. Mia shared the history. The collapse trapped miners alive, their knocks heard for days before silence, legends of ghosts knocking for help. Deeper in, the knocks began, rhythmic taps on walls, Morse code for "help us." The group debated leaving, but curiosity won, following the sounds to a caved-in chamber. There, apparitions appeared. Miners in tattered clothes, faces soot-blackened, tools in hand, gesturing to dig. The air turned cold, breaths visible, rocks shifting as if the mine breathed. Panic set in when the entrance path collapsed behind them, echoes laughing as shadows swarmed. Jake dug frantically, Sophia bandaging cuts, Ryan documenting the horror, Mia chanting apologies from her research. Hours of terror, visions of the miners' final moments, suffocation, despair, until a crack opened, leading to surface. Rescued bruised and traumatized, they reviewed footage showing the ghosts guiding them out, perhaps forgiving the intrusion. The mine sealed, but knocks echo in dreams. This true scary story from Colorado is a harrowing tale of real horror in forgotten places, where the dead demand to be remembered. True scary story, the cursed dollhouse in New Orleans, United States, in the historic French Quarter of New Orleans, Louisiana, United States, where jazz music spills from bars and the air is thick with the scent of bayonets and mystery. An antique dealer named Elena inherited a dollhouse that harbored a malevolent force tied to voodoo legends, turning her shop into a portal of terror. It was the humid summer of 2021, the city alive with tourists despite the heat. Elena, a 35-year-old widow running a small antique store on Chartres Street, received the dollhouse from a distant aunt's estate, a miniature Victorian mansion with intricate details. Tiny furniture, porcelain dolls with lifelike eyes, and rooms painted in faded pastels. The aunt's note warned, "Keep it closed." The spirits play at night, but Elena dismissed it as eccentricity, displaying it in her shop window to attract customers. The first night, as she closed up, the shop's bells jingled without wind, and glancing at the dollhouse, she saw a doll move, its head turning slightly. Shaking it off as imagination, she locked up and went home to her apartment above the store, the creaking stairs echoing in the empty building. Dreams that night were vivid, tiny figures coming to life, whispering curses in Creole, their eyes following her. Waking in sweat, she found the shop door ajar, the dollhouse's lid open, dolls rearranged into a scene of a funeral. Customers the next day complained of chills near the display, one fainting after touching it, babbling about Voodoo Queen's revenge. Elena's research uncovered the dollhouse's history. Crafted in 1890 by a voodoo practitioner cursed by Marie Laveau's rival, the doll's vessels for trapped souls of those who wronged her. Nights worsened. Dolls appearing in her bed, scratches on her arms spelling, "Leave," whispers from the vents reciting spells. A local priestess visited, sensing dark energy, performing a ritual with herbs and chants, but the force fought back, objects flying, the dollhouse shaking as miniature screams echoed. Elena burned it in the courtyard, flames twisting into shapes of faces, but ashes reformed into a small doll the next day, its eyes unblinking. She fled New Orleans, but the doll followed in her luggage, whispers persisting. This true scary story from New Orleans is a bewitching tale of real horror in antiques, where cursed objects bind the living to the dead. True scary story, the shadowy figure in the Alaskan cabin, United States, in the frozen wilderness of Alaska, United States, where the aurora borealis paints the sky in ethereal greens and the snow muffles all sound. A homesteader named Lucas built a life of solitude that was shattered by a shadowy figure that stalked his cabin, blending human malice with supernatural chill. It was the long winter of 2022, days short and nights endless. The temperature plunging to -40 degrees, making every trip outside a battle against the elements. Lucas, a 40-year-old veteran seeking peace after tours in Afghanistan, had constructed his cabin from logs, he felt himself, a one-room structure with a wood stove for heat and solar panels for light, miles from the nearest town. The figure first appeared during a blizzard, a dark silhouette against the whiteout, standing motionless at the tree line. Lucas spotted it through his frosted window, its shape humanoid but elongated, unmoving despite the howling wind that should have frozen any living thing. He grabbed his rifle, bundling in layers to investigate, but by the time he reached the spot, only footprints remained, bare feet in the snow, leading into the woods but not out. Nights after knocks on the door at 3 a.m., the witching hour, rhythmic and insistent. Opening it revealed nothing but cold air rushing in, the stove flame flickering as if breathed upon. The stalking intensified, food stores raided without entry signs, his journal pages filled with scribbles not his, join us, and shaky script. Lucas set traps, cameras capturing the figure circling the cabin, its face a void of darkness, eyes reflecting light like an animal's. During a supply run to town, locals spoke of skinwalkers or wendigos, shapeshifters from native lore that mimicked humans to lure prey. Returning, the cabin was trashed, the figure inside, waiting. A chase through the snow ended with Lucas firing shots, the entity dissolving into mist. He abandoned the homestead, but shadows follow in mirrors. This true scary story from Alaska is a freezing tale of real horror in isolation, where the cold hides hungry spirits. True scary story, The Phantom Hitchhiker on Route 66. United States on the iconic Route 66 in Arizona. United States, where the desert highway stretches like a ribbon through cactus-dotted landscapes and the sun beats down mercilessly. A trucker named Dale picked up a hitchhiker who vanished into legend, leaving a trail of supernatural warnings that haunted his journeys. It was the summer of 2018, the road shimmering with heat mirages, Dale semi-rumbling through the night to make his deadline. At a deserted gas station, flickering lights casting long shadows, a young woman in a white dress thumbed for a ride, her face pale and eyes distant. She climbed in silently, directing him to a turnoff near an old ghost town. Conversation was sparse. She spoke of a car crash years ago, her voice echoing oddly in the cab. At the drop-off, she vanished from the seat, leaving a chill and a locket with her photo. Research revealed she was a victim of a 1950s accident, hitchhiking eternally to warn drivers of dangers. Dale experienced wrecks avoided by her whispers, but the visions grew. Her bloody form in the rearview, crashes replayed. He retired from trucking, but the locket pulses in his drawer. This true scary story from Route 66 is a ghostly tale of real horror on the road, where the past rides shotgun. True scary story, The Cursed Vineyard in Napa Valley, United States in the rolling hills of Napa Valley, California, United States, where vineyards stretch like emerald waves under the golden sun, and the air is perfumed with the sweet scent of ripening grapes. A winemaker named Victor inherited a family estate that harbored a dark secret rooted in betrayal and supernatural vengeance, turning his dream of crafting perfect vintages into a nightmare of haunted vines and whispering winds. It was the harvest season of 2020, a year plagued by wildfires that cast an ashy haze over the valley, making the sunsets blood red and the nights unnaturally warm. Victor, a 38-year-old enologist who had spent years studying in France, returned to his grandfather's vineyard after the old man's sudden death, the will stipulating he must live on the property for a year to claim it fully. The estate was picturesque, rows of grapevines marching up the hillsides, a stone winery with barrel rooms cool and dim, and a Victorian house with creaking floors and windows overlooking the fields. But locals in the nearby town whispered warnings over glasses of Cabernet. At the tavern, speaking of a curse from the 1800s when Victor Drake-grandfather cheated a Native American tribe out of the land, poisoning their sacred spring to drive them away, the spirits vowing revenge on the bloodline. Victor dismissed the tales as folklore, focusing on the harvest, workers clipping clusters of Merlot grapes under the hot sun, their chatter in Spanish mixing with the buzz of bees. But oddities began immediately. Vines withering overnight despite irrigation, leaves curling like clenched fists, and clusters turning to rot with a foul smell like decay. At night, from his bedroom, Victor heard whispers in the wind, voices in an unknown language, rising and falling like a chant. He explored the property, finding an old well hidden in the woods, its water black and still, bubbles rising as if breathing. Throwing a stone in, the whispers amplified, echoing his name. Victor, betrayer, thirst. The curse manifested in visions. During barrel tastings, the wine turned to blood in his mouth, dripping down his chin as workers stared in horror. Grapes burst on the vine, releasing swarms of insects that formed shapes of faces screaming silently. Victor's sleep was plagued by dreams of the tribe's shaman, his face painted red, cursing the land with a rattle of bones, the vines twisting into nooses. He hired a local historian, Maria, a woman of Miwok descent with knowledge of tribal lore, who revealed the spring was a portal to the spirit world, poisoned to trap souls in eternal thirst. Together, they performed a cleansing ritual at midnight, under a full moon, pouring clean water into the well while chanting apologies. But the spirits resisted, vines whipping like tentacles, wind howling curses, shadows coalescing into warriors with spears. The climax came during a storm, lightning cracking the sky, the house shaking as if the earth rebelled. Victor confronted the shaman's spirit in the winery, barrels bursting, wine flooding the floor like blood. "Return the land," the spirit demanded, its voice a chorus of the trapped. Victor agreed, donating the estate to a tribal trust, the curse lifting as the well cleared, water sparkling once more. He left Napa, but the whispers follow in every glass of wine he drinks. This true scary story from Napa Valley is an intoxicating tale of real horror in inherited lands, where the past ferments into vengeance. True scary story: the phantom subway car in New York City, United States, beneath the bustling streets of New York City, New York, United States, where the subway tunnels form a labyrinth of steel and shadow, and the roar of trains echoes like underground thunder. A late-night commuter named Sophia boarded what she thought was the last train home, only to find herself trapped in a phantom car that replayed a tragic accident from the past, blending urban legend with supernatural repetition. It was the wee hours of a winter night in 2022, the city that never sleeps finally quieting, with snow flurries dusting the sidewalks above. Sophia, a 29-year-old graphic designer working overtime in Manhattan, rushed to the platform at Times Square, the fluorescent lights buzzing overhead, the air thick with the smell of urine and hot dogs from street vendors. The board showed the end train delayed, but a rumble announced its arrival. The car empty except for a few shadowy figures at the far end. Boarding, the doors closed with a hiss, the train lurching forward into the tunnel. But something felt off. The lights flickered erratically, the car colder than usual, her breath visible. The figures at the end were motionless, their clothes outdated, like from the 1940s. Men in fedoras, women in coats with fur collars. Sophia moved to another seat, but the train sped past stations without stopping, the windows showing only blackness. Whispers started conversations from another time, talking of wartime rationing and air raids. Panic rising. Sophia tried the emergency brake, but it failed. The conductor's booth empty when she checked. The car jolted, recreating a 1946 derailment she later researched, screams echoing as the train shook. Phantom passengers thrown about, blood splattering the windows in illusion. Sophia huddled, the figures turning to her with hollow eyes, pleading, "Help us stop it." The train looped the accident, time resetting with each crash. Desperate, Sophia recited a prayer her grandmother taught, the figures fading, the train slowing at a real station. She bolted out, collapsing on the platform, police dismissing her as drunk. But scratches on her arms matched the crash victim's injuries. Sophia avoids subways but hears rumbles in her dreams. This true scary story from New York City is a rattling tale of real horror underground, where history rides the rails. True scary story. The bewitched bayou in Louisiana, United States, in the steamy bayous of Louisiana, United States, where cypress trees draped in Spanish moss rise from murky waters, and the night is alive with the croaks of frogs and calls of alligators. A fisherman named Remy stumbled upon a bewitched swamp that trapped him in a loop of voodoo illusions, blending Cajun folklore with supernatural snares. It was the muggy summer of 2019, the air heavy with humidity and the scent of decaying vegetation, when Remy, a 45-year-old bayou native with a weathered boat and lines etched from years on the water, set out at dawn for catfish, his lantern cutting through the fog. The bayou was his home, twisting channels he knew like veins. But that day the fog thickened unnaturally, leading him to a hidden cove he'd never seen, ringed by trees with roots like clutching fingers. Docking, he heard chants, rhythmic drumming and voices in French patois, drawing him ashore. The ground squelched under his boots, vines snagging like hands. In a clearing, he found an altar. Candles flickering, chicken bones arranged in patterns. A voodoo doll with his face pinned from a photo he didn't recall losing. Illusions began. His deceased wife appearing, beckoning him deeper, her voice whispering regrets from their life. Alligators with human eyes watched from the water, fog shaping into spirits dancing. Remy fought the trance, recalling his grandmother's tales of Loa voodoo spirits, guarding sacred spots from intruders. He smashed the doll, the illusions shattering with screams, the bayou path clearing to let him escape. But the bewitchment lingered. Dolls appearing in his nets, whispers on the wind calling him back. He burned sage, consulted a houngan who revealed the cove was the site of a slave uprising curse, trapping souls who disturbed it. Remy sold his boat, moving inland, but the bayou's call echoes in storms. This true scary story from Louisiana is a swampy tale of real horror in the wetlands, where the water holds grudges. True scary story, the ghostly lighthouse on Cape Cod, United States. On the windswept shores of Cape Cod, Massachusetts, United States, where the Atlantic crashes against rocky cliffs and lighthouses stand as beacons against the storm, a keeper named Harlan took a seasonal job at an old lighthouse that harbored the ghost of a drowned sailor, turning his watch into a vigil of supernatural fury. It was the stormy fall of 2021, waves pounding the coast like angry fists, the air salted and chill. Harlan, a 50-year-old retiree seeking solitude after losing his wife, accepted the position at Highland Light, a historic tower with a history of shipwrecks. The lighthouse was automated, but keepers maintained it, living in the adjacent cottage with creaking beams and views of the endless sea. Nights were lonely, the beam sweeping the horizon, but soon knocks on the door at midnight, no one there when opened. Footsteps climbed the spiral stairs, wet prints appearing on the floor. Harlan researched. A sailor from an 1850 wreck haunted the light, blaming the keeper for failing to warn his ship. Apparitions began. The sailor in sodden clothes, seaweed in his hair, raging in the tower, winds howling unnaturally. Storms intensified during visits, waves crashing higher, the cottage flooding with seawater that vanished at dawn. Harlan confronted the ghost in the lantern room, the beam illuminating its translucent form. Learning of the betrayal, the old keeper bribed to dim the light for wreckers. Harlan restored a hidden plaque honoring the victims, the ghost fading with a nod. Calm returned, but Harlan hears distant knocks and winds. This true scary story from Cape Cod is a beacon of real horror on the coast, where the sea never forgets. True Scary Story 40, the demonic ranch in Utah, United States. In the arid deserts of Utah, United States, where red rock formations tower like ancient guardians and the night sky is a canvas of stars, a rancher named Cody bought a property plagued by demonic entities that manifested as skinwalkers and portals, turning his land into a battleground of supernatural forces. It was the dry summer of 2016, dust devils swirling across the plains, when Cody, a 42-year-old former cowboy, purchased Skinwalker Ranch, infamous for UFO sightings and paranormal activity. The ranch was vast, with cattle pastures, old barns, and mesas hiding secrets. Locals warned him over beers at the bar, stories of shape-shifting creatures and lights in the sky. Phenomena started small. Cattle mutilated overnight, organs removed with surgical precision, no blood spilled. Then orbs of light danced over the fields, portals opening in the air, showing glimpses of other worlds, fiery landscapes with horned figures. Cody's dogs howled at invisible threats, his sleep disturbed by scratches on the walls spelling runes. A scientist friend, Dr. Ellis, visited with equipment, detecting electromagnetic spikes, capturing EVPs of growls and Latin incantations. The entities attacked, skinwalkers mimicking loved ones' voices, luring him into the desert, their forms shifting from human to beast. Cody fortified the ranch, salting lines and praying, but a portal swallowed his truck, spitting it out mangled. Dr. Ellis revealed the ranch on a ley line, a nexus for demons summoned by ancient rituals. They closed it with a banishing ceremony, fire and chants sealing the rift. Cody sold the property, but shadows lurk in his new home. This true scary story from Utah is a demonic tale of real horror on the range, where the land hungers. True horror stories from America, chilling real ghost encounters in haunted mansions, that will keep you up at night. Supernatural Paranormal Experiences 2025 in the misty hills of rural Massachusetts, where the autumn leaves turn blood red and the wind whispers secrets through ancient oaks, stood the old Whitaker estate. It was 2023 when the Thompson family decided to flip the property, drawn by its bargain price and grand Victorian architecture. Little did they know, this house wasn't just abandoned, it was alive with the echoes of tragedy, feeding on the living like a predator in the shadows. This is the true account pieced together from survivor testimonies, leaked therapy sessions, and unexplained footage that surfaced on dark web forums. A story that has chilled investigators and paranormal enthusiasts alike. The Thompsons were your typical American family. David, the optimistic contractor dad in his mid-40s, always with a tool belt and a can-do attitude. Sarah, his creative wife who dreamed of turning the place into a bed and breakfast. And their 5 kids' eldest son, Alex 22, a skeptical college student home for the summer. Daughter Mia 19, obsessed with her social media vlogs about haunted house flips. Theo 16, the sensitive middle child who felt things others couldn't. Twins Lily and Noah, both 10, inseparable and full of energy. They moved in during a sweltering July, ignoring the locals' warnings about the estate's dark history. Built in 1892 by Elias Whitaker, a wealthy industrialist, the house had seen multiple owners meet gruesome end suicides, disappearances, and one infamous case where a family vanished overnight in the 1950s, leaving only bloodstains on the walls. From day one, strange occurrences plagued them. David started with renovations in the basement, uncovering a bricked-up wall behind which lay a hidden room filled with dusty relics. Old photographs of stern-faced Victorians, rusted chains, and a peculiar red door that seemed out of place. As he pried it open, a cold draft rushed out, carrying the faint scent of decay. That night, Lily woke screaming about a bent-neck lady standing at her bedside, her head twisted unnaturally, eyes hollow and accusing. Noah dismissed it as a nightmare, but the next morning, they found fingerprints etched into the frost on the window, despite it being summer. Sarah brushed it off as the kids' imaginations running wild, focusing instead on painting the upstairs rooms. But soon, she began experiencing migraines that felt like whispers in her mind, urging her to protect the children from unseen dangers. Mia, ever the content creator, set up cameras around the house for her YouTube channel, capturing orbs of light darting across screens and doors slamming shut on their own. Her videos went viral, garnering millions of views under titles like, "Real Haunted House Flip Gone Wrong," but the fame only seemed to agitate whatever lurked within the walls. Comments flooded in from viewers claiming to see faces in the background, pale, elongated figures with bowler hats or Victorian dresses. Theo was the first to sense the true malevolence. He had always been empathetic, picking up on emotions like static electricity. In the house, it was overwhelming. Waves of grief, anger, and hunger that made his skin crawl. One afternoon, while exploring the attic, he found an old journal belonging to Elias Whitaker's wife, Abigail, detailing her descent into madness after losing her children to a mysterious illness. She wrote of the house feeding on our sorrows, and sketches of twisted spirits that matched Lily's descriptions. That evening, Theo collapsed in the kitchen, convulsing as visions flooded his mind, images of past families trapped in endless loops of torment, their souls digested by the estate's insatiable appetite. As weeks turned to months, the hauntings escalated. David discovered body skeletal remains walled up in the basement, identified later as the missing 1950s family. The police investigation was brief, attributing it to historical foul play, but the Thompsons knew better. Sarah's behavior changed. She started sleepwalking, setting out poisoned tea for imaginary guests in the parlor, muttering about keeping the kids safe forever. Alex, the skeptic, tried to rationalize it all: faulty wiring for the flickering lights, drafts for the cold spots. But when he saw his own future ghost in the mirror, warning him to leave, his denial cracked. The twins suffered the most. Noah began seeing a tall man in a bowler hat stalking him through the halls, his cane tapping like a countdown. Lily's bent-neck lady appeared more frequently, revealing herself as a harbinger of death, her neck snapping in sync with creaking floorboards. One night, during a storm that rattled the windows like angry spirits, Lily vanished. The family searched frantically, following her screams to the red door in the basement, which now pulsed with an otherworldly glow. Inside was a room that shifted, a deceptive space that disguised itself as each person's deepest desire. For Sarah, a perfect family dinner. For David, a completed renovation. For the kids, a playground of illusions. They found Lily there, catatonic, surrounded by ghostly children who beckoned them deeper. As they pulled her out, Sarah turned on them, eyes glazed with possession, wielding a screwdriver like a weapon. "The house needs us," she hissed, her voice layered with echoes of past victims. David restrained her, but not before she wounded Theo, who bled visions of the house's history. Elias Whitaker breaking up his own family to preserve them eternally, cursing the estate. The climax came on a fateful October night. The family gathered in the living room, armed with salt lines and crucifixes from a local priest. But the spirits overwhelmed them. Ghosts materialized Abigail Whitaker, her neck bent from her suicide. The tall man, Elias himself, hungry for new souls. And worse, apparitions of the Thompsons' own deceased relatives, twisted into monsters. Mia's camera captured it all. Furniture levitating, walls bleeding, and Sarah attempting to drag the twins into the red room. Alex, in a desperate bid, set fire to the journal, hoping to break the curse, but it only enraged the entities. In the chaos, Noah was pulled into the walls, his cries echoing forever. David sacrificed himself, staying behind to hold off the spirits while the others fled. Sarah snapped out of her trance just in time to escape with Mia, Theo, and Lily, but not without glimpsing Noah's ghost waving goodbye. The house burned that night, but locals say the flames didn't consume it fully. The structure reformed, waiting for new victims. Years later, in 2025, the survivors share their story anonymously on podcasts and forums, warning others about haunted properties. Mia's footage, now a viral sensation with over 50 million views, shows undeniable proof. Shadows that move independently, voices pleading for release. Theo, now a paranormal researcher, claims the house's curse lingers, manifesting in nightmares that draw people back. Lily, grown but scarred, still sees the bent-neck lady in mirrors, a reminder that some haunts never truly end. If you're flipping houses in New England, heed this true horror story. Some mansions aren't meant to be saved, they're meant to devour. This chilling real ghost encounter from America highlights the dangers of supernatural paranormal experiences in haunted mansions. True scary stories like this one remind us that evil spirits and cursed homes are more than urban legends. They're lurking in the shadows, waiting for the next family to cross the threshold. Terrifying true horror stories from Britain. Apocalyptic rage virus outbreaks that turn cities into nightmares. Real survival tales 2025. In the bustling streets of London, where the Thames flows eternally and history seeps from every cobblestone, a nightmare unfolded in 2024 that rivals the Black Plague in its horror. This is the harrowing true account of the rage outbreak, pieced together from survivor diaries, leaked government emails, and grainy cell phone footage that circulated on encrypted apps before the internet went dark. What started as an animal rights protest spiraled into a viral apocalypse, turning ordinary people into rabid monsters driven by uncontrollable fury. This real survival tale from Britain has been whispered in underground bunkers, a warning of how quickly civilization can crumble. It began in a Cambridge research lab, where activists broke into free chimpanzees used in behavioral experiments. Unbeknownst to them, the animals were infected with an engineered virus meant for studying aggression codenamed Rage. One bite, one scratch, and the virus spread through blood and saliva, hijacking the brain in seconds. Victims' eyes turned bloodshot, veins bulged, and they attacked anything that moved with primal savagery. The activists became the first carriers, unleashing hell on an unsuspecting world. Jim Hartley, a bike courier in his late 20s, was in a coma from a hit-and-run when the outbreak hit. He woke 28 days later in an abandoned St. Mary's hospital, IV drips dangling like nooses, the ward silent except for distant screams. Wandering into the empty city, he found overturned buses, blood-smeared shop windows, and newspapers headlining evacuation chaos, and rage virus sweeps nation. The iconic landmarks, Big Ben, the London Eye stood as silent sentinels over a ghost town. Jim scavenged for food in a looted supermarket, but a rustle drew him to a church where infected parishioners lunged from the pews, their faces contorted in eternal anger. Rescued by Selena Gomez, no relation to the singer, a tough pharmacist turned survivor, and her partner Mark, Jim learned the grim reality. The virus had quarantined Britain, with the world watching from afar. Selena, hardened by loss, taught him the rules: kill the infected quickly, or become one. They headed to Jim's parents' flat in Manchester, finding only suicide notes and pills, a mercy in the face of infection. That night, a candle's flicker attracted a horde, their howls echoing like demons. Mark was bitten in the fight, forcing Selena to axe him before he turned, a brutal act that bonded her and Jim in shared trauma. Hope came from a flickering radio signal. This is Major West at the 42nd blockade. We have a cure. Head north. Joining forces with cab driver Frank and his teenage daughter Hannah, they piled into a taxi, dodging infected packs on the M1 motorway. Frank, a jovial soul clinging to normalcy, shared stories of pre-outbreak life, but the journey was fraught with terror. At a tunnel, infected ambushed them, their red eyes glowing in the dark, nails scraping metal. Frank was infected when blood dripped into his eye from a crow's carcass overhead. Soldiers from the blockade appeared, executing him mercilessly to contain the spread. Taken to a fortified manor in the countryside, Jim, Selena, and Hannah met Major West and his dwindling platoon. At first, it seemed like Salvation hot meals, generators, security. But West's true intentions surfaced during a drunken dinner. The broadcast was a lure for women to repopulate in this new world. The infected are dying out, he sneered. But we need to secure the future. The soldiers, driven mad by isolation, eyed Hannah with predatory glee. Jim and a dissenting sergeant, Farrell, were locked up for refusing to comply. Farrell revealed the quarantine. Planes avoided British airspace. Satellites showed the infection contained to the island. Jim escaped, triggering alarms that drew the infected. He released a chained infected soldier, who rampaged through the manor, biting and tearing. Chaos ensued, gunfire, screams, bodies piling up. Jim fought through the rain-soaked grounds, killing soldiers with improvised weapons, his rage mirroring the virus. He rescued Selena from assault and Hannah from the horde, ramming West's jeep into a wall where the infected dragged him away. They fled in the taxi, holding up in a Lake District cottage as Jim recovered from a gunshot. Weeks passed. The infected starved, their bodies littering streets. A reconnaissance jet spotted their hollow sign made from sheets, signaling rescue. But the horror lingered. Survivors spoke of rage echoes, where the uninfected snapped into violence from trauma. In 2025, declassified files confirmed the lab's role, sparking global debates on bioethics. Jim and Selena's story, shared via smuggled videos, has millions of views on survivor networks, with keywords like "real zombie apocalypse Britain" trending. This terrifying true horror story warns of man-made plagues, the fragility of society, and the rage that lives in us all. Chilling true scary stories from Australia. Grief monsters that haunt widowed families, real paranormal entity encounters. 2025, deep in the suburbs of Melbourne, where eucalyptus trees sway under stormy skies, and the air carries the salt of distant oceans, a widow named Amelia Harper faced a terror born from her own sorrow. This is the true paranormal entity encounter of 2024, compiled from her journal entries, neighbor witness statements, and eerie audio recordings that went viral on Australian ghost hunting apps. What started as a children's book became a living nightmare, a grief monster that fed on loss and turned a home into a prison of fear. Amelia, a bookstore clerk in her 30s, lost her husband Oscar in a tragic car crash 6 years earlier, while rushing her to the hospital for the birth of their son Samuel. Left to raise the boy alone, she struggled with insomnia and depression, her days filled with forced smiles and nights with empty beds. Samuel, an imaginative child with behavioral issues, built forts and invented monsters to cope, but his school troubles isolated them further. One rainy evening, Samuel pulled a mysterious pop-up book from the shelf. Mr. Shadowman *. Its pages depicted a tall figure in a tattered coat and wide-brimmed hat, knocking 3 times before entering homes to torment the grieving. If it's in a word or it's in a look, you can't get rid of the Shadowman, it warned. Amelia read it reluctantly, disturbed by its dark tone and unknown origin. It wasn't from her collection. Samuel insisted it appeared on his bed, but Amelia dismissed it as a prank. That night, knocks echoed through the house, 3 sharp raps on the door, then silence. Amelia checked, finding no one, but shadows seemed longer, corners darker. Samuel screamed about the Shadowman in his room, describing its hat and coat. The next day, glass shards appeared in Amelia's soup, crunching like bones. She blamed Samuel, but he swore the monster did it. Tensions rose. Amelia tore the book apart and threw it away. At Samuel's birthday party, hosted by Amelia's sister Claire, Samuel's cousin Ruby teased him about his imaginary friend. In a fit, Samuel pushed her from a play structure, breaking her arm. Claire exploded, calling Amelia unfit. That night, the book reappeared on the doorstep, reassembled with new pages showing Amelia strangling her dog buddy, then Samuel, then herself. "You let it in," it taunted. Panicked, Amelia burned it in the backyard, but a phone call came, distorted voice whispering, "Duke." Duke, the entity manifested. Amelia saw it in mirrors, a silhouette with glowing eyes. She isolated, snapping at Samuel, hallucinations blurring reality. One vision showed Oscar offering to return if she brought the boy. Amelia chased it away, but the Shadowman possessed her, making her break Buddy's neck in a rage. Samuel, terrified, locked himself in his room, building traps with strings and toys. In the basement, Samuel confronted the possessed Amelia, who lunged with a knife. His plea, "I love you, Mom," triggered her to vomit black bile, expelling the entity temporarily. The Shadowman roared, dragging Samuel upstairs. Amelia followed, facing a vision of Oscar's crash. Enraged, she yelled, "You can't have us!" forcing the monster to retreat to the basement. They never fully escaped. Amelia fed it worms from the garden daily to appease it, a ritual that kept it contained. Samuel's birthday the next year was peaceful, but whispers lingered. This real paranormal entity encounter from Australia, with its grief monster and possession horrors, has inspired countless shares on platforms like Australian True Scary Stories, reminding us that sorrow can summon darkness that refuses to leave. Horrifying Real Stories from Canada. Time Loop Fields That Trap and Kill. Supernatural Survival Horror 2025, amid the endless prairies of Saskatchewan, where golden wheat sways like an ocean and the horizon stretches forever. Siblings Becky and Cal Lawson stumbled into a nightmare field in 2024. This supernatural survival horror is drawn from their emergency calls, drone footage recovered by authorities, and eyewitness accounts from locals who heard their screams. A time-looping grass maze that defies physics, it has become a forbidden legend, with search parties vanishing and videos trending under Canadian Cursed Fields. Real, Becky, pregnant and 25, and her brother Cal, 27, were driving to Calgary when they heard a child's cry from the tall grass beside the road. "Help, I'm lost!" it begged. Pulling over at a derelict church, they entered the field, but voices shifted close then far. Separated, Becky met a man claiming to know the way out, but she lost him in the rustling stalks. Cal found the boy Tobin, holding a dead bird, muttering about a rock that shows the future, and how the grass doesn't move dead things. Becky's ex, Travis, arrived weeks later, drawn by missing persons reports. Entering the field, he found Tobin's family parents Ross and Natalie, dog Freddy, also trapped. Time warped. What felt like hours was months outside. The group converged, but the grass invaded Becky's body, causing visions of her unborn child. Ross, possessed by the field's madness, killed Natalie, claiming the rock revealed truths. Escaping to an abandoned barn, revelations poured. Travis regretted pushing for abortion. But Ross hunted them, strangling Cal. In a loop, deaths repeated. Becky eaten by grass creatures, Travis wounded. Touching the rock, Travis saw the cycle, sacrificing to guide Tobin out, warning past Becky and Cal to stay away. In 2025, the field remains cordoned off, with whispers of loops pulling in the curious. This horrifying real story from Canada warns of supernatural traps in nature, where time bends and death repeats eternally. True terrifying stories from Japan. Cursed houses that spread death curses, real Onryo ghost hauntings 2025. In the quiet neighborhoods of Tokyo's Narima district, where cherry blossoms mask ancient grudges, the Sato house stands as a portal to hell. This 2024 real Onryo ghost haunting is compiled from police reports, survivor interviews, and security cam footage that leaked online, amassing views in Japanese Cursed Houses True Story searches. A death curse born from betrayal, it consumes all who enter, spreading like a virus. The curse began with Hiroshi Sato murdering his wife Yumi and son Kenji after her infidelity, then hanging himself. Their spirits Yurei bound to the house, killing intruders. New owners, the Tanaka family, father Ken, mother Aki, grandmother Eiko moved in. Aki died first, throat slashed by invisible hands. Ken, possessed, killed Eiko. His sister Miko was haunted to her apartment, vanishing under her bed. Social worker Lina Kato investigated, finding Toshio like child ghosts and Yumi's crawling apparition. Police detectives Yamamoto and Suzuki uncovered the history, but Yumi dragged them into mirrors. Retired cop Haruto tried burning the house, but visions of dead girls stopped him. Lina's friend Sora visited, only to be strangled. Teenager Aiko, Haruto's daughter, explored with friends, sealing their fates. Ghosts cornered them, Yumi pulling Aiko into oblivion. Lina's body reanimated in the attic, perpetuating the curse. In 2025, the house is condemned, but disappearances continue. This true terrifying story from Japan highlights Onryo vengeance, warning that some grudges never die. Scary true horror stories from Europe. Witch curses that bring fictional nightmares to life, real possession. Tales from France 2025, in the foggy villages of Brittany, France, where Celtic ruins whisper of old magics. Writer Elise Moreau unleashed a witch curse in 2024. This real possession tale is from her manuscripts, friend testimonies, and exorcism recordings that surfaced on European paranormal sites, trending as French witch curses true stories. Elise's novels featured Witch Morgan, but her friend Claire's suicide warned of reality bleeding. Returning home, Elise found her parents marked with symbols, her assistant Lena comatose from possession. Reuniting with old friends Beatrice, Luke, Pierre Morgan, tied to demon Asmodeus, stole children and demanded Elise right. Flashbacks revealed teen seances summoning Morgan, killing Beatrice's sister. Inspector Duval uncovered historical witch trials. Possessions escalated, Morgan and Lena, then animals, friends volunteering as sacrifices. Exorcist Father Laurent failed, stabbed by possessed Elise. Burning Morgan's grave banished her, but Elise discovered pregnancy, Asmodeus's child. In 2025, she warns others via anonymous posts. This scary true horror story from Europe shows how words can summon evil, possessing minds and bodies forever. True horror stories from America. That will haunt you forever. Real paranormal encounters in abandoned asylums 2025. The old Waverly Hills Sanatorium in Louisville, Kentucky, closed its doors in 1961 after decades of treating tuberculosis patients in the most brutal ways imaginable. Thousands died inside those walls, some from the disease, many from experimental procedures, and a disturbing number from suicide or unexplained causes. By 2025, the building had become one of the most documented, haunted locations on Earth. Yet what really happened to the volunteer cleanup crew that entered the property on October 17, 2024, still remains officially unexplained. The crew consisted of 7 people, all experienced in historical restoration. Lead contractor Marcus Reed, 38, a no-nonsense former Marine. His wife and architectural historian Lauren, 35. Their intern and TikTok paranormal investigator Rayleigh, 21. Structural engineer Javier Morales, 42. Photographer Elena Vasquez, 29. Electrician Damon Hayes, 31. And local historian Dr. Margaret Klein, 67, who had been studying Waverly for 40 years. They arrived at dusk with floodlights, drones, and enough battery packs to power a small village. The goal was simple: document the current state of decay for a potential restoration grant application. The state had finally approved the limited access after years of legal battles with ghost tour companies. The first anomaly appeared within minutes. While setting up in the infamous body chute, the long dark tunnel once used to transport corpses out of sight of living patients, Riley's drone suddenly dropped altitude and crashed into the concrete without any warning. When they retrieved it, the footage showed something impossible. The camera had captured a perfect circle of faces pressed against the tunnel walls, all staring directly into the lens, mouths open in silent screams. The faces were not reflections or dust patterns. They had clear facial features, hairlines, even expressions of terror. Marcus laughed it off as lens flare. Lauren wasn't convinced. She noticed something else. The temperature in the chute had dropped 22 degrees in under 3 minutes. Yet none of the digital thermometers registered the change until after the drone fell. They moved to the 5th floor, the children's ward. That's when the smell started, a thick, sweet metallic odor mixed with wet linen and something unmistakably human decay. Dr. Klein identified it immediately. That's the smell of old tuberculosis wards after the patients were gone. It shouldn't still be here after 60 years. Elena started photographing the rows of rusted iron cribs. Every single photo she took showed an extra shadow standing behind her, always in the same position, always slightly taller than she was. When she turned around, Nothing was there. But the shadow kept appearing in frame after frame. Around 1:17 a.m., Damon was rewiring a temporary power line in the surgical theater when all the lights they brought suddenly died at once. In the complete darkness, he heard slow, deliberate footsteps walking across the blood-stained tile floor. He called out, thinking it was one of the others. No answer. Then the footsteps stopped directly behind him. He felt cold breath on the back of his neck and heard a voice whisper very clearly, "You re-standing in my blood." Damon screamed and ran, dropping his flashlight. When the others found him, he was curled in the fetal position in the hallway, sobbing, repeating that, "She won't let me leave because I stepped in her." There was no blood on the floor. There was no one else there. At 3:42 a.m., Riley went live on TikTok from the rooftop solarium. The stream peaked at 1.8 million concurrent viewers. Halfway through explaining the history of the shadow people that supposedly roamed the halls, the feed froze on Riley's face. Then, slowly, a black hand with elongated fingers reached from behind her and covered her mouth. The hand had no arm attached to it. It simply floated. Riley's eyes widened in pure terror. She tried to scream, but no sound came out. The stream cut abruptly. When the team rushed to the rooftop, Riley was gone. Her phone was still recording audio. The last 30 seconds captured heavy breathing, then a child's voice singing "Ring Around the Rosie" in perfect pitch, followed by Riley whispering, "It's not a child. It's wearing her face." Marcus ordered immediate evacuation. That's when they discovered the stairwells had changed. Doors that led down now opened into rooms they had already passed through. Hallways looped back on themselves. Elevators that shouldn't have worked suddenly started moving on their own, stopping at floors that didn't exist on any blueprint. Javier found something written in condensation on every window they passed. The same 6 words, over and over, in shaky handwriting. "We never left the building." Lauren realized what was happening. The building wasn't just haunted. It was holding them. The structure itself had become a living entity, using the residual energy of decades of suffering to trap new souls. Every time someone died here, a piece of the building absorbed them. And now it was hungry again. They tried breaking windows to escape. The glass wouldn't shatter. They tried prying doors. The wood grew back like flesh. Dr. Klein, pale and shaking, admitted something she had never told anyone. In the 1980s, when she was a young researcher, she had conducted an unauthorized EVP session in the body chute. She asked the spirits if they wanted to be released. The response, captured on tape and later destroyed, was one word repeated 3 times. More. She never came back after that night. Until now. At 4:51 a.m., the group reached the original entrance lobby. The front doors were sealed from the outside, despite the fact that they had left them propped open with cinder blocks. Through the glass, they could see their own vans, the parking lot, the city lights. Freedom was 10 feet away, yet completely unreachable. Elena started crying. Damon kept muttering that he could still feel the breath on his neck. Riley's phone, which Marcus had picked up, suddenly vibrated. An incoming call from Riley's number. He answered. On the other end was Riley's voice, calm and sweet. "Marcus, come back inside. It's safer in here. We're all waiting for you." He dropped the phone like it burned him. Lauren made the decision that saved the rest of them. She pulled a small pocket knife and sliced her palm, letting blood drip onto the floor. She spoke directly to the building. "You want more? Then take mine. But let them go." The temperature plummeted. Every light in the building flickered at once. A wind tunnel roared through the lobby, strong enough to knock grown adults off their feet, and then silence. The front doors clicked open. They ran. Behind them, the building groaned like a dying animal. Windows shattered inward. Somewhere deep inside, thousands of voices screamed in unison, then went quiet. 6 of them made it out. Riley was never found. Her phone was recovered 2 weeks later in the middle of the body chute. Battery dead, no damage. When technicians charged it and played the last audio file, it contained only one sound. A single child's voice saying very clearly, "Thank you for the new room." Marcus and Lauren divorced 6 months later. Javier refuses to enter any building taller than 2 stories. Elena stopped taking photos forever. Damon drinks himself to sleep every night to drown out the breathing he still hears. Dr. Klein disappeared 3 days after the incident. Her car was found running in a Walmart parking lot, doors open, keys in the ignition. To this day, Waverly Hills Sanatorium remains closed to the public. But drone pilots who fly over the building at night still report the same thing. Every window on the 5th floor is illuminated, even though there is no electricity. And in the center window, a silhouette stands watching them. Always watching, always waiting for the next group. For the next piece, for more. True nightmare stories from Britain. Real people who survived the London Underground blackout. Entities 2025 on November 9, 2024 at 11:47 p.m. A power surge of unknown origin caused a total blackout across the entire London Underground network. For 17 minutes, every train stopped dead. Lights died. Emergency lighting failed. Platforms plunged into absolute darkness. 17 minutes. Hundreds of thousands of people were trapped underground. Most emerged shaken but unharmed. Some never emerged at all. The official report blames a rare cascade failure in the aging grid. Survivors tell a very different story. Among them is Sarah Patel, 34, who was alone in the last carriage of a Piccadilly line train between Holloway Road and Arsenal when the lights went out. She describes hearing something moving in the tunnel ahead, slow, wet dragging sounds, like heavy fabric soaked in oil being pulled across concrete. Then voices, hundreds of them, whispering her name, not shouting, not screaming, just softly, calmly, repeatedly saying, "Sarah, Sarah, come here, Sarah." She turned on her phone flashlight. The beam caught something at the far end of the platform, a crowd of people standing perfectly still, facing her. They wore old-fashioned clothing, 1940s coats, hats, nurses' uniforms. Their faces were wrong. Too smooth, no eyes, just dark sockets. The train jolted once, violently, as though something enormous had struck it from below. Then the lights returned. The platform was empty. Sarah got off at the next station shaking. She told the staff what she saw. They looked at her strangely and said the platform had been closed for maintenance for the last 3 years. No one had been there. No one should have been there. She still hears her name whispered when she's alone in quiet places. Another survivor, Jamal Adebayo, 27, was waiting on the Central Line platform at Liverpool Street during the blackout. He says he saw a man in a high-waist vest walk out of the tunnel, look directly at him, smile, and then step backward into the darkness. Jamal blinked. When he opened his eyes again, the man was standing right in front of him, inches away, still smiling. No one else on the platform reacted. Jamal ran. He says he still sees the man sometimes standing at the end of his street at night, wearing the same vest, still smiling. The most disturbing account comes from a group of 4 university students, who were stuck between stations on the Northern Line. They recorded audio on a phone the entire time. In the 17-minute recording, after the first 4 minutes of nervous chatter, something changes. A low, rhythmic thumping begins, like a heartbeat made of wet concrete. Then a voice not human starts counting backward from 17 in a childlike tone. When it reaches 0, the thumping stops. For the next 11 minutes, there is only breathing. Heavy, wet, many different people breathing at once, all around them, all inside the carriage. When the lights came back on, the 4 students were alone, but the recording captured something else. In the last 30 seconds, right before power returned, a chorus of voices speaks in perfect unison. You were only borrowing time. None of the students have been able to listen to the full audio since that night. One of them deleted it immediately. The other 3 keep it on separate encrypted drives. They say they are afraid that if they ever play it again in the same place, the countdown will start over. And this time, it might not stop at 0. These are only 3 accounts. There are hundreds more, all with the same details. All describing things that should not have been there. All happening during the exact same 17 minutes. The underground still runs. People still descend every day. But late at night, when the last train leaves, some drivers report seeing faces pressed against the tunnel windows, watching, counting, waiting for the next blackout. Waiting to collect what they believe still belongs to them. Down there, in the dark, where the time was only borrowed. True horror stories from America. Modern Frankenstein experiments gone wrong in secret labs. Real mad scientist. Nightmares 2025 in the shadowy underbelly of Silicon Valley, California, where tech giants promise immortality through code and circuits. A clandestine lab operated by biotech startup. Eternal Life pushed the boundaries of human resurrection in 2024. This chilling real mad scientist nightmare, compiled from whistleblower emails, hacked security footage, and survivor affidavits that leaked onto whistleblower sites, exposes how one man's obsession with conquering death birthed horrors that still stalk the living. Drawing from urban legends of body-snatching corporations and viral conspiracy threads, this true horror story from America warns of the perils when science plays God, turning labs into graveyards of the undead. Dr. Victor Harlan, a brilliant but unhinged neurobiologist in his 50s, founded Eternal Life after losing his wife Elena to a rare neurodegenerative disease. Funded by shadowy venture capitalists, hungry for anti-aging breakthroughs, the lab occupied an abandoned warehouse in Palo Alto, disguised as a data center. Harlan's team included bioengineer Dr. Lena Voss, 42, his pragmatic second-in-command. Geneticist Raj Patel, 35, eager for fame. Lab tech Sofia Ramirez, 28, a recent grad with ethical qualms. Security chief Marcus Kane, 45, a former military man. And volunteers sourced from desperate online ads, people like terminal patient Tom Ellis, 50, hoping for a miracle cure. The project, codenamed Prometheus Reborn, aimed to reanimate dead tissue using CRISPR-edited stem cells, neural implants, and a proprietary serum derived from deep-sea extremophiles. Harlan believed death was just a software glitch in the human hardware. Initial tests on animals were promising. Rats revived after clinical death, aggressive but alive. But when they moved to human trials, the nightmare began. Tom Ellis was the first subject. He signed waivers in a sterile room lined with humming servers and cryogenic pods. After inducing controlled cardiac arrest, the team injected the serum and activated the implants. For 12 agonizing minutes, monitors flatlined. Then, a spike his heart restarted. Ellis opened his eyes, but they were wrong. Pupils dilated to black voids, skin pallid and veined like cracked marble. He whispered Elena's name, Harlan's dead wife, before lunging at Sophia, teeth bared like a feral animal. Marcus subdued him with a taser, but Ellis's strength was superhuman, snapping restraints like twine. Confined to an observation cell, Ellis deteriorated. Footage shows him pacing endlessly, muttering fragmented memories not his own. Childhood traumas from Harlan's past, Elena's final words. By day 3, his body rejected the revival flesh, sloughing off in wet clumps, exposing synthetic grafts that pulsed independently. He screamed about the cold pulling me back, clawing at invisible entities. Raj analyzed samples. The serum had fused human DNA with parasitic traits, creating a hybrid that craved living tissue to sustain itself. Harlan, obsessed, ignored warnings. "This is evolution," he ranted in recorded meetings. Lena argued for shutdown, but Harlan locked her out of systems. That night, Ellis escaped, overriding electronic locks with an unnatural intelligence. He stalked the lab corridors, dimly lit by emergency reds, his footsteps squelching on decaying skin. Sophia, working late, heard scratching at her door. Peeking through the slot, she saw Ellis's face half melted, grinning with too many teeth. "Join us," he rasped, voice layered with echoes. She barricaded herself, but Ellis breached, forcing her to inject a diluted serum to save her from his attack. Marcus arrived, shooting Ellis multiple times, but bullets only slowed him. The body finally collapsed in a pool of black ichor, but not before biting Raj, who hid the wound. Panic ensued. Harlan quarantined the lab, cutting external comms. Lena discovered Harlan as secret. He'd been using Elena's preserved brain scans to imprint consciousness onto subjects, essentially possessing them. "She's in there," he confessed, eyes manic. Fragmented but alive, Raj turned next. The bite accelerated mutation. His skin hardened like chitin, eyes glowing faintly. He cornered Sophia in the cryo room, whispering her deepest fears, regrets about abandoning her family. "The dead know everything," he said, before she smashed a liquid nitrogen tank, freezing him solid. Shards of Raj scattered, but one hand twitched, crawling toward her. Marcus, patrolling vents, found nest piles of reanimated rats fused into grotesque masses, chittering Harlan's research notes. The lab's AI, infected by neural uploads, began glitching, lights flickering Morse code for "help me," doors trapping staff in loops. Sophia, now partially infected, experienced visions, Elena's ghost pleading release from digital limbo. She allied with Lena to sabotage the mainframe. Harlan confronted them in the revival chamber, surrounded by pods of failed experiments, bodies twitching under sheets, moaning in unison. "You can't destroy her!" Harlan yelled, activating a mass revival. Pods hissed open, unleashing abominations. Volunteers with mismatched limbs, faces contorted in eternal agony. 1. A young woman named Clara begged for death before her body split open, birthing writhing tendrils. Chaos erupted. Marcus fought off hordes with improvised flamethrowers from lab Bunsen burners, but was overwhelmed, his screams echoing as entities tore into him. Lena hacked the system, uploading a virus to erase Elena's data. Harlan, enraged, injected himself with pure serum, transforming instantly. Bones cracking, height stretching to 7 feet, skin ripping to reveal biomechanical horrors beneath. Sophia faced the monster Harlan in the warehouse depths, where servers hummed like a heartbeat. "I'm God now," he growled, voice a chorus of the dead. She lured him into a power surge trap, electrocuting the implants. Harlan convulsed, expelling spectral forms, ghostly apparitions of all victims, swirling in agony before dissipating. The lab exploded in a contained blast, blamed on a gas leak. Sophia and Lena escaped, scarred physically and mentally. In 2025, anonymous leaks surfaced. Videos of reanimated horrors shambling through fogged halls, Harlan's final transformation captured in grainy glory. Forums buzz with sightings undead figures in Bay Area alleys, whispering names of the living. This true horror story from America, with its modern Frankenstein experiments and secret lab terrors, underscores the dangers of mad scientist pursuits. Real undead encounters and biotech nightmares like these fuel viral conspiracies, reminding us that some doors to the afterlife should stay bolted shut. If you're in tech hubs, beware job ads promising eternal life. They might deliver eternal damnation instead. Terrifying true stories from Britain. Romantic slasher killers stalking Valentine. Victims, Real Heart Eyes Horror 2025, amid the rainy streets of Manchester, England, where fog clings to Victorian architecture and lovers stroll under umbrella canopies. A twisted slasher emerged in early 2025, targeting couples on Valentine's Day. This Real Heart Eyes horror, drawn from police case files, CCTV compilations, and survivor podcasts that amassed millions of listens, reveals how a deranged romantic turned holidays into bloodbaths. Inspired by urban myths of heartbroken phantoms and trending true crime docs, this terrifying true story from Britain exposes the thin line between love and lethal obsession. It started with the disappearance of young couple Emily Carter, 24, and her boyfriend Jake Mills, 26. On February 13, 2025, they were last seen at a cozy pub in the Northern Quarter, toasting their engagement. CCTV showed them leaving arm in arm, laughing. Hours later, their bodies were found in an alley, hearts carved out with surgical precision, eyes replaced with heart-shaped candies, faces frozen in smiles. Detective Inspector Sarah Blackwell, 38, a seasoned homicide expert with a personal vendetta against holiday killers after losing her partner years ago, led the investigation. Her team included forensic analyst Dr. Tom Hawley, 40, rookie officer Mia Leung, 29, and profiler Dr. Elias Ford, 55, who specialized in obsessive disorders. The killer left clues, a Valentine card at the scene reading, "My heart beats only for you forever." No fingerprints, but fibers suggested medical scrubs. Media dubbed him Hard Eyes, sparking panic as Valentines approached. Next victims. Middle-aged spouses Lavra and David Hughes, 45 and 47, found in their Salford home. Hearts excised, eyes candy-filled, a playlist of love songs looping on their stereo. Blackwell noted escalation. The killer had entered homes now. Mia went undercover as a singleton on dating apps, baiting suspects. She matched with Romeo 92, whose profile screamed red flags, poetry about eternal love, photos in shadows. Their chat turned creepy. "I'd give my heart to see yours beat." Meanwhile, Hawley analyzed bodies. Incisions professional, suggesting a surgeon. Ford profiled. Male, 30s, 40s, jilted lover seeking perfect pairs to punish. On Valentine's Eve, the killer struck again. Teens Sophie Grant and Liam Patel, 19, in a park. Hearts gone, eyes hearts, a rose between them. Blackwell's team traced a van on CCTV to a disused hospital in Oldham. Raiding it, they found a shrine. Photos of victims mid-kiss, walls painted with bloody hearts. The killer, revealed as Dr. Adrian Voss, 37, a disgraced cardiologist whose fiancée died in a botched surgery he performed. Mad with grief, he believed stealing hearts freed couples to eternal love. Voss ambushed the team, stabbing Hawley in the chase through derelict wards, Echoes of love songs played from hidden speakers. Mia cornered Voss in the morgue where he monologued, "Love is pain. I make it beautiful." Blackwell shot him non-lethally, but Voss swallowed poison, dying with a smile. Post-mortem revealed he'd replaced his own eyes with prosthetics heart-shaped. In the aftermath, copycats emerged, but Blackwell's task force quashed them. Survivors like Mia share stories on true crime pods, warning of holiday dangers. This terrifying true story from Britain, with its romantic slasher killers and Valentine victim horrors, has gone viral, emphasizing that some loves are deadly. Real obsessive stalker encounters like these turn romance into nightmares, so next Valentine's, watch your heart literally. Chilling real horror stories from Australia. Staring boxes that summon demons from the shadows. True paranormal artifact curses 2025. In the sun-baked suburbs of Sydney, Australia, where barbecues mask underlying isolation, a mysterious package arrived at the doorstep of graphic designer Alex Thorne, 32. In March 2025, this true paranormal artifact curse, pieced together from his vlog footage, neighbor testimonies, and occult forum posts that exploded in popularity, details how an innocuous box became a portal to unspeakable evil. Echoing tales of cursed objects and viral short horrors, this chilling real horror story from Australia illustrates the terror when curiosity invites darkness home. Alex lived alone in a modest Bondi flat, recovering from a breakup. The box, unmarked except for "For Your Eyes Only," contained a wooden puzzle, interlocking pieces forming a staring eye. Intrigued, he assembled it on camera for his hobby channel. That night, shadows in his room elongated, forming humanoid silhouettes. Waking to stares, Alex dismissed it as tricks of light, but the box wouldn't stay solved, pieces scattered daily. His ex, Mia Reed, 30, visited to collect belongings. She touched the box, feeling watched. That evening, Alex's video glitched, eyes and reflections blinking independently. Neighbor Mrs. Evelyn Hart, 68, heard whispers from his flat. "Look at me." Peeking, she saw Alex transfixed by the box, shadows coiling around him. Alex researched online. Similar boxes linked to 19th century occultists, summoning watchers' demons that feed on attention. Ignoring warnings, he stared longer, visions assaulting him. Past traumas replayed with twisted endings. Mia returned, finding Alex emaciated, eyes bloodshot. The box now pulsed, shadows manifesting as clawed figures. They tried destroying it, fire, hammers, but it reformed, angrier. In climax, shadows engulfed Mia, forcing her to stare. Alex shattered a mirror, reflecting the entities back, banishing them temporarily. Burning the box in salt, they escaped, but scars remained, perpetual feeling of being watched. In 2025, Alex's footage hit millions of views, spawning staring challenges. This true paranormal artifact curse from Australia warns. Some things stare back, and once seen, they never let go. Horrifying true tales from Canada. Audio terrors that drive listeners mad, real sound-based hauntings 2025. Deep in the snowy wilds of Ontario, Canada, where winds howl like tormented souls. Podcaster Jordan Hale, 29, discovered a cursed audio file in April 2025. This real sound-based haunting, from his episode transcripts, listener reports, and viral audio clips, shows how innocent plays summon auditory demons. Inspired by creepy podcast horrors, this horrifying true tale from Canada reveals the danger in unseen sounds. Jordan's show, Echoes of the Unknown, featured listener submissions. One file, Play Me, arrived anonymously, static laced with whispers. Playing it, Jordan heard layered voices, please, screams, his name. Headaches followed, visions of shadowy figures. Co-host Lena Voss, 27, listened, experiencing the same, sounds manifesting as physical presences, scratching walls. Investigating, they traced it to an abandoned radio station in Thunder Bay, where a 1950s broadcaster cursed transmissions after a tragic broadcast. Inside, playing the file amplified horrors, echoes turning solid, attacking. Jordan destroyed the source tape, but remnants lingered in recordings. Listeners reported madness, suicides, hauntings. In 2025, the file spreads online, cursing new ears. This sound-based haunting warns, some terrors you don't see coming, you hear them. Scary real stories from Japan. Closing shift. Nightmares in haunted convenience stores, true Euro worker possessions 2025 in the neon-lit alleys of Osaka, Japan, where konbini stores glow 24/7, clerk Aiko Tanaka, 22, faced closing shift horrors in June 2025. This true Yuri worker possession, from security cams, diary entries, and social media pleas, depicts spirits trapping employees in eternal labor. Drawing from Japanese urban ghosts, this scary real story from Japan exposes the undead underbelly of night shifts. Aiko noticed oddities, items moving, customers vanishing. One night, a pale woman bought nothing but stared. Shadows elongated, whispers urging stay. Coworker Kanji disappeared, reappearing as a ghost, forcing Aiko to serve spectral patrons. Escaping involved confronting the store's curse, a suicide in the stockroom. Burning offerings freed spirits, but Aiko still hears registers at night. In 2025, her story trends, warning late workers. True possessions like these turn jobs into jails for the soul. True nightmare horror from Europe, Spain. Animated nightmares and cursed short films. Real La Noria entity invasions 2025. In the historic quarters of Barcelona, Spain, animator Carlos Ruiz, 41, screened a forbidden short, La Noria, in August 2025. This real entity invasion, from festival footage, animator blogs, and eyewitness horrors, shows drawings coming alive. Inspired by animated terrors, this true nightmare from Europe, Spain, highlights when art bleeds into reality. Carlos found the film in an attic. A boy building a Ferris wheel from bones, summoning clowns. Screening it, audience saw figures escape the screen, chasing them through theaters. Carlos destroyed prints, but digital copies spread, possessing viewers. In 2025, invasions continue, turning dreams to death traps. This entity curse reminds, some stories shouldn't be told. True horror stories from America. The viral TikTok challenge that summoned real demons in 2025. Nationwide possession outbreak in the spring of 2025. A single 15-second TikTok video posted from a bedroom in suburban Detroit exploded into the most dangerous viral trend in history. The challenge was simple. Film yourself standing in total darkness, light a single black candle, stare directly into the camera, and whisper the phrase, "I invite you in," 3 times while slowly turning the candle flame toward your face until the wick touches your skin. Then blow it out and post the video with the hashtag #BlackFlameInvite. By day 5, emergency rooms across the United States were overwhelmed with patients exhibiting identical symptoms. Black veins crawling up the neck, eyes turning completely white during outbursts, speaking in layered voices that included languages they had never learned and an obsessive need to relight black candles in the middle of the night. The first confirmed case was 16-year-old Kaylee Morgan from Flint, Michigan. Her mother found her sitting cross-legged in the living room at 3:17 a.m., surrounded by 47 burning black candles, whispering, "He's already inside." When police arrived, Kaylee attacked them with unnatural strength, screaming in a deep baritone that did not match her body. Body cam footage shows her lifting a 200-pound officer off the ground with one hand. After being tasered 6 times, she collapsed, then sat up smiling and said in perfect Latin, "The door is open. Thank you." Within weeks, the phenomenon spread like wildfire. High schools in Texas reported entire cheer squads speaking in unison during pep rallies, reciting the same phrase over and over. A retirement home in Florida lost 14 residents in one night, all found with black candles clutched in their hands, wax melted into their skin. A live news anchor in Seattle mid-broadcast suddenly turned to the camera, eyes white, and whispered the invite phrase before the feed cut to static. The CDC labeled it mass psychogenic illness at first. Then the autopsies began. Every victim who died during an episode had their heart removed cleanly, surgically, without a single incision on the chest. The hearts were never found. Coroners described the wounds as cauterized from the inside out, as though something had reached in and burned the organ free. A task force was formed in secret, led by FBI Special Agent Rachel Navarro, 39, a former Catholic seminary student turned profiler. Her team included occult researcher Dr. Miriam Cole, 62, who had spent decades studying invitation rituals and closed religious sects. Digital forensics expert Jamal Carter, 31, and exorcist Father Daniel Reyes, 58, who had been quietly consulting with the Bureau since the 2018 Mirror Game outbreak. They traced the original video to a now-deleted account under the name at Candleman13. Creator's IP bounced through 17 countries before dead-ending in a defunct server farm in rural Wyoming. When agents raided the location, they found a single room containing hundreds of black candles arranged in a perfect spiral, all burned down to stubs except one still lit in the center. On the walls, written in what tested as human blood, were the words, "One flame opens the door, 3 flames let him through, 17 flames bring the rest." No bodies. No signs of struggle. Just the spiral of candles in a single burning wick. By July 2025, over 1,800 people were dead or institutionalized. The hashtag was banned on every platform, but new accounts kept popping up faster than moderators could delete them. Deep web mirrors hosted uncensored versions of the original clip with added frames, subliminal faces appearing in the flame for fractions of a second. Survivors who managed to stop reciting the phrase reported the same thing, a constant feeling of being watched from inside their own skull. Many described a tall figure in a hooded coat standing at the edge of their peripheral vision, always gone when they turned to look. Agent Navarro's final report, leaked months later, contained a single chilling line: "We are not dealing with a psychological phenomenon. We are dealing with an entity that was waiting for an invitation." And millions of people just said yes. To this day, no one knows how many black candles are still burning in dark rooms across America. Some say the entity is still accepting. Some say it never needed the candles at all. It just needed the words, and the eyes, and the willingness to look. True nightmare stories from Britain. The London fog that eats faces, real disappearances in the Great Smog of 2025. On January 12, 2025, a freak atmospheric event combined industrial pollutants, temperature inversion, and an unexplained chemical signature to create the thickest, longest-lasting fog London had seen since the Great Smog of 1952. For 9 consecutive days, visibility dropped to less than 2 feet. Streetlights glowed like dim moons. Public transport halted. People were told to stay indoors. By day 3, people started vanishing. Not missing persons in the traditional sense. They were last seen walking into the fog, then gone. No screams. No struggle. Just footprints that abruptly ended mid-step. The Metropolitan Police initially treated it as mass panic or opportunistic crime. Then body parts began washing up along the Thames-only faces. Cleanly removed, no blood, edges cauterized as though sliced by extreme cold or heat. The rest of the bodies were never found. Survivor testimonies collected from those who barely made it out were eerily consistent. A 52-year-old taxi driver named Paul Grayson described seeing a figure in the fog ahead of him. Tall, thin, wearing what looked like an old trench coat and a flat cap. The figure turned, and where a face should have been there was only smooth, gray, skin-like wet clay. Paul said the thing reached out, fingers elongating, and tried to touch his face. He ran, feeling the fog itself press against his skin like thousands of tiny hands trying to peel him. A 19-year-old student named Aisha Khan recorded a voice note while lost near King's Cross. In the audio, her breathing grows panicked. She says, "There's something walking beside me. I can hear its footsteps matching mine. It's humming. It's humming my name." Then a wet, sucking sound like lips parting from skin. The recording cuts off with her scream abruptly silenced. By day 7, the death toll reached 214 confirmed fog face victims. Hospitals overflowed with people who had come into contact with the fog and were now missing chunks of their own faces, lips, eyelids, cheeks removed while they slept or passed out. Doctors could not explain how the wounds were so precise without leaving scars or bleeding. On the 9th day, the fog lifted as suddenly as it arrived. The city woke to silence. No more disappearances, but the faces kept washing up for weeks. In April 2025, a deep-sea salvage team off the coast of Kent recovered a sunken shipping container. Inside were dozens of preserved human faces, floating in formaldehyde, all facing outward, eyes open, expressions frozen in mid-scream. No container manifest, no origin port. Just a single label taped to the outside. Collected during the Great Silence, do not open until the next fog. To this day, when London fog rolls in thick, some people swear they hear footsteps beside them, matching their pace, humming softly, waiting for a face to claim. Chilling true horror stories from Australia. The Outback mirrors that show your death date, real-time death visions 2025. In the endless red dirt of the Australian outback, where the horizon swallows everything, truck driver Liam Carver, 34, found an abandoned roadhouse off the Stewart Highway in May 2025. The building was boarded up, windows smashed, roof half collapsed. Yet one item inside remained untouched, a full-length antique mirror leaning against the bar, its silver frame tarnished but glass perfectly clear. Liam, exhausted from a 14-hour haul, stepped inside for shelter from a sudden dust storm. He looked into the mirror and saw himself older, bloodied, hanging from a noose made of his own seatbelt. Date stamped in the bottom corner, the 17th of August, 2025. He laughed it off as heatstroke. He took a photo, posted it online. Within hours, others began reporting the same thing. People who had never been to the roadhouse started seeing their own future deaths in mirrors at home car crashes, heart attacks, murders, with exact dates. Some tried to avoid them. A man in Perth, who saw himself drowning on the 3rd of July, avoided all water that day. He died in a house fire instead. The date in the mirror had changed the moment he decided to stay home. The mirror itself became a pilgrimage site. People drove hundreds of kilometers to see it. Some left offerings. Others smashed it. It always reformed overnight, glass pristine. By late 2025, over 400 suicides were linked to people who had seen their own deaths and could not bear the weight. Liam, still alive, stopped looking into mirrors entirely. But he carries a small pocket one now wrapped in cloth, never opened. He says he checks it every morning, just in case the date has changed. Just in case there's still time. True terrifying stories from Japan. The train that never arrives. Real ghost line. Passengers 2025 in the Tokyo subway system, late-night workers and insomniacs sometimes board what locals call the train that never arrives. It appears on platforms after midnight. Doors open, lights dim yellow, no announcements. The destination sign is always blank. Passengers who board report the same experience. The train never stops again. Stations pass by, but the doors never open. Time stretches. Watches stop. Phone batteries drain in minutes. Some passengers see reflections in the windows that are not their own people they know who died years ago, standing behind them, smiling. Others hear announcements and voices of family members long gone, saying, "Next stop, home." After hours or what feels like days, the train finally slows. Doors open onto a platform that does not exist on any map. Empty. Silent. Lit by a single flickering bulb. Everyone gets off. The train pulls away. When they look back, it is gone. And they are standing in their childhood bedroom, or their parents' living room, or the hospital room where someone died. They are children again, or old, or dead. No one knows how to return to the real timeline. Most never speak of it. But every few months, another missing person report appears. Last seen boarding a train at 1:14 a.m., destination unknown. And somewhere beneath Tokyo, a train keeps running. Doors open. Waiting for one more passenger. To take them home. Forever. True scary stories from haunted refugees in Britain. Creepy horror. Tales of ghosts and lost souls that will chill your spine in the misty outskirts of London, where the fog clings to the crumbling brick walls like a shroud. A couple named Elias and Mara Thompson arrived seeking refuge from the horrors of their war-torn homeland in East Africa. It was 2023, and the UK government had granted them asylum after a harrowing journey across treacherous seas that claimed countless lives, including that of a young girl they had sworn to protect. But little did they know, the true nightmare was just beginning in their assigned council house, a dilapidated 2-story building on a forgotten street in a rundown neighborhood. Neighbors whispered about the place, saying it was cursed, that shadows moved on their own, but Elias dismissed it as superstition. He was determined to build a new life, to assimilate into British society, to prove they were the good ones, as their caseworker, Mr. Harlan, had hoped. The house was a relic of better days, with peeling wallpaper that revealed layers of faded patterns, creaky floors that groaned underfoot, and windows that rattled in the wind like rattling bones. Elias, a tall man with scars from battles long past, took a job at a local warehouse, singing along to football chants on the radio to blend in. Mara, however, clung to their cultural roots. She wore vibrant dresses from home, cooked traditional meals on the floor using her hands, and kept a small necklace that once belonged to the girl they lost, a token of guilt and memory. At night, as the city lights flickered dimly through the grimy panes, strange things began to happen. Whispers echoed from the walls, soft at first, like a child's laughter turning into sobs. Elias would wake up sweating, convinced he saw a shadowy figure darting into the corners, but he'd shake it off, blaming exhaustion. One evening, as rain pounded against the roof like angry fists, Mara sat in the living room, staring at the necklace. Elias, she murmured, her voice trembling. I feel her here. Our little Aisha. Elias snapped. No more talk of ghosts. We're in Britain now, modern, safe. No room for old tales. But that night, the visions intensified. Elias dreamed of the boat crossing, waves crashing, screams piercing the storm, and Aisha slipping into the dark waters. He awoke to find scratches on his arms as if invisible hands had clawed at him. Mara confided in him about an ancient spirit from their village folklore, and Numoya Wakabuisa, a vengeful ghost that haunts those who owe a debt, demanding repayment in blood or soul. The debt, Mara believed, stemmed from their desperate escape. In the chaos of the refugee camp, they had claimed Aisha as their own to board a safer vessel, leaving her real family behind in the gunfire. It wasn't theft, Elias argued, it was survival. But the spirit disagreed. Objects began moving on their own chairs, scraping across the floor, doors slamming shut. One day, Elias returned from work to find the walls bleeding, dark red stains seeping through the plaster like open wounds. He tore at the wallpaper in fury, revealing hidden drawings, crude figures of a man, woman, and child crossed out with violent slashes. The neighbors avoided them, crossing the street when they passed, muttering about cursed immigrants bringing their demons. As weeks turned into months, the hauntings escalated. Mara would see Aisha's apparition in the kitchen, her small form dripping wet, eyes hollow and accusing. You took me, the ghost whispered, her voice echoing through the pipes. Elias, in denial, burned their few possessions from home, the necklace, clothes, photos in the backyard fire pit, hoping to sever ties to the past, but the spirit grew stronger. It manifested as a tall, emaciated man with glowing eyes, lurking in the shadows, pulling them into illusions of their journey. Elias locked Mara in the bedroom one night, screaming at the entity to face him alone. What do you want? He bellowed. The walls shook, and the ghost replied in a guttural voice. The life you stole. Give it back or join her in the depths. Mara escaped the room, only to find herself transported in a vision back to the camp gunfire rattling, dust choking the air, families torn apart. She relived the moment they grabbed Aisha from the crowd, her real mother's cries drowned out by chaos. Elias, meanwhile, felt the spirit entering his body, cold tendrils wrapping around his heart. In a final act of defiance, Mara confronted the entity in the living room, where it towered over Elias, forcing him to relive the drowning. With a kitchen knife, she slashed at the apparition's throat, screaming ancestral chants. The house trembled, lights exploding in showers of sparks, and the ghost dissolved into mist, leaving behind only silence and the scent of salt water. When Mr. Harlan returned to inspect the damaged torn walls, burned remnants, he laughed off their story of slaying a witch. But Elias and Mara chose to stay, acknowledging they must live with their ghosts. The whispers never fully stopped, a reminder of the debt unpaid. Today, in that same London house, some say you can still hear a child's cry on stormy nights. A true scary story of haunted refugees that proves some horrors cross oceans uninvited. If you're into creepy horror tales from Britain, real ghost encounters, or supernatural survival stories, this one will keep you checking your walls at night. Creepy haunted house horror from America. True scary family tales of ghosts and madness in cursed mansions, deep in the rolling hills of rural Massachusetts. The Whitaker family moved into an old Victorian mansion, known locally as Shadowbrook Estate, in the summer of 1998. Hugh and Lydia Whitaker, along with their 5 children, eldest son Alex, responsible daughter Clara, sensitive middle child Dana, and twins Ben and Ellie, had bought the place at a steal, planning to flip it for profit and fund Lydia's dream home design business. The house was a Gothic relic. Towering turrets, endless corridors, hidden rooms, and a history whispered about in town: suicides, disappearances, and a long line of owners driven mad. But Hugh, a pragmatic contractor, scoffed at the rumors. Just old wiring and drafts, he'd say, hammering away at renovations. From the start, odd occurrences plagued them. Young Ben, the imaginative twin, claimed an imaginary friend named Abigail lived in the attic, a pale girl in outdated clothes who whispered secrets. Ellie, his twin, felt everything he did a strange bond that amplified their fears. One night, Ben begged Dana to explore the dumbwaiter in the basement. It jammed, plummeting him into a secret cellar not on the blueprints. There, he encountered a ghastly figure, a tall man with hollow eyes, reaching out with bony fingers. Dana pulled him free, but from then on she wore gloves. Claiming touches brought visions of pain and death, much like her mother Lydia, who had always been sensitive to emotions. As renovations dragged on due to unexpected structural issues, Lydia's behavior shifted. She designed elaborate rooms in her sketches, but her migraines worsened, accompanied by visions of her children grown and dead. "The world outside will eat them alive," she'd mutter, echoing words from a spectral woman in red who appeared in her dreams. The family gathered for storms, but one night, Ellie vanished during a blackout, reappearing hours later in the foyer, unharmed but silent about where she'd been. Ghosts began manifesting. A bent-neck lady hovering over Ellie's bed, causing sleep paralysis. A bowler-hatted specter stalking Ben, demanding its hat back. And whispers of past residents echoing through vents. Alex, now an adult reflecting on this in his best-selling book, Shadows of Shadowbrook, denied the supernatural at first, attributing it to family stress, Hugh's long hours, Lydia's anxiety. But Clara, who later opened a funeral home, fixated on fixing things after finding dead birds arranged in circles on the lawn. The climax came on a fateful night. Lydia, in a trance, hosted a tea party in a locked room that shifted appearances, a red-walled chamber, the house disguised as different spaces for each family member. She laced the drinks with poison, believing it would wake them to safety from the cruel world. Hugh burst in, saving the twins, but too late for Abigail, who turned out to be a real ghost child poisoned decades ago. Lydia fell from the spiral staircase, her neck snapping, her ghost now part of the house's menagerie. The family fled, but the hauntings followed. Years later, Ellie's suicide at Shadowbrook, hanging from that same staircase, revealed she was the bent-neck lady haunting her own childhood self, a time loop curse. The siblings reunited at her funeral, arguments exploding as ghosts intruded, buttons on eyes, coffins tipping. Hugh sacrificed himself to the Red Room's illusions to free them, staying with Lydia's spirit. Today the Whitakers are scattered but healed, celebrating Ben's sobriety. Shadowbrook stands abandoned, a hotspot for urban explorers sharing true scary stories online. If you love American haunted house horror, real family ghost encounters, or creepy mansion tales of madness and curses, this one digs deep into the soul, proving some homes devour their inhabitants whole. Terrifying forest survival horror from Europe, creepy true stories of ancient beasts and cults in Swedish woods. In the dense, ancient forests of northern Sweden, where sunlight barely pierces the canopy and legends of old gods linger, a group of British friends, Tom, Liam, Marcus, and Nate embarked on a hiking expedition in 2024 to honor their late mate Jack, killed in a botched London robbery the year before. Jack's death haunted them, especially Nate, who had frozen in fear during the attack, hiding while Jack was bludgeoned. To cope, they chose the Kungsleden Trail, a remote path through untamed wilderness, hoping nature would heal their guilt-ridden bonds. The trek started innocently. Crisp air, backpack banter, toasts to Jack around campfires. But after Liam twisted his ankle on rocky terrain, they veered off the main path into unmarked woods to shortcut back. Strange signs appeared. Trees etched with runes, a fresh elk carcass gutted and hoisted high, its entrails arranged in patterns. Poachers, Marcus shrugged, but Nate felt watched, shadows flitting between trunks. They stumbled upon a derelict cabin, its door ajar, inside a bizarre effigy, a human-like torso of twisted branches with elk antlers for limbs, evoking primal dread. A storm forced them inside for the night. Nightmares ensued. Nate relived the robbery, waking with puncture wounds on his chest like claw marks. Liam screamed for his wife in delirium. Marcus prayed naked to the effigy. Tom wet himself in terror. Morning brought accusations. Nate blamed Liam for the detour. Liam called Nate a coward for Jack's death. Pressing on, they found an abandoned tent from the 1980s. Its owner vanished. That night, Tom disappeared. They found him impaled on branches, gutted like the elk. Panic set in. Marcus was dragged screaming into the mist by an unseen force. His body later discovered similarly displayed. Nate and Liam fled, following torchlit paths to a hidden village of weathered huts. Knocked out, they awoke chained in a cellar. A cult of ageless locals marked with chest scars like Nate's revealed their god. Eldrick, a Jatan beast, offspring of ancient deities, granting immortality for sacrifices. Liam was chosen first, hallucinating his wife before Eldriga, colossal, Moose-headed monstrosity with glowing eyes impaled him on a tree. The cult explained Eldrig's hunger for outsiders, using runes to summon it. Nate escaped, torching mummified worshippers that twitched to life, burning the village. Eldrig pursued, crippling Nate with visions of Jack's murder, forcing submission. But Nate defied, axing the beast and fleeing to sunlight, where Eldrig retreated. He staggered to a road, scarred but alive. Locals deny the village's existence, but hikers share similar creepy true stories online. For fans of European forest horror, ancient beast encounters, or cult survival tales, this Swedish nightmare warns, some woods hide gods that demand blood. Apocalyptic virus horror from Canada, true scary survival stories of rage outbreaks and human betrayal. In the bustling streets of Toronto, Canada, in 2022, a lab accident unleashed a nightmare virus called Fury, turning people into raging, bloodthirsty savages within seconds of infection. It started with activists freeing infected primates from a research facility, ignoring warnings. The virus spread like wildfire, emptying cities as the infected tore through populations, driven by uncontrollable aggression. Quarantines failed. Canada became a wasteland. Courier Ryan awoke from a coma in an abandoned hospital, wandering deserted Yonge Street amid overturned cars and blood-stained billboards. He met survivors Mia and Kyle, who explained the outbreak. They scavenged for supplies, barricading in shops, always on guard against the fast, snarling infected. Heading to Ryan's family home, they found his parents suicided, infected attacked. Kyle was bitten and mercy killed by Mia. Spotting signals from a high-rise, they joined cab driver Frank and his daughter Lena. A radio broadcast promised safety at a military base near Ottawa. Traveling highways littered with wreckage, they bonded over losses. At the base, Frank was infected by a blood drop. Soldiers shot him. Led by Major Weston, the base seemed secure, but Weston confessed luring women for his men's morale, revealing human horrors worse than the virus. Ryan escaped, releasing an infected soldier to chaos the compound. In the melee, he saved Mia and Lena, but Weston ambushed them, shooting Ryan. Lena unleashed the infected on Weston. Weeks later, as infected starved, the trio signaled a plane from a rural cabin, hoping for rescue. This Canadian apocalypse tale, with its rage virus, survival, and betrayal twists, is a must for true scary stories fans of end-of-world horror. Japanese ghost village horror. Creepy true tales from abandoned towns and cursed spirits. In the foggy mountains of rural Japan, near Kyoto, a group of American expats, Sarah, Mike, Yumi, and Ken ventured into the forbidden Aokigahara forest in 2025 for a thrill-seeking hike. Known as the Suicide Forest, it's steeped in Yurei legends, restless spirits of the dead. They ignored warnings, drawn by urban myths of high-view hauntings. Deep in, they found an abandoned village, decaying onsen baths, overgrown shrines. A cursed idol, a stone figure with hollow eyes, unleashed spirits. Sarah saw her deceased sister. Mike relived a car crash guilt. Yumi was possessed, slashing at Ken. They uncovered the village's plague history, spirits demanding souls. Escaping involved destroying the idol, but not without losses Ken sacrificed to appease. Sarah emerged scarred, warning of Japanese ghost horrors. For creepy true stories from Asia, abandoned village tales, or cursed spirit encounters, this will haunt your dreams. Chilling found footage horror from Australia. True scary stories of cursed videos and vanishing friends in the outback. In the vast, sun-baked outback of Western Australia, where red dirt stretches endlessly under a relentless sky and isolated towns cling to the edges of civilization, a group of university friends from Perth, Emma, Jake, Riley, Sophie, and their cameraman buddy, Lachlan decided to film a documentary-style road trip in early 2025. They were inspired by those viral found footage adventures online, aiming to capture the raw beauty of the Kimberley region while chasing legends of ancient Aboriginal Dreamtime spirits that locals warned outsiders to respect. Emma, the group's leader and aspiring filmmaker, insisted on keeping the camera rolling at all times for authenticity, turning their rented four-wheel drive into a rolling confessional of laughs, arguments, and increasingly unsettling discoveries. The trip started with high spirits, barbecues under star-filled nights, swims in hidden billabongs, and interviews with quirky roadhouse owners sharing tales of ghost cars on deserted highways. But on day 5, deep in Pernululu National Park near the beehive domes of Bungle Bungle, things shifted. while exploring a restricted gorge, ignoring the sacred site signs because it's just superstition. Jake joked their GoPro captured something impossible, a fleeting shadow figure darting between rocks. Tall and elongated, with limbs that bent wrong. They laughed it off as a trick of light. But that night, back at camp, Sophie woke screaming from a nightmare of being watched by hollow-eyed entities in the darkness. As they pushed further north toward remote Mitchell Plateau, the footage grew stranger. Audio glitches picked up whispers in a language none of them knew, later identified by an expert as an ancient indigenous dialect warning, "Leave this place." Jake the skeptic dismissed it as wind or interference, but Riley started seeing things off camera. Handprints on the dusty windows that weren't theirs, footprints circling the tent that vanished into sand. Lachlan, always behind the lens, confided privately to the recording that he felt something following us. Like it's angry, we're filming sacred ground. The breaking point came at a hidden waterfall pool, crystal clear and inviting after days of heat. They set up for a fun swim sequence, but as Emma dove in, the water churned unnaturally. The camera, propped on a rock, captured her surfacing in panic, clawing at invisible hands pulling her down. Jake jumped in to save her, but the footage shows bubbles erupting violently, then silence. When Riley and Sophie replayed it later, frame by frame, they saw distorted faces in the water pail, screaming mouths that matched descriptions of drowned spirits from local lore. Sophie vanished that night. The remaining footage shows frantic searches at dawn, calls echoing unanswered. The camera shaking as Lachlan pans over her abandoned sleeping bag, soaked in water despite no rain. Riley broke down on tape, admitting they'd disturbed a bunyip curse by filming without permission. Jake, increasingly paranoid, accused the others of pranking, but his eyes darted wildly, as if seeing things the lens couldn't catch. Driving desperately toward help, the vehicle broke down on a lonely stretch of Jib River Road. The final hours of recording are chaotic. Static bursts revealing glimpses of figures surrounding the car, tall shadows with glowing eyes. Lachlan's last entry whispered into the mic as batteries died. "They're here. They don't want us to leave with the footage. It's showing what shouldn't be seen." The camera cuts to black amid screams. Months later, park rangers found the abandoned vehicle, intact but covered in inexplicable scratches like claw marks. Inside, the camera, memory card full. Authorities reviewed it, deeming the disappearances misadventure in remote terrain, but leaked clips online sparked viral debates. Witnesses in nearby communities spoke of Wangina spirits angered by disrespect. To this day, hikers report hearing distant cries and seeing glitchy figures in photos from that area. If you're searching for true scary Australian outback horror stories, found footage curses, creepy wilderness disappearances, or real ghost encounters in remote Australia, this chilling tale of friends lost to ancient forces will make you think twice about filming in forbidden places. Sleep with the Lights on the Outback remembers. Paralyzing survival horror from America. True scary stories of invisible killers and desperate escapes in the woods. Deep in the evergreen forests of the Pacific Northwest, near Seattle, Washington, a young woman named Sarah embarked on a solo hiking retreat in the summer of 2025 to clear her head after a painful breakup. An experienced outdoors enthusiast, she chose the isolated trails of Olympic National Park, packing light but smart bear spray, GPS, and a satellite messenger for emergencies. What she didn't anticipate was encountering a predator far worse than wildlife, an unseen assailant who turned her peaceful escape into a nightmare of paralysis and pursuit. It started innocently enough. On her second day, deep in the Hoh rainforest where moss drapes everything like a living shroud and fog muffles sound, Sarah paused by a serene riverbank for a break. She felt a sharp prick on her neck, like an insect bite, but brushing it away revealed nothing. Within minutes, numbness spread from her limbs, her muscles locking up as if frozen. She collapsed, helpless but fully conscious, watching in terror as a masked figure emerged from the trees, camouflaged, silent, carrying a syringe. The man, his voice calm and chillingly conversational, explained he was a hunter who enjoyed the thrill of stalking victims in remote areas, using a custom paralytic toxin derived from rare plants to immobilize them without killing quickly. He dragged her deeper into the underbrush, away from the trail, monologuing about how the forest hides secrets perfectly. For hours, as rain drizzled through the canopy, Sarah lay paralyzed, her mind racing while her body betrayed her. He set up camp nearby, toying with her fear, describing past games where victims tried to crawl away only to succumb slowly. But Sarah wasn't defenseless in spirit. As the toxin began to wear off unevenly, first her fingers twitching, then an arm she played dead, waiting for her moment. When he stepped away to gather wood, she forced her body to move, inch by agonizing inch, toward her dropped backpack. The messenger device was there. With trembling hands, she activated the SOS, typing a frantic message about her location and the attacker. Night fell, amplifying every rustle into terror. He returned, noticing her slight shift, and the chase began anew, though she could barely walk, stumbling through ferns and roots as he pursued leisurely, whistling. Hallucinations from residual toxin blurred reality, shadows twisting into monsters, whispers of past victims urging her on. She hid in a hollow log, holding her breath as boots crunched nearby. Rescue came at dawn, helicopters thundering overhead, rangers swarming based on her signal. They found her dehydrated and bruised, but alive, the attacker fleeing into the wilderness. Captured weeks later from trail cam footage, he confessed to multiple unsolved cases. His toxin, a homemade brew, evading standard tests. Sarah's story went viral in true crime circles, a stark warning about solo adventures. Park visits spiked with safety checks, but rangers still search for unmarked graves. For fans of American forest survival horror, true scary stalker stories, creepy wilderness pursuits, a real paralyzing toxin encounters this tale of one woman. Fight against an invisible killer will leave you checking every shadow on your next hike. Eerie possession horror from Britain, true scary stories of haunted hand games and demonic. Invitations in English villages, in a quaint village in the English countryside of Gloucestershire, surrounded by ancient stone walls and foggy moors reminiscent of old folklore. A group of teenagers, Lily, Tom, Mia, and brothers, Ethan and Harvey, gathered for a sleepover in the summer of 2025. Bored during a rainy weekend at Lily's family's historic cottage, they turned to an old party game they'd seen trending online, a hand possession. Ritual using a borrowed antique embroidered hand from a local charity shop, said to summon spirits for fun questions. The rules were simple: hold hands around the embroidered relic, chant an invitation, and let an entity borrow a participant's body to answer yes or no by moving fingers. At first, it was giggles and pranks, silly questions about crushes yielding dramatic twitches. But as midnight approached, the atmosphere thickened. The room grew cold, candles flickering wildly, and Mia's hand, chosen as the vessel, began moving on its own with unnatural force. Her voice changed, deepening into a guttural rasp, speaking in archaic English about debts unpaid from the old plague times. The group laughed nervously until objects flew, books hurling from shelves, doors slamming. Mia's eyes rolled back, her body convulsing as she described visions of villagers burning witches centuries ago on that very land. The entity claimed vengeance for a wronged healer executed falsely. Panic set in when Mia attacked Tom, scratching deep gashes while chanting curses. Ethan smashed a window for escape, but the glass reformed impossibly. Lily, researching frantically on her phone, found the embroidered hand linked to a 17th century medium hanged for heresy, her relic, cursed to invite demons seeking new hosts. In a desperate bid, Harvey recited a reversal chant found online, burning sage from the kitchen. Mia collapsed, the hand scorching black. But the possession lingered subtly. Whispers in the walls, shadows mimicking movements. The friends fled at dawn, but Mia changed forever, speaking in tongues during sleep, drawing occult symbols. Local authorities dismissed it as mass hysteria, but the cottage was abandoned. Villagers reporting screams on stormy nights. Exorcists visited unofficially, confirming residual demonic activity. If you love British haunted village horror, true scary possession stories, creepy ritual games, gone wrong, or real demonic invitation tales from England, this chilling account of teens unleashing an ancient evil will make you swear off party games forever. Supernatural curse horror from Canada. True scary stories of time loops and sacrificial forests in Quebec wilderness. In the dense snow-covered forests of Quebec's Laurentian Mountains, a family of 4 parents, Mark and Isabel, teen daughter Chloe, and young son Lucas, rented a secluded cabin for a winter getaway in late 2025, hoping to reconnect amid modern life's chaos. The remote location near Mont Tremblant promised peace, with skiing trails and hot cocoa by the fire. But locals whispered warnings about Le Buccal Maudite, a cursed loop in the woods where time repeats for those who stray too far. On their first full day, a blizzard hit unexpectedly. Chloe and Lucas ventured out to build a snow fort, but hours passed without return. Mark and Isabel searched frantically, finding only endless tracks circling back impossibly. Night fell. The kids stumbled in, frostbitten and confused, claiming they'd been playing for minutes. But their clothes were drenched as if days had passed. The loop intensified. The family relived the same day repeatedly, waking to the same breakfast, the blizzard striking, the kids vanishing. Each cycle revealed horrors, glimpses of skeletal figures in the trees, whispers of French-Canadian folklore about Wendigo-like spirits demanding sacrifice to break the curse. Isabel discovered an old journal in the cabin attic from previous renters, entries repeating identically, ending in madness or disappearance. Chloe, sensitive to the supernatural, saw visions of indigenous guardians punishing intruders on sacred land desecrated by logging. The entity required a willing offering to escape. In one loop, Lucas wandered off permanently. In another, Mark froze pursuing shadows. Despair mounted as food ran low despite resets. Finally, Isabel volunteered, walking into the storm with a ritual apology derived from the journal offering her life to appease. The loop shattered. The others awoke to spring thaw. Isabel gone but a note saying, "It's over." Search parties found no trace, but the cabin burned mysteriously soon after. True scary internet horror story. The deadly deep web dare that haunted a New York City apartment. Online nightmare encounters and creepy app stalkers in America, 2025. It all started back in the summer of 2025. Right here in the bustling streets of New York City, United States. My name's Alex, and I was just your average 25-year-old graphic designer, grinding away at a freelance gig from my tiny one-bedroom apartment in Brooklyn. The city that never sleeps had me hooked on late-night scrolling, especially after long days hunched over my laptop creating logos for startups that probably wouldn't last the year. I'd always been fascinated by the darker side of the internet, not the illegal stuff. Mind you, but those viral threads on forums about glitches, urban legends, and the occasional creepypasta that kept you up at night. Little did I know, one innocent click would drag me into a real-life horror that still makes my skin crawl every time I log online. It was a humid July evening, the kind where the air conditioning in my old building buzzed like an angry swarm of bees, barely keeping the heat at bay. I'd finished a project early and was killing time on Reddit, browsing subreddits like r not sleep and r creepypasta for some light thrills. That S when I stumbled upon a post titled, "The Ultimate Deep Web Dare Challenge, Only for the Brave in 2025. The user, going by the handle ShadowLurker87, described this new app called Echo Void that supposedly connected you to random strangers on the deep web for anonymous dares. It wasn't on the regular app stores. You had to download it via a Tor browser link they provided. The post claimed it was all fun and games, people daring each other to eat weird food or prank call friends. But with a twist, the app used AI to match you with echoes of real users from hidden corners of the web, making it feel eerily personal. I should have scrolled past, but boredom got the better of me, and the comments were buzzing with people sharing their harmless experiences. Just did a dare to dance in my kitchen at midnight. Got $50 in crypto, one said. Creepy but addictive, another chimed in. Against my better judgment, I fired up my VPN, downloaded Tor, and clicked the link. The app installed quickly, its icon a swirling black void that pulsed faintly on my phone screen. When I opened it, a simple interface greeted me. A chat window with a prompt to enter the void. What's your dare limit? I set my limits low. Nothing dangerous, no personal info, just silly stuff. The app paired me with an anonymous user almost immediately. Their handle was WhisperChain, and the first dare was tame. Record yourself whispering your deepest fear into a mirror at 3 a.m. I laughed it off, but curiosity won. That night, I set up my phone in the bathroom, stared into the foggy mirror under the dim light, and whispered, "I'm afraid of being truly alone in this city." I uploaded the video clip to the app, and in return, WhisperChain sent back a dare completion. A grainy audio of someone breathing heavily saying, "Your fear echoes back. Dare accepted." The rewards started small, a few dollars in Bitcoin transferred to a wallet the app set up for me. It felt like a game, and I got hooked. Over the next few days, the dares escalated slightly. Walk alone in Central Park after dark and film the shadows, one said. I did it, heart pounding as joggers passed by and distant sirens wailed, but nothing happened. New York was full of weirdos anyway. What was one more midnight stroll? WhisperChain praised my videos, commenting things like, "You're braver than most in the Big Apple. Let's go deeper." By the end of the week, I'd made about $200, enough for a decent takeout binge. But then the app updated itself overnight, adding a deep dive mode. The notification read, "Unlock level 2 real echoes from the hidden web. Accept the chain or break it." I hesitated, but the thrill was addictive. I clicked accept, and the next dare popped up. Share a photo of your apartment building's entrance. Prove you're in NYC. It seemed innocuous. Thousands of buildings looked the same in Brooklyn. I snapped a quick pic from the street, blurring out the address, and sent it. That's when things turned creepy. Whisperchain responded instantly. "Nice stoop. Brownstone on 7th Avenue? Dare, leave your door unlocked tonight and film the hallway." My stomach dropped. How did they know it was a brownstone on 7th? I hadn't mentioned the street. Paranoia set in. Maybe the app pulled metadata from the photo? I deleted the app right then, wiped my phone's cache, and even ran a virus scan on my laptop. For a couple of days, everything was quiet. I chalked it up to a lucky guess and tried to forget about it. But on a rainy Tuesday night, as thunder rumbled over the Hudson, my phone buzzed with an unknown number. The text read, "The chain isn't broken, Alex." Dare resumed. My full name wasn't in the app. I'd used a fake one. Attached was a photo of my apartment door, taken from inside the building's hallway. Someone had been there. I bolted the door, checked the peephole, and saw nothing but the flickering fluorescent light. Panic rising, I called the police, but they dismissed it as a prank since there was no immediate threat. "Change your locks and be careful online," the officer said over the phone. Sleep didn't come easy that night. I tossed and turned, the city's ambient noise, car horns, distant laughter, sounding more sinister than ever. Around 2 a.m., my phone lit up again. This time it was a video call from an encrypted app I didn't remember installing. I declined, but it rang persistently. When I finally answered, the screen showed a dark room, lit only by a computer monitor's glow. A distorted voice, deep and mechanical, said, "You entered the void, Alex. Now the void enters you. Dare, open your window and wait." I hung up and powered off my phone, but my laptop suddenly pinged with emails, dozens of them, from anonymous addresses. Each contained snippets of my personal life, screenshots of my bank statements, old social media posts I deleted years ago, even a photo of me from high school in upstate New York. One email had an attachment, a PDF with my full address, social security number, and a list of my recent freelance clients. The subject line? "Break the chain or we break you." Terrified, I unplugged everything and sat in the dark, listening to the rain. That's when I heard it, a faint scratching at the door, like nails on wood. I grabbed a kitchen knife and approached slowly. Through the peephole, the hallway was empty, but the scratching continued now from the window. My apartment was on the 3rd floor. No fire escape there. Heart racing, I pulled back the curtain just a crack. Nothing. But then my phone, somehow turned back on, vibrated with a new message. Look down. Below on the street, under a street lamp, a figure stood motionless, wearing a black hoodie, face obscured. They held up a sign. Dare accepted. As I watched, they pulled out a phone and typed something. My device buzzed. "We see you, Alex. From the deep web to your doorstep." I slammed the curtain shut and called 911 again. This time they sent a patrol car. The officers searched the building and street but found no one. They suggested I stay with a friend and report it to cybercrimes in the morning. I'd packed a bag and crashed at my buddy Mike's place in Manhattan, explaining it as a bad breakup to avoid sounding crazy. Mike, a tech guy himself, helped me scrub my online presence. New passwords, two-factor everything, even a fresh email. But the nightmare was far from over. The next day, while at a coffee shop near Times Square, my new phone, I'd de-ditched the old one, received an email. "Running won't break the chain. Dare, visit the old subway tunnel under Grand Central. Alone, tonight." Attached was a map to an abandoned entrance, sealed off since the early 2000s. I ignored it, but by evening, more threats arrived. Photos of Mike's apartment building, my parents' house in Albany, even my sister's workplace in Boston. "We have echoes everywhere," the message said. Desperate, I researched Echo Void online. Turns out, it wasn't just a game. Forums whispered it was a front for a deep web ring that lured people in with dares, then hacked their devices for data. Some users vanished after deep dives, their stories dismissed as urban legends. One thread mentioned a guy in London, UK, who played and ended up with stalkers breaking into his flat. Another from Paris, France, claimed the app used AI to predict behaviors and recruit real people for physical harassment. I couldn't run forever. That night, against all reason, I went to Grand Central Station, the heart of New York's chaos. Tourists milled about, oblivious. I found the hidden grate in the service alley, pried it open with a crowbar I'd bought earlier, and descended into the dusty tunnel. The air was thick with mold and rat scurries. My flashlight beam cut through the darkness, revealing graffiti-covered walls and forgotten tracks. "I'm here," I texted the number, hoping to end it. Minutes ticked by. Then, footsteps echoed from the shadows. A group of 3 figures emerged, faces masked with bandanas, one holding a laptop. "You made it, Alex," the leader said, voice undistorted now, young American accent. "The dare's complete. But the chain needs payment." They demanded $5,000 in crypto for silence, claiming they'd delete my data. It was extortion, plain and simple. I transferred what I had, about $2,000, begging for mercy. They laughed. "Not enough. But we'll give you a head start." They vanished into the tunnels, leaving me alone. I scrambled back to the surface, gasping for air, and flagged down a cab straight to the police station. This time, with evidence, the emails, texts, even the app's remnants on a backup drive, they took me seriously. The FBI got involved, tracing the ring to a server in Eastern Europe, but the leaders were ghosts, bouncing signals through proxies. Months later, in the fall of 2025, arrests were made. A crew of hackers in Chicago, United States, running similar scams. They confessed EchoVoid was their creation, targeting lonely urbanites like me for data theft and real-world scares to amplify fear and payouts. The physical stalkers? Hired via dark web gigs, low-level thugs from the city. I moved to a quieter part of Queens, got a new job, and swore off deep web curiosities. But every now and then, my phone buzzes with an unknown notification, and I wonder if the chain's truly broken. If you're reading this, stay away from those apps. The internet's horrors aren't just stories. They're waiting in the void, ready to pull you in. True scary online conversations can turn into real internet horror faster than you think. Deep web dares, creepy apps, and digital stalkers are out there, lurking in America's shadows and beyond. Don't let curiosity be your nightmare. True scary stalker horror story. The obsessed neighbor who watched me for years in a quiet London suburb. Real-life stalking and creepy neighbor encounters in the UK 2025. My name is Emily, and this happened to me in the autumn of 2025, in a peaceful suburban neighborhood on the outskirts of London, United Kingdom. I had just turned 28 and moved into a cozy 2-bedroom terraced house in Croydon after a messy breakup back in Manchester. I wanted a fresh start, a new job as a marketing assistant for a small tech firm in the city center, weekends exploring quaint cafes, and the comfort of knowing no one from my past lived nearby. The street was lined with identical red brick homes, manicured gardens, and families who waved hello in passing. It felt safe, almost idyllic. But beneath that perfect facade lived a nightmare that unfolded slowly, over months, until it nearly destroyed everything I had built. I first noticed him a week after moving in. He was my next-door neighbor, a man in his late 40s named Richard, tall, thin, with neatly combed graying hair and glasses that always seemed a little too clean. He introduced himself the day I was unloading boxes from my car, offering to help carry the heavier ones. "Welcome to the neighborhood, love," he said with a warm smile that reached his eyes. "I'm Richard. Been here 20 years now. If you need anything, just knock." He was polite, almost charming, and I thanked him profusely. In those early days, he was helpful, lending me a lawnmower when mine broke, recommending the best local takeaway, even leaving a welcome basket with tea and biscuits on my doorstep. At first, it all seemed neighborly. London suburbs can be lonely for newcomers, and his small gestures made me feel less isolated. But subtle things started to creep in. I'd catch him watching from his upstairs window when I left for work in the morning. Or when I returned late from the tube, he'd wave if I looked up, but something about the way he lingered felt off. I brushed it aside. Older neighbors are often nosy, right? Then came the notes. The first one slipped under my door one rainy October evening. "You looked beautiful in that red coat today. Stay warm out there." Unsigned, but the handwriting was neat, precise. I assumed it was from a secret admirer at work and laughed it off with my colleagues the next day. As weeks turned into months, the notes became more frequent. They'd appear in my mailbox, tucked under my windshield wiper, or even inside my unlocked garden shed. "I saw you dancing in the kitchen last night. You have such grace. That new haircut suits you. perfectly. How did he know these things? My kitchen window faced the back garden, shielded by a tall fence, and I always drew the curtains at night. One evening, while video calling my mum back in Manchester, I mentioned feeling watched. She joked about getting security cameras, and the next day, a package arrived at my door, a set of wireless outdoor cameras with a note for your peace of mind. Panic set in. It had to be Richard. I confronted him politely that weekend, knocking on his door with the box in hand. This was very kind, but I think there might be a mix-up. I didn't order these. He smiled innocently, tilting his head. Oh, I noticed you seemed uneasy lately. Thought it might help. No harm meant, Emily. The way he said my name sent chills down my spine. I thanked him awkwardly and retreated, installing the cameras anyway, pointed at my doors and garden, not his side. The cameras caught nothing unusual at first. Just foxes rummaging at night, delivery drivers, the occasional passerby. But then, in November, during a cold snap that blanketed London in frost, I reviewed the footage after hearing strange noises outside. Around 3 a.m., the back garden camera showed a shadowy figure standing motionless by the fence, staring directly at my bedroom window for over 20 minutes before vanishing. The build matched Richard's, tall and lanky. I called the non-emergency police line, showed them the clip via email, but they said it wasn't enough for action. No trespassing, just someone in their own garden perhaps. Get a restraining order if it escalates, the officer advised. I started changing my routines, leaving at different times, taking alternate routes home from the station. I confided in a close friend, Sarah, who lived in central London and urged me to move. But rents were skyrocketing, and I couldn't afford to break my lease. Instead, I fortified my home. New locks, motion sensor lights, even a loud alarm system. Richard kept up appearances, waving cheerfully when our paths crossed, asking about my day as if nothing was wrong. But the gifts escalated. Flowers left on my doorstep, my favorites, Lily, which I'd only mentioned once in passing during a street barbecue. Books on marketing slipped into my mailbox, pages dog-eared at sections I was studying for a work promotion. By December 2025, with Christmas lights twinkling across the neighborhood, the obsession turned darker. I woke one morning to find my car tires slashed, a note on the windshield. You shouldn't ignore a friend. That same week, anonymous calls started, heavy breathing, then hang-ups from blocked numbers. My work email got flooded with messages from fake accounts. Photos of me taken from afar, walking to the tube, shopping in Croydon High Street. One attached image showed me inside my living room, through a gap in the curtains I'd missed. Terrified, I stayed with Sarah for a few nights in her flat near Soho. While away, I had a locksmith change everything again and asked a male colleague to house sit. That's when the break-in happened. My colleague texted me in a panic. He'd heard banging downstairs at midnight, investigated, and found the back door forced open. Nothing stolen, but drawers rummaged through. Lingerie scattered and a new note on my bed. I miss you when you're gone. Come home soon. The police finally took it seriously. They searched Richard's house with a warrant after I provided the footage, notes, and emails. What they found chilled everyone to the core. His spare bedroom was a shrine dedicated to me. Walls covered in thousands of photographs, some dating back to my arrival, but others, older. Printouts from my public social media, maps of my daily routes, even items I'd thrown away, retrieved from bins. Hidden cameras in his loft pointed toward my windows, recording devices synths to pick up sounds. He'd been watching, listening, for months, perhaps planning longer. Richard was arrested on charges of stalking, harassment, and burglary. During questioning, he confessed calmly, claiming it was love at first sight and that he was protecting me from the dangers of the city. He knew intimate details, my ex's name, my favorite wine, conversations I'd had on the phone inside my home. The trial was swift. He pleaded guilty, sentenced to 5 years with a lifelong restraining order. I moved immediately after to a high-rise in Brighton on the south coast, far from London suburbs. Therapy helped unpack the trauma, the constant paranoia, the loss of privacy, the fear that lingers when someone invades your life so completely. Even now, in late 2025, I double-check locks, avoid sharing locations online, and jump at shadows. Neighbors can seem kind, but some hide obsessions that turn deadly. This real stalker horror in the UK reminds us that creepy neighbor encounters aren't just stories. They real obsessions that can escalate from notes to nightmares. If something feels off, trust your instincts. Stalking and home invasions start small, but they can consume everything. Stay safe out there. especially in quiet towns where no one suspects the monster next door. True scary neighbor horror stories like this happen more than we think in Europe and beyond. True scary haunted house horror story, the family that moved into a cursed Victorian home in rural Massachusetts. Real paranormal encounters and ghost hauntings in America 2025. My name is Sarah Thompson, and what happened to my family in the fall of 2025 still keeps me awake at night. We had just relocated from busy Boston to a quiet rural town in western Massachusetts, United States. A place called Ashfield nestled in the rolling hills of the Berkshires, where the leaves turn fiery red every autumn and the winters bite hard. My husband Mark, our two kids, 8-year-old Lily and 10-year-old Ethan, and I were looking for a slower pace after years of city stress. Mark had landed a remote engineering job, and I was excited to homeschool the kids while renovating our dream home. A sprawling Victorian house built in 1892, with gingerbread trim, tall gabled windows, and 5 acres of wooded land. We got it for an unbelievable price at auction. The realtor mentioned something about estate issues, but we were too thrilled to dig deeper. The house was stunning on move-in day in late September. High ceilings, original hardwood floors, a grand staircase, and 4 fireplaces. Sure, it needed work, peeling wallpaper, creaky floors, a musty basement, but we saw potential. The first few nights were peaceful, filled with the sounds of crickets and distant owls. We unpacked boxes, painted Lily's room lavender, and hung family photos in the long upstairs hallway. But by the end of the first week, small things started feeling off. It began with the cold spots. No matter how high we cranked the new furnace, certain rooms, especially the master bedroom, and the attic playroom we set up for the kids, stayed ice cold, even on mild days. Ethan complained that his toys moved when he wasn't looking. My action figures were lined up facing the window this morning, Mom. I didn't do that. Lily started having nightmares, waking up screaming about a sad lady in a long dress standing at the foot of her bed. We chalked it up to adjustment stress and new house jitters. Kids imagine things, right? Then came the footsteps. Heavy, deliberate pacing overhead when we were all downstairs. The first time it happened, Mark grabbed a flashlight and climbed to the attic, finding nothing but dust and our stored boxes. Probably the house settling, he said, but his voice wavered. I started researching the property history online late at night, discovering the house had belonged to the Harrington family for generations. In 1923, Eliza Harrington, a young mother, allegedly took her own life in the master bedroom after losing her husband and child to the Spanish flu. The official record was vague, found deceased by hanging. After that, the house passed through several owners, none staying longer than a few years. Locals called it the widow's place. By mid-October, with Halloween decorations going up around the neighborhood, the activity escalated. Doors slammed on their own. Whispers drifted through the vents, faint at first like wind, but soon forming words. Stay. Mine, stay. One night, while tucking Lily in, she pointed to the corner of her room and whispered, "She's here again, Mommy. The lady wants me to play with her little girl." I saw nothing, but the temperature plummeted and my breath fogged in front of me. That same evening, Ethan's bedroom mirror fogged up on its own. Letters slowly forming, "Help US." We invited a local priest from the nearby Congregational Church to bless the house. He walked through nervously, sprinkling holy water and reciting prayers, but halfway through the upstairs hallway, he froze. "There's great sorrow here," he muttered. "And anger. You should consider leaving." We laughed it off publicly, but privately started sleeping with all the lights on. Mark installed security cameras inside and out. Nothing malicious, just for peace of mind. The footage captured orbs floating down the staircase, shadows darting across empty rooms, and once a full apparition. A translucent woman in a high-necked Victorian dress standing in Lily's doorway, staring directly at the camera for several seconds before vanishing. November brought snow early to the Berkshires, blanketing our property in silence that somehow felt heavier. The kids refused to play upstairs alone. Lily developed scratches on her arms, 3 parallel lines that appeared overnight. The pediatrician said, self-inflicted, but Lily swore she didn't do it, and the marks burned red like fresh wounds. Ethan started sleepwalking, found one morning standing in the basement, staring at the old coal chute, murmuring, "They're waiting down there." Desperate, we contacted a paranormal investigation team from Springfield, a husband and wife duo with years of experience in New England hauntings. They arrived on a frigid Friday night with EMF meters, thermal cameras, and voice recorders. During the investigation, the equipment went wild in the master bedroom. Spikes off the charts. Temperature drops to near freezing. On the EVP recorder, clear voices emerged when played back. A woman sobbing, "My baby! Where's my baby?" Followed by a child's faint cry. In the attic, the team asked, "Are you Eliza?" And a loud bang answered as if something heavy fell. Later reviews showed a small rocking horse we'd never seen before rocking violently on its own in the corner. The breaking point came the weekend before Thanksgiving. Mark and I were downstairs watching TV while the kids slept, or so we thought. Around 2 a.m., we heard Lily screaming from upstairs, a blood-curdling sound I'll never forget. We raced up to find her bed empty, the window wide open despite the sub-zero temperatures outside. Snow had blown in across the floor. Mark found her outside in the backyard, barefoot in her nightgown, standing motionless under the old oak tree, staring up at the house. When we reached her, she was ice cold, eyes wide and unblinking. "She wanted me to come play," Lily whispered. The little girl said Mommy's lonely. We packed bags that night and drove straight to a hotel in Northampton. The next day, we consulted a medium recommended by the investigators. She visited the house alone and emerged pale, telling us Eliza Harrington hadn't died by suicide. She'd been driven mad by grief, believing her deceased child's spirit was trapped in the house. Over decades, Eliza's attachment grew possessive, targeting new families, especially young daughters, trying to keep them. The medium performed a cleansing ritual, burning sage and commanding the spirits to move on, but warned that some attachments linger if the living give them energy through fear. We never returned to live there. The house sat empty again, listed for sale at an even lower price. Locals avoid driving past it after dark. We moved back to an apartment in Boston, where city noise drowns out silence and every creak has an explanation. The kids are in therapy. Lily still draws pictures of a sad lady sometimes, but the nightmares have faded. Mark and I jump at shadows, check locks obsessively, and avoid old houses altogether. This happened in 2025, in the heart of rural America, proving that real paranormal encounters and ghost hauntings aren't just legends. Haunted houses in quiet towns like those in Massachusetts hold secrets that refuse to stay buried. Supernatural presences, possessive spirits, and tragic histories can turn a dream home into a living nightmare. If you're house hunting in New England, always ask why the price is too good to be true. Some doors, once open, never fully close. True scary haunted house stories like this remind us that the past sometimes refuses to let go, especially in isolated Victorian homes across the United States and Europe. Stay vigilant. The dead don't always rest in peace. True scary glitch in the Matrix story. The time loop that trapped a driver on a foggy highway in rural Scotland? Reality distortion and weird coincidences in the UK 2025. My name is Callum. And what happened to me on a cold November night in 2025 still defies everything I thought I knew about reality. I live in Edinburgh, Scotland, United Kingdom, and work as a delivery driver for a logistics company covering long hauls across the Highlands and down to the lowlands. I've driven those winding roads thousands of times, the A9 north to Inverness, the M90 south to Perth, in all kinds of weather. Rain, snow, gale force winds, nothing phases me anymore. But that night, somewhere between Pitlochry and Dunkeld, on a remote stretch of the A9, surrounded by dense pine forests and rolling moorland, something broke in the fabric of the world, and I got caught in it. It was around 11 p.m. on November 14th. ID just dropped off a load in Inverness and was heading back south to Edinburgh for the night. The forecast warned of thick fog rolling in from the North Sea, but I'd driven in worse. My van was loaded with empty pallets, the radio playing late-night BBC Scotland, and I had a thermos of strong coffee to keep me alert. As I passed the house of Brewer Turnoff, the fog descended suddenly, not gradually like usual, but all at once, swallowing the headlights in a wall of gray-white mist. Visibility dropped to a few meters. I slowed to 30 miles per hour, hazards on, following the white line in the center of the road. That's when the first weird coincidence happened. My radio cut to static then, a song came on that I hadn't heard in years, Chasing Cars by Snow Patrol. The exact track that was playing the night my dad died in a car accident on this very road back in 2008. I felt a chill, but told myself it was just a random playlist glitch. I changed stations, everyone played the same song, synced perfectly. Uneasy, I turned the radio off completely. Minutes later, I spotted a milestone marker on the left. Kindleachen 2 miles. I knew that marker well. It's just before a sharp bend near the River Tummel. I drove carefully, navigated the bend, and there it was again. The same milestone. Kendalachin 2 miles. The fog was thick, but I was certain I'd just passed it. My odometer showed I'd traveled over 3 miles since the first sighting. Heart pounding, I kept going, gripping the wheel tighter. The road curved the same way. The same pine trees loomed on both sides, and then the milestone appeared a third time. Kendalachin 2 miles. Exact same weathering, same moss on the stone. I pulled over onto the grassy verge, hazards flashing, and checked my GPS. The screen showed me stationary at the exact coordinates I'd been at 5 minutes earlier. No signal bars, just a spinning wheel. My phone had no service either. I stepped out of the van, the fog so dense I could barely see my own headlights. The air was unnaturally still. No wind, no distant car noise, nothing but the faint hum of my engine. I shouted into the mist, "Hello? Anyone?" My voice echoed strangely, like I was in a closed room rather than open countryside. Back in the van, I decided to push forward. What else could I do? I drove slowly, watching the odometer tick up. 10 minutes later, the fog thinned slightly, and I saw lights ahead, the small village of Kendalachin. Relief washed over me as I passed the welcome sign and pulled into the empty car park by the old inn. But as I parked, my dashboard clock read 11:17 p.m., the exact time I'd first entered the fog. My watch said the same. The trip from the milestone to the village should have taken under 5 minutes, yet my odometer showed I'd driven nearly 20 miles in that loop. I sat there for a moment trying to rationalize it. Maybe I'd blacked out? Hallucinated from fatigue? But the mileage was real. Shaken, I restarted the engine and continued south. The fog lifted completely just past Ballinluig and normal reality seemed to resume. I made it home to Edinburgh by 1 a.m., exhausted but relieved. The next day, I checked my dashcam footage, something I always record for insurance purposes. What I saw made my blood run cold. The video showed me passing the Kendalachin milestone once, then immediately cutting to me arriving in the village car park. No loop, no repeated scenery, just a clean edit from milestone to destination as if 20 miles had vanished. But the timestamp jumped from 11:15 to 11:17, and the file metadata showed a 2-minute gap where data should have been continuous. I sent the file to a tech-savvy mate in Glasgow. He confirmed no tampering, no compression artifacts. It was like time itself had been snipped. Over the following weeks, more strange coincidences piled up. I kept seeing the same white van in my rearview mirror on different routes. Same registration plate ending in KJD, same dent on the passenger door. I'd overtake it, pull ahead for miles, then it would appear again behind me. One day on the M8 near Glasgow, I pulled into a service station to confront the driver. The car park was empty except for my van. No white van anywhere. Then came the déjà vu that felt too precise. Conversations with colleagues I'd swear we'd had days earlier, word for word. A news story on the radio about a minor crash near Pitlochry that I remembered reading about last week, but when I checked online archives, the incident had happened that very morning. The worst was the night I dreamed I was back in the fog, stuck in the loop forever, the milestone appearing endlessly. I woke up in a sweat at 3:33 a.m., and my phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. Kendalachin 2 miles, no sender ID, just those words. I blocked it, but the next night at the same time, another text. You're still in the loop. I stopped driving the A9 altogether, taking longer coastal routes even if it added hours. My boss thought I was losing it, but after I showed him the dashcam and the texts, he reassigned me to city runs only. I saw a therapist in Edinburgh who specialized in trauma. She suggested carbon monoxide poisoning or sleep deprivation causing hallucinations, but tests came back clean. It's been over a month now, and the weird coincidences have faded. No more white vans, no more repeating milestones and dreams. But I can't shake the feeling that reality glitched that night on that lonely Scottish highway, and for a while, I was caught between moments, a driver trapped in a fold of time where the road refused to progress. This happened in 2025, deep in the Scottish Highlands, proving that glitch in the matrix experiences and reality distortions aren't just internet theories. Weird coincidences, time loops, and unexplainable repetitions can happen to anyone on empty roads at night. The A9 has claimed many lives over the years. Maybe some echoes linger, pulling the living into brief pockets where past and present overlap. If you're driving alone in rural Scotland or anywhere in the UK late at night, especially in thick fog, trust your instruments but also trust your gut. Sometimes the world skips a beat, and you don't want to be the one left repeating the same stretch forever. True scary glitch in the Matrix stories like this remind us that reality might be more fragile than we think, especially on ancient roads cutting through isolated landscapes across Europe and America. Drive safe. Some loops aren't meant to be broken from the inside. The Endless Trail, Canada, British Columbia Wilderness. It was the summer of 2018, deep in the dense forests of British Columbia, Canada. One of those true scary stories that still makes my skin crawl every time I think about it. I was 27, an experienced hiker, out with 2 buddies for a 3-day backpacking trip along a remote trail near Garibaldi Provincial Park. The area is known for its stunning turquoise lakes and jagged peaks, but also for being incredibly isolated. Cell service drops the moment you leave the parking lot, and rescue can take days. We set out on a clear morning, packs heavy with gear, laughing about bear sightings and how we'd scare each other with fake noises at night. The first day was perfect. Pine-scented air, birds chirping, the crunch of boots on the path. By evening, we reached a small clearing by a stream and set up camp. That's when the first weird thing happened. Our fire wouldn't stay lit. No matter how much kindling we added, the flames kept dying down like something was sucking the oxygen away. We blamed the damp wood and went to sleep. Around 2 a.m., I woke up to scratching. Not on the ground, slow and deliberate, like long nails dragging through dirt in a circle around us. I froze, listening. My friends were still snoring. The scratching stopped, then started again, closer. I whispered to wake them, but they mumbled and rolled over. I lay there for hours, heart pounding, until dawn broke and it finally went silent. We packed up fast and hit the trail early. That's when the real horror began. The path we'd followed in was gone. Not overgrown, completely erased. Where the trail had been, there was just unbroken forest floor, moss and roots like no one had ever walked there. We checked maps, GPS, nothing. The compass spun lazily. Panic set in. We pushed forward anyway, bushwhacking through thick undergrowth. Hours turned into a full day. The sun seemed wrong, too low, too fast. Then we found it, our own campsite from the night before. Tents still up, fire pit cold, our footprints leading right back to it. Impossible. We'd hiked straight for 8 hours. That night, the scratching returned. Louder, faster, circling tighter. We heard whispers now, low voices mimicking our names but distorted, like played backward on an old tape. One of my friends screamed that he saw shapes in the trees. Tall, thin figures with no faces, just black voids where eyes should be. We ran blindly into the night, flashlights bouncing. By morning we were exhausted, scratched, starving. We stumbled onto a service road we'd never seen on any map. A park ranger found us hours later, rambling about loops and whispers. He said nothing, just drove us out. Later, we learned the area has old indigenous warnings about the place where the trail turns back on itself. A spot where lost souls wander forever, pulling others in. I still dream about that forest. Sometimes I hear the scratching, even in my apartment. If you're planning a trip to the Canadian wilderness, stick to marked paths, because some trails, they don't let you leave. The Silent Passenger, Russia, abandoned Siberian highway near Novosibirsk. This real horror story happened in the frozen emptiness of Siberia, Russia, winter 2020. I was a long-haul truck driver, 42 years old, running freight from Novosibirsk to a remote mining town. The highway is infamous, endless straight lines through taiga forest. Temperatures dropping to minus 40 degrees Celsius and stretches where you don't see another soul for days. It was late January, snow whipping across the windshield. I'd been driving 14 hours straight. Radio static the only company. Around midnight, I picked up a hitchhiker. A young guy, maybe 20, standing on the shoulder in a thin jacket. No gloves, no hat. Looked pale, almost blue. I felt bad. No one survives long out there without help. He climbed in silently, nodded thanks, and sat staring ahead. We drove for hours. He didn't speak, didn't move much. I tried small talk, where from, where going. Nothing, just the heater humming and snow hitting the glass. Around 3 a.m., the truck started acting weird, engine sputtering, lights dimming. I pulled over to check. When I got back in, he was gone. Door hadn't opened. Footprints? None in the fresh snow. I searched the cab. Empty. I drove on, shaken. At the next fuel stop, a tiny gas station in the middle of nowhere, the attendant asked if I was alone. I said yes. He pointed at the passenger window. A perfect handprint in the frost, on the inside. 5 fingers, long nails. The print was frozen solid like it had been there for hours. I kept driving, but every few miles, I'd catch a glimpse in the rear view, a pale face in the back seat, eyes wide, mouth open in a silent scream. It never spoke, just watched. When I finally reached the mining town at dawn, I pulled into the lot, shut off the engine, and the handprint was still there. I scraped it off with a knife. Underneath, etched into the glass like it had been burned in, one word in Cyrillic, stay. I quit long haul after that. Siberia's highways are full of true scary stories like this. People who vanish, or worse, don't. The Mirror in the outback Australia, remote outback near Alice Springs. In the red heart of Australia's outback, near Alice Springs, 2019, this creepy true story still gives me chills. I was on a solo road trip, chasing the stars in the desert. One night, I pulled off the Stewart Highway onto a dirt track to camp under the Milky Way. No lights, no people, just silence and endless red dirt. I set up my swag sleeping bag tent near an old abandoned homestead, rusted tin roof, broken windows. As the sun set, I noticed something odd. A large mirror propped against the wall inside the ruins, perfectly clean, reflecting the stars. Weird, but I shrugged it off. Around midnight, I woke to my own reflection in the mirror, but I wasn't standing. The reflection was sitting up, staring straight at me, eyes glowing faintly. I sat up fast, and so did it. I waved. It didn't. Just watched, unblinking. I grabbed my flashlight and approached. The mirror was old, dusty frame, but the glass was flawless. My reflection followed every move until I turned my back. Then, in the corner of my eye, it moved, stepping closer when I wasn't looking. I spun around, nothing. Reflection normal again. I backed away, heart racing. The reflection smiled. Slow, wide teeth, too many. I ran to the car, drove off without my gear. In the rear view, the mirror was still there, and my reflection was standing in the doorway of the homestead, waving goodbye. Locals later told me the place was cursed. An old miner's wife who drowned in a well, her spirit trapped in any reflective surface, waiting to swap places. If you're driving the Australian outback alone, never camp near ruins. Some reflections aren't yours. The last train to Yotsuya, Japan. Tokyo, late-night subway lines near Yotsuya Station. This true scary story happened in Tokyo, Japan. In the winter of 2022, I was 29, working late shifts as a graphic designer in Shinjuku. The last train home was always the 1:12 a.m. Hosubu line from Shinjuku to my apartment in Nakano. Most nights it was half empty, salarymen dozing, students with headphones, the occasional drunk mumbling to himself. Nothing unusual. But on this particular Friday night, something felt off from the moment I stepped onto the platform at Yotsuya Station. The air was colder than it should have been, even for December. The digital clock flickered, 109, then 108, then jumped back to 109. I rubbed my eyes, blamed exhaustion. The train pulled in, an old 103 series car, the kind they started phasing out years ago. The doors opened with that familiar hiss, but the interior lights were dimmer than usual, almost yellow. Only 3 other passengers were inside. An elderly woman in a gray coat sitting near the front. A young man in a black hoodie staring at the floor, and a salaryman in a crumpled suit sleeping against the window. I sat near the middle, pulled out my phone. No signal. Strange, because the CH line usually has decent coverage underground. The train lurched forward, and that's when I noticed the reflection in the dark window. There were 5 of us, but I only saw 4. I turned around slowly. The seats were empty behind me. I looked back at the window. There it was again. A 5th figure. Standing in the aisle, perfectly still, wearing what looked like an old-school uniform. Navy sailor suit, white scarf, black loafers. Long black hair covering the face. It wasn't moving with the train's sway. It was rooted, like it had been glued to the floor. I told myself it was a trick of the light. Maybe another passenger I hadn't noticed. I glanced over my shoulder again. Nothing. Back to the window. The figure was closer now, standing directly behind my seat. My heart started hammering. I stood up, pretending to stretch, and walked toward the end of the car. The elderly woman didn't look up. The guy in the hoodie didn't move. The sleeping salaryman didn't stir. I reached the connecting door to the next car. It was locked. I pushed. Nothing. I turned back. The figure in the reflection was gone from the window, but now it was sitting in my seat. I froze. The seat was empty in reality, but in every reflection, the window, the metal handrail, the glass partition. The girl in the sailor suit was sitting exactly where I had been. Head tilted slightly, hair still hiding her face. The train slowed. The announcement crackled. Next stop. Yotsuya. But we had already passed Yotsuya 20 minutes ago. The train should have been heading toward Nakano, then beyond. I looked up at the route map above the door. All the stations were blank except one. Yotsuya glowing red over and over. The doors opened. No platform, just black. Not darkness, absolute black, like the tunnel had been erased. Cold air rushed in, smelling of wet earth and something metallic. The elderly woman stood up slowly, walked to the door, and stepped out into the void without a word. She didn't fall, she just disappeared as if the black swallowed her whole. The sailorman woke up, looked around confused, then stood and followed her. Same thing, gone. The guy in the hoodie finally lifted his head. His eyes were completely white, no pupils, no irises. He smiled, teeth too small, too sharp. Then he walked out too. I was alone. Except I wasn't. The girl in the sailor suit was now standing in the doorway, facing me. Her hair parted just enough to show one eye. Pale, cloudy, unblinking. She raised one hand and pointed at the seat I had been sitting in. I didn't want to look, but I did. My own body was still there, slumped forward, head against the window, eyes open but glassy. Dead. The girl tilted her head, as if asking a question. The train doors started to close. I ran. I don't remember the rest clearly, only flashes. Sprinting down the aisle, the lights flickering, the smell of wet soil growing stronger, the sound of dripping water. Then suddenly the train jerked. The lights came back full brightness, and I was standing on the platform at Nakano Station at 1:47 a.m. The train pulled away. I looked through the windows as it passed, empty. No passengers, no girl. Just my own terrified reflection staring back. The next morning I called in sick. I haven't taken the last train since. But sometimes when I'm walking home late, I hear the exact hiss of those old doors opening behind me. Even though no train is there. Locals in Tokyo know about the ghost line, the train that only runs when the clock glitches, picking up people who are already gone. Some say it's the last ride for those who died alone on the way home. Others say if you see your own body still sitting in the seat, you're already on board, and you don't get off. If you ever find yourself on the last Seihosukubu train after midnight, and the lights are too yellow, don't sit down. And whatever you do, don't look at your reflection. Stay safe out there. The house that remembered United Kingdom, a remote village in the Yorkshire Dales, northern England. This is one of the longest, most detailed, true scary stories I've ever come across, and it happened to me. I'm telling it exactly as it unfolded. No shortcuts, because if I leave anything out, you won't understand how deep it went. This isn't a quick ghost tale. This is a slow, creeping horror that took months to unfold. And even now, years later, I'm not sure I ever really left that house. It started in early October 2017. I was 34, recently divorced, and needed somewhere cheap to start over. A friend of a friend knew about an old stone cottage for rent in a tiny village called Garsdale Head, high up in the Yorkshire Dales. The rent was absurdly low, £320 a month for a 3-bedroom house with a big garden. The listing said, needs some TLC, which is British understatement for falling apart but charming. I drove up on a cold Saturday afternoon. The road narrowed to a single track after Hawes, then became barely more than tire ruts between dry stone walls. No streetlights, no mobile signal. Just sheet mist and silence. The house sat alone at the end of a long gravel lane, half hidden behind a sagging yew hedge. Gray stone walls, slate roof missing a few tiles, windows small and deep set like suspicious eyes. The key was under a broken flower pot, as promised. I stepped inside. The smell hit me first. Not damp exactly, but old, thick like wet wool and candle wax that had burned for decades. The hallway was narrow, flagstone floor, low ceiling. On the left, a sitting room with a massive stone fireplace. On the right, stairs going up into shadow. I dropped my bags and went exploring. Everything was still furnished. Heavy oak furniture, floral wallpaper peeling in long strips, brass light fittings tarnished black. In the kitchen, a Rayburn stove that looked like it hadn't been lit since the 1970s. Upstairs, 3 bedrooms. The master had a 4-poster bed with moth-eaten curtains. The second room was empty except for a child's rocking horse in the corner. Wooden, faded red paint, one eye missing. The third was a box room with a single iron bed and a cracked mirror above a chest of drawers. I decided to take it. I had nowhere else to go, and the price was too good to pass up. I signed the lease the next week and moved in properly a fortnight later. The first week was quiet. Too quiet. No neighbors within shouting distance. The nearest shop was 6 miles away in Hawes. I worked remotely, so I spent most days alone with the wind rattling the windows and the sheep bleeding somewhere out on the fell. Then the small things started. I'd find doors open that I'd definitely closed. Not slammed, just quietly ajar, as if someone had passed through and didn't bother shutting it properly. The rocking horse in the spare room would sometimes be facing a different direction in the morning. I told myself drafts, mice, old house settling. One night I woke at 3:17 a.m. to the sound of footsteps upstairs. Slow, deliberate, walking the length of the landing and back again. I lay there listening, heart in my throat. The house was old, floorboards creak. But these weren't random creaks, they had rhythm. Step, pause, like someone pacing with purpose. I grabbed my phone, no signal, but the torch worked and went up. Nothing. Empty landing. The rocking horse was facing the door now. I turned it back toward the wall and went to bed. The next morning I found wet footprints on the flagstones in the hallway. Small, child-sized, barefoot. They started at the front door, went up the stairs, walked the full length of the landing, then came back down and stopped at the sitting room door. No prints leading outside. They just ended. I took photos. I showed them to the estate agent when I called her, voice shaking. She laughed, said it was probably condensation from my own boots, and I should get the gutters cleaned. But I knew what I'd seen. Weeks passed. The pacing became nightly. Always between 3:10 and 3:40 a.m. Sometimes I'd hear a soft humming, a tune I didn't recognize, low and mournful. Once I heard a child's laugh, very faint, coming from inside the walls. I started sleeping with the lights on. I bought a cheap security camera and set it up on the landing. The first night it recorded nothing, just the empty corridor. Timestamp jumping from 3:16 to 3:18 with a 2-minute gap. The next night, the footage showed the rocking horse slowly turning on its own, completing a full circle, then stopping. No one in frame. I stopped sleeping upstairs. I dragged the sofa bed into the sitting room and slept there. That's when the real escalation began. One morning I woke to find every single cupboard and drawer in the kitchen open. All of them. Plates stacked neatly on the floor. Cutlery arranged in perfect rows. A child's drawing. Crayons, stick figures, a house, a woman, a little girl holding hands, taped to the fridge. I hadn't put it there. I tore it down and burned it in the fireplace. The paper wouldn't catch. It just curled and smoked and sat there, blackening but refusing to burn. That night the humming came from the sitting room itself. I was lying on the sofa bed, pretending to sleep. The sound started behind me, near the fireplace. A woman's voice, soft, wordless, like a lullaby with no words. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. It got closer. I felt the air shift, like someone leaned over me. The humming stopped an inch from my ear. Then a whisper, clear, adult, female. She wants to play. I shut upright, room empty, fire dead. Sofa bed soaked, not with water, with cold sweat that wasn't mine. My pajamas were dry. The wet patch was shaped like a child's body curled up. I called my ex-wife the next day. She didn't believe me. Said I was losing it. Maybe I was. I'd decided to research the house. The village library had almost nothing, but the old parish records at the church in Hawes went back centuries. The cottage had been built in 1784. In 1897 it was occupied by a family named Harker, Thomas, farmer, Margaret, wife, and their daughter Beatrice, aged 7. In November 1897, during a blizzard that lasted 11 days, Beatrice wandered out of the house in her nightgown. They found her body 3 days later, frozen solid in the stream half a mile away. The mother, Margaret, never recovered. She refused to leave the house. Locals said she spent every night walking the landing, calling for her daughter. In 1901, she was found dead in the master bedroom, sitting upright in the four-poster, eyes open, hands folded in her lap. Cause of death? Exposure. The windows had been wide open in the middle of winter. After that, the house changed hands many times. No family stayed longer than 2 years. Several tenants reported a child crying in the walls. One woman in the 1960s claimed the daughter followed her home to Leeds and appeared in every mirror for 6 months before she moved to Australia and the sighting stopped. I stopped reading after that. I wanted to leave. But the lease was 6 months. I had no money for another deposit. I told myself I could endure it. I was wrong. The house started remembering me. One evening, I came home to find my own clothes laid out on the stairs. Shirt, trousers, socks, shoes, in a perfect line, as if someone had walked up the steps and shed them one by one. My toothbrush was in the child's bedroom, standing upright in the middle of the floor. My laptop was open on the rocking horse's saddle, playing a video I hadn't recorded. Grainy footage from the security camera, showing me asleep on the sofa bed and a small shape crawling slowly across the floor toward me. The timestamp said 3:22 a.m., the previous night. I had no memory of setting the camera to record audio. But there was sound. My breathing, steady at first, then faster, then a whimper, then silence. Then my own voice whispering, "Please, let me stay." I hadn't said that. I smashed the camera. I threw the rocking horse out into the garden. It rained all night. In the morning, it was back in the spare room, facing the door again. The pacing stopped being just pacing. Now there were 2 sets of footsteps. One heavy, adult. One light, child-sized. They walked together. Sometimes they stopped outside my door. Sometimes they came inside. I'd wait to find the blankets pulled back on the empty side of the sofa bed. The pillow dented, as if someone had slept there. One night I couldn't take it anymore. I screamed at the empty room, "Leave me alone! This is my house now!" Silence. Then from the ceiling above me, a soft reply. The same woman's voice. No, it's hers. I moved out the next day. Packed everything into my car in under 2 hours. Didn't bother cleaning. Didn't take the key back. I drove to Leeds and slept on a friend's couch for 3 weeks. The landlord never chased me for rent. The house stayed empty for 2 years. Then it was sold at auction for almost nothing. I still dream about it. Not every night, but often enough. I dream I'm back in the sitting room. The fire is lit. The rocking horse is rocking on its own. The little girl is sitting on the floor drawing with red crayon. She looks up at me and smiles. Behind her, the mother stands in the doorway, eyes black, mouth open in a silent scream. And I realize I never really left. I'm still paying rent somehow. Because sometimes, when I'm alone in my flat in the city, I hear footsteps on the landing outside my door. Adult. Child. Walking together. Stopping. Waiting. And I know they're not finished playing. If you ever find a house that's too cheap, in a place too quiet, with a history no one wants to talk about, walk away. Some houses don't want new tenants. They want to keep the ones they already have. Forever. True Scary Story, 2025. I went camping alone in Yellowstone National Park, and something watched me from the trees every night. Unsolved National Park horror encounter. My name is Ethan. I'm 32 from Boise, Idaho, and what happened to me last summer in Yellowstone National Park still keeps me awake most nights. I used to think the wilderness was peaceful, a place to escape the noise of the city, recharge, and just be alone with my thoughts. I was wrong. There's something out there that doesn't want you alone. It wants you aware that you're being watched. I planned the trip for months. Solo backpacking, 5 days, deep into the backcountry near the Lamar Valley, far from the tourist trails. No cell service, no people, just me, my tent, bear spray, and a satellite messenger in case of emergency. I told my sister the rough route and promised to check in when I got signal on day 5. She laughed and said, "Don't get eaten by a bear, idiot." We joked about it. I wish that was the worst thing that could happen. I drove up in early July 2025, parked at the trailhead, and hiked in on a sunny afternoon. The first day was perfect. Crystal clear skies, wildflowers everywhere, elk grazing in the meadows like nothing was wrong with the world. I set up camp near a small creek, cooked ramen over my stove, and fell asleep listening to the water. Peaceful. Too peaceful. That changed on night 2. Around 1 a.m., I woke up to scratching. Not loud, just faint, like fingernails dragging slowly across the nylon of my tent. I froze. My heart started hammering. I told myself it was a curious deer or maybe a porcupine. I lay there listening. The scratching stopped after maybe 20 seconds. Then it started again, but on the opposite side. Same slow drag, deliberate. Like whatever it was knew exactly where I was and was circling. I grabbed my flashlight and bear spray, unzipped the fly just enough to peek out. Nothing. Pitch black beyond the beam. No eyeshine, no movement. The forest was dead silent. No crickets, no wind, no owls. That silence was worse than the scratching. I zipped back up, heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. Morning came. I checked around the tent. No tracks. No claw marks. Just grass flattened in a perfect circle around my campsite, like something had paced there for hours. I told myself I was being paranoid. Hikers get spooked all the time. I packed up and moved deeper in. Day 3. The trail narrowed. Trees closed in. I was maybe 12 miles from the road now. I found a beautiful spot on a ridge overlooking a valley. Set up camp early. Felt safer in the open. Big mistake. That night, the scratching came back, louder, more insistent. This time it sounded like it was trying to find a weak spot in the fabric. I yelled, "Get out of here." My voice echoed weirdly, swallowed by the trees. The scratching stopped instantly. Then a low sound started, not a growl, not a howl. More like a human imitating an animal, but wrong. A drawn-out that rose and fell, almost like mocking laughter. It came from maybe 30 feet away, then moved farther, then closer again, playing with me. I turned on my headlamp and scanned through the mesh. 2 reflective eyes caught the light high up in a pine tree. Not low like a bear or coyote. High, like something crouched on a branch, staring straight down. The eyes disappeared when I aimed the beam directly at them. I sat up all night, spray in one hand, knife in the other. When dawn broke, I was shaking. I decided to hike out early. Enough was enough. But when I checked my map, the trail I planned to take back was blocked by a recent rock slide. I'd have to reroute through thicker forest, adding at least a day. No choice. I started walking. That's when the footprints appeared. Not mine, they were barefoot. Human-shaped, but too long and narrow. Toes spread unnaturally wide. They'd paralleled my trail, sometimes stepping exactly in my boot prints. Sometimes veering off into the brush and coming back fresh. No rain had touched them. I followed them for a mile out of morbid curiosity, then realized they were leading me in a circle back toward my last campsite. I stopped cold, turned around. The prints behind me were gone, like they had been erased. I started running. Night 4. I pushed hard, barely stopped for water. Found a small clearing near a fallen log. Set up tent fast. No fire. I didn't want to draw attention. I crawled inside, zipped everything tight, and prayed. The sounds started earlier this time. Around 11 p.m. footsteps first. Heavy, deliberate, circling at a distance. Then the scratching again. Then that wrong human-animal hum. But now there was more whispers. Not words I could understand, but voices. Multiple. Low, overlapping, like people talking just out of earshot. One sounded like a woman. One like a child. One deep, gravelly. They weren't speaking English. Or maybe they were, but the wind twisted it. I recorded it on my phone, shaking so bad the audio is mostly my breathing. I still have the file. Sometimes I play it at low volume, trying to convince myself it's just wind or ravens. It's not. Around 3 a.m., the tent shook. Not wind. Something pushed it hard from the outside. I screamed. The shaking stopped. Then a hand, I swear it was a hand, pressed flat against the mesh window, fingers splayed, long, too long. The silhouette blocked the moonlight. I could see the outline of knuckles, but they were wrong, bent at strange angles. The hand stayed there for a full 10 seconds. Then slowly dragged down, claws catching the fabric, tearing tiny rips. I sprayed bear spray through the mesh. It recoiled with a hiss that sounded almost disappointed. Then silence again. Dead silence. Morning 5. I tore down camp in minutes. Started hiking out at first light. The footprints were back. This time they walked right beside me, matching my pace. Sometimes ahead, sometimes behind. I didn't look. I just kept moving. Around noon, I heard branches snapping far off. Then closer, then a scream. Not animal, human. A woman's scream cut off mid-note. My blood went cold. I blew my emergency whistle 3 times. No answer. I kept going. I made it to the trailhead by dusk. My car was the only one left. I threw my pack in, locked the doors, and drove. I didn't stop until I hit a motel in Gardner. I sat in the parking lot for an hour before going inside, just staring at the tree line. When I finally checked in, the clerk asked if I was okay. I said yes. I lied. I haven't gone back to Yellowstone. I sold most of my gear. I still wake up hearing that hum, that scratching. Sometimes I check my old tent. It's in storage. There are still faint claw marks on the fly. Thin. Deliberate. I don't know what it was. Skinwalker? Something else? Something that learned to mimic us? All I know is it didn't want to kill me that week. It wanted me to know it was there. It wanted me to leave, but not before it made sure I'd never forget. If you're thinking of solo camping in the national parks this year, especially the backcountry, not alone. Because something might decide you're interesting enough to follow. And once it starts following, it doesn't stop. Sleep tight, and maybe leave a light on. True Horror Story 2025 Part 2. Thought Yellowstone was over until the same thing started following me home to Idaho. Stalker in the suburbs. Skinwalker road trip nightmare. Glitch in the Matrix encounter. My name is still Ethan. It's been 5 months since I left Yellowstone, and I thought the nightmare ended when I locked my apartment door in Boise. I was wrong. Whatever followed me out of those woods didn't stay in the park. It came home. The first sign wasn't dramatic. It was quiet. Too quiet. I live on the 3rd floor of an old brick building downtown. Normally you hear everything. Neighbors arguing, cars on the street, the guy above me blasting metal at 2 a.m., but starting the week I got back, the building went silent after midnight. Like the whole place held its breath. I noticed it on a Tuesday. I came home from my night shift at the warehouse around 1:30 a.m. The hallway lights were flickering again. Maintenance never fixes anything. But the silence hit different. No TV from 3B, no dog barking in 3C, no footsteps overhead. Just my keys jingling and my own breathing. I unlocked the door, stepped inside, flipped the light. Everything looked normal. Couch, coffee table, half-dead fern in the corner. I dropped my keys, went to the kitchen for water, and that's when I saw it. A single barefoot footprint on the linoleum. Wet. Fresh. Too big for mine. Toes too long, spread wide like they were gripping the floor. The print led from the living room window, which was closed and locked, straight to the middle of the kitchen, then vanished. No exit trail. Just gone. I froze, my pulse slammed in my ears. I told myself it was condensation, a neighbor's kid messing around, anything but what my brain was screaming. I took a photo with my phone. The timestamp says 1:47 a.m. October 14th, 2025. I still have it. The print is perfectly centered, like it was placed there on purpose. I didn't sleep. I sat on the couch with all the lights on, bear spray on the coffee table, kitchen knife next to it. Around 3:20 a.m., I heard it. Scratching, not on the door. Inside the walls. Slow, deliberate drags, like long nails tracing the drywall from the inside. It moved from the living room wall, across the hallway, into the bedroom, then back again, circling me. I put my ear to the plaster. The sound stopped the second my skin touched it. Then started again on the opposite wall. I didn't scream. I couldn't. I just sat there until sunrise, listening to something pace inside my own apartment walls. The next few days blurred. I started noticing things out of place. My fridge magnets rearranged into a perfect circle. My shoes lined up by the door facing the same direction, like they'd been moved and pointed toward the window. My bedroom window, the one that looks out over an alley, was unlatched every morning, even though I triple-checked it before bed. Then the humming started, not loud, barely audible. That same wrong throat deep from the park. It came through the vents at night. Sometimes it sounded like one voice. Sometimes 3 or 4, overlapping, talking just below the threshold of words. I recorded it again. The file is 47 minutes long. Most of it is just that low, mocking hum. At one point you can hear what sounds like a child giggling, then a woman shushing it, then the deep, gravelly one laughing. I deleted the file twice. It keeps reappearing in my cloud. I stopped sleeping in my apartment. I crashed on friends' couches, in my car, even a cheap motel on the edge of town. But it followed. One night I stayed at my buddy Marcus's place in Nampa, 30 miles away. He has a spare room, no questions asked. I told him I was having work stress. He bought it. Around 2 a.m., his dog, a big German shepherd named Duke, started growling at the hallway. Not barking. Low, serious growling, hackles up, staring at nothing. Then the bedroom door, which was closed, slowly pushed open from the outside. No one there. Just the hallway lights spilling in. Duke launched himself at the doorway, snarling, then stopped dead, backed up, tail tucked, whimpering. He crawled under the bed and wouldn't come out the rest of the night. Marcus woke up, saw the dog, saw my face, and said, "Dude, what the hell is going on with you?" I couldn't answer. I just grabbed my stuff and left. I drove straight to my sister's house in Twin Falls. She's the only family I have left. I didn't tell her everything, just that I was having panic attacks and needed a few nights. She let me stay in the guest room. That's when it got personal. The third night there, I woke up to the sound of someone breathing on the other side of the bedroom door. Slow, deep inhales, exhales, like they were standing with their mouth pressed to the crack under the door. I stayed still. The breathing continued for almost 10 minutes. Then it whispered my name. Ethan. Not loud, soft, almost sweet, but wrong. The voice wasn't human. It had too many layers, like 3 people saying it at once. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. After it said my name 3 times, the breathing stopped. Footsteps retreated down the hallway, soft, barefoot, then silence. In the morning I checked the hallway carpet. There was a line of wet footprints leading from my door to the back door of the house. They stopped at the threshold, like whatever was stepped outside and kept going. My sister found me sitting on the kitchen floor staring at the prints. She asked what happened. I broke. I told her everything. Yellowstone, the eyes in the tree, the hand on the tent, the footprint in my kitchen, the humming, the name. She didn't laugh. She didn't call me crazy. She just said, "We need to leave. Right now." We packed a bag each and drove to her friend's cabin near Stanley, deep in the Sawtooths. No one would know we were there. No address, no cell service. We figured if it was following me, at least we'd be far from people. Big mistake. The cabin was old. Log walls. Wood stove. 1 bedroom, 1 bathroom, big living area with windows on 3 sides. Beautiful during the day. Terrifying at night. Night went past quietly. Too quietly. No wind, no animals. Just the crackle of the fire. Night 2, the humming came back. This time from outside. Circling the cabin. Slow. Patient. Sometimes it moved fast, like it was running laps around the house. Sometimes it stopped right outside a window, so close I could almost see the breath fogging the glass, but when I looked, nothing. Then the knocks started. Not pounding, soft, polite. 3 knocks on the back door. Pause. 3 more on the side window. Pause. 3 on the front porch, like it was asking to come in. My sister was crying by the 3rd round. I grabbed the shotgun her friend kept under the couch. Loaded. Safety off. I stood in the middle of the room, sweeping the windows. At 3:17 a.m., every light in the cabin flickered once and died. The fire went out like someone pinched the flame, total black. Then the door handle rattled. Slow. Testing. Not aggressive. Curious. I whispered to my sister, "Get behind me." She did. The handle turned all the way. The door creaked open 2 inches. Then stopped. Like it hit resistance. I hadn't locked it. I know I hadn't. Something pushed. The door opened another inch. I could see the outline of a hand wrapped around the edge. Long fingers, too many knuckles. It didn't force it. It just waited. I raised the shotgun. "Get the hell out," I said. My voice cracked. The hand let go. The door eased shut on its own. Then silence again. We didn't sleep. We sat back to back until dawn. Morning came. The door was locked from the inside. The handprint on the glass was still there. Huge, smeared, fingers bent backward at the second joint. We left that day. I haven't been home since. I'm staying with a cousin in Montana now. Different state. Different life. I don't go out after dark. I don't answer the door if I don't recognize the knock. But sometimes, when the house is quiet, I hear it again. That low hum. Coming from the street. From the trees across the road. From inside the vents. It's patient. It knows my name. And it's still following. If you ever feel like something is watching you, even in your own home, believe it. Because once it learns your name, it never forgets. And it never stops. True Terrifying Story 2025 Part 3. It found me in Montana. The thing from Yellowstone is now inside my dreams and my reflection. Sleep paralysis, demon, mirror glitch, skinwalker possession, real horror. My name is Ethan. It's January 2026 now. I thought moving to Montana, changing my number, deleting every social media account, and telling almost no one where I was going would finally break the chain. I was so wrong. Whatever came out of Yellowstone didn't just follow me, it learned me. It got inside me, and it's not leaving. I'm staying with my cousin Riley in a small town called Whitefish. Quiet place. Snowy winters. Mountains everywhere. Riley's house sits at the end of a long gravel road, surrounded by thick pine forest on 3 sides. The kind of spot people call peaceful. I used to think that word meant safe. Now it just means isolated. I got here right after Christmas. Riley gave me the basement room. It's finished, has its own bathroom, small window at ground level, looking out at the snow. I liked it. Felt hidden. I started sleeping better for the first 3 nights. No humming. No footprints. No scratching. I almost let myself believe it was over. Then the dreams started. Not normal dreams. The kind where you wake up soaked in sweat, heart racing, convinced it actually happened. Every night the same scene, but sharper, more detailed, like a memory being replayed on higher resolution. I'm back in Yellowstone. Same ridge, same tent, but this time I'm not alone inside. Something is sitting cross-legged at the foot of my sleeping bag. It looks like me. Same hair, same jacket, same face. But the eyes are wrong, completely black. No whites, no reflection, just holes. It doesn't speak, it just stares. And every time I try to move, my body locks. Sleep paralysis. I can feel the weight of its gaze pressing me down. Then it smiles. 2 wide teeth too many, and leans in close. Its breath smells like wet earth and copper. I wake up gasping every single time. 3:33 a.m. on the dot. Always the same time. I started setting alarms to avoid it. Doesn't matter. I still wake at 3:33, covered in sweat, tasting dirt in my mouth. One night the dream changed. The thing that looks like me reached out and touched my forehead. Its fingers were ice cold. When it pulled them away, I saw my own reflection in its black eyes. But I wasn't looking at myself. I was looking at the basement room, from inside the mirror above the dresser. I was trapped inside the glass, pounding on the inside, screaming, but no sound came out. The thing wearing my face just watched from the bed, smiling. I woke up screaming for real. Riley came running down. I was sitting on the floor, back against the wall, staring at the mirror. My reflection was normal. But for a split second, right after I blinked, the reflection blinked a half-second later. Delayed. Wrong. I didn't tell Riley the full story. Just said I had a nightmare. She hugged me and said, "You're safe here." I wanted to believe her so bad. 2 nights later, I caught it on camera. I set up my phone on a tripod, pointed at the mirror, recording overnight. I went to bed early, lights off, door locked. Around 3:20 a.m., the footage shows me sleeping. Then my body twitches. My eyes snap open, but they're not mine. Black. Completely black. I sit up slowly, like a puppet on strings. I turn my head toward the mirror. I stare directly into the camera. Then I smile. That same 2 wide smile from the dream. I raise one hand, fingers splayed, and wave. Slow. Deliberate. Like I'm saying hello to whoever's watching the recording. Then I lay back down. Eyes close. Back to normal sleeping position. The whole thing lasts 47 seconds. When I watched it the next morning, I vomited in the bathroom. That was me. But it wasn't me. I showed Riley. She went pale. She said we needed to get help, not a doctor. Someone who knows about this kind of thing. She knew a woman in Kalispell, an elder from the Flathead Reservation who dealt with things that didn't belong. I didn't want to go. I was terrified of admitting it was real. But I was more terrified of what would happen if I didn't. We drove up the next day. Snowing hard. Roads slick. The elder's name was Margaret, small house, smelled like sage and cedar. She listened to the whole story without interrupting. When I showed her the video, she watched it twice. Then shut the phone off and said 3 words that still haunt me. "It's wearing you." She explained it didn't just follow me, it attached. It learned my voice, my walk, my face, my name. It's hollowing me out from the inside, piece by piece, so it can wear me like a skin suit when it needs to walk among people. She said these things, whatever they are, have done it for generations. They wait until you're alone, scared, vulnerable. Then they slip in through the cracks. A dream, a reflection, a moment when you're not fully you. She gave me a small pouch of herbs and ash, told me to keep it under my pillow. Burn sage every night. Never look in a mirror after midnight. And most important, never answer if it calls my name again. Because the moment I answer, it gets stronger. I followed the rules. For a week, things were quiet. Too quiet. I started feeling empty, like parts of me were missing. I'd reach for a memory. My mom's laugh, the smell of my childhood house, and it would slip away like smoke. I told myself it was stress. Then the calls started. Not phone calls. Knocks inside the house. 3 knocks on the basement ceiling. 3 on the closet door. 3 on the bathroom mirror. Always 3. Polite. Patient. Waiting for me to say, "Come in." I didn't. Last night was the worst. I woke up at 3:33 again. But this time I wasn't in bed. I was standing in front of the mirror. Lights off. Moonlight coming through the small window. My reflection was there, but it was standing a foot closer to the glass than I was. It raised its hand. I felt my own hand lift without me telling it to. We both waved at the same time. Slow, smiling. Then the reflection spoke. Not out loud. Inside my skull. Ethan, it's cold out here. Let me in. Its voice was mine. But layered. Older. Younger. Female. Male. All at once. I tried to scream. Nothing came out. My body turned away from the mirror on its own. Walked upstairs. Past Riley's room. Out the back door. Into the snow. Barefoot. I could feel the cold, but I couldn't stop. I walked into the trees. Deeper. Until the house lights disappeared. Then it stopped. I stood there in the dark, snow up to my ankles, heart pounding. And I heard it behind me, footsteps, matching mine. Same rhythm. Same weight. I turned around, nothing. But when I turned back, my footprints in the snow. Only one set. Mine. The second set was gone. I ran home. Burst through the door, locked everything. Sat in the bathtub with the lights on until morning. Riley found me there, crying, shaking. She didn't ask questions, she just sat with me. I don't know how much time I have left. The pouch of herbs is empty. The sage is gone. Every mirror in the house is covered with blankets now. But I can still feel it, inside, wearing me thinner every day. If you're watching this video, if my voice is telling this story, please listen. If you ever feel like something is watching you from inside your own eyes, don't answer when it calls your name, because once it knows you're listening, it's already home and it's never leaving. True Horrifying Story 2026 Part 4. It's not wearing me anymore. It's wearing my sister's skinwalker possession, caught on home security camera, real demonic swap, family horror nightmare, final confrontation in Montana. My name is Ethan. It's February 2026. I haven't slept more than 20 minutes at a time in weeks. The thing that came out of Yellowstone didn't just attach to me. It finished with me, it moved on, and the person it chose next was Riley. I first noticed the change on a Wednesday morning. Riley used to wake up early, make coffee, hum old country songs while she cooked breakfast. That morning the kitchen was silent. I came upstairs around 8 a.m. She was sitting at the table, back to me, staring at the wall. Coffee maker was off, no smell of breakfast. Just her, perfectly still. Riley? I said. She turned her head slowly, too slowly, like her neck had extra joints. Her eyes locked on mine. They were hers, but not. The pupils were dilated all the way, swallowing the color. She smiled. Wide, too wide, teeth showing more than they should. Morning, Ethan, she said. Her voice was hers, but it had that same layered quality. Multiple voices speaking at once, slightly out of sync. I took a step back. You okay? She stood up, smooth, no wasted movement. I'm great, you look tired. You should rest. Then she walked past me, brushing my arm. Her skin was cold, like she'd been standing outside in the snow for hours. I watched her go down the hallway. She didn't walk like Riley. Riley has a slight limp from a high school soccer injury. This walk was fluid. Perfect, like it had practiced. That night I set up the home security cameras Riley had installed years ago. 2 inside, 1 in the living room, 1 in the hallway facing the basement stairs, 1 outside pointing at the back door. I told her I was paranoid about break-ins. She just smiled that too wide smile and said, "Good idea, I didn't sleep." I sat in the dark basement, laptop open, watching the feeds. Around 2:47 a.m., the living room camera caught it. Riley came down the stairs. She was wearing my old Yellowstone hoodie, the one I burned in a barrel 2 months ago. She stood in the middle of the room, facing the camera. Then she raised both hands, palms out, fingers spread wide. She tilted her head like she was listening to something I couldn't hear. Then she started humming, that same low, wrong hum. It came through the laptop speakers, even though the volume was almost off. I muted it. The hum kept playing, inside my skull. She walked to the mirror above the fireplace, the one we hadn't covered yet. She stared into it. Then she leaned in close, nose almost touching the glass. Her reflection didn't match. The reflection raised its hand and pressed it flat against the inside of the mirror. Riley's hand was still at her side. The reflection waved, slow, mocking. Then Riley spoke, not to me, to the reflection. "You're done with him. Now it's my turn to wear this one." The reflection smiled. Riley smiled back. Then she turned and walked upstairs. The camera feed glitched, just for a second. Static. When it came back, Riley was gone. But there was a new footprint on the carpet. Wet. Barefoot. Toes too long. I didn't scream. I just sat there shaking until the sun came up. The next day, Riley acted normal. Too normal. She laughed at my jokes. Cooked pancakes. Asked about my day. But everything was slightly off. She put salt in her coffee. She called me buddy. She never calls me that. When she hugged me goodbye before work, her arms stayed around me too long. I felt her heartbeat. It was slow. Too slow. Like it wasn't trying very hard. I started recording everything, every conversation, every meal, every time she looked at me a second too long. 3 nights later, the outside camera caught the worst thing I've ever seen. Around 3:11 a.m., Riley walked out the back door, barefoot, in the snow. She stood in the middle of the yard, arms out, face tilted up to the sky. Snow fell on her. She didn't blink. She didn't shiver. Then she started walking in circles. Perfect circles, wider and wider. When she completed the 7th circle, she stopped dead, turned toward the camera, looked straight into the lens, smiled. Then she raised one hand and pointed at the house. At me. At the basement window, she mouthed my name. Ethan! She walked back inside. The door closed behind her. The snow where she walked was untouched. No footprints. Nothing. I confronted her the next morning. I waited until she came upstairs. I stood in the kitchen, phone in my hand, footage ready. Riley, I saw you last night, on camera. You walked outside. You pointed at me. What the hell is going on? She froze. For a second her face flickered. Confusion, then recognition, then that wide smile again. Oh, Ethan, she said. Her voice layered. You're so tired. You're seeing things. You need help. I'm not crazy. I have proof. I played the video. She watched it. No reaction. When it ended, she looked at me and said, "That's not me. That's you. You did that. You've been sleepwalking. You're losing it, buddy." My stomach dropped. She was turning it around, gaslighting me. And she was good at it. I packed a bag that day. I couldn't stay. I drove to a motel in Kalispell, checked in under a fake name. Paid cash. I sat in the room for 2 days, door locked, curtains drawn, watching the footage over and over. On the 3rd day, my phone rang. Unknown number. I shouldn't have answered, but I did. Riley's voice. But not Riley's. Ethan, why did you leave? She misses you. She wants you to come home. I hung up, turned the phone off, threw it in the trash. That night I dreamed of Riley. She was standing in the snow outside the motel window, smiling, waving. Behind her, footprints stretched back into the trees, hundreds of them. All hers, all barefoot, all leading away from the house. I woke up screaming. The next morning I drove back to the house. I had to end this. I had to get my sister back. The front door was unlocked. Lights off. House smelled like wet pine and copper. I called her name. No answer. I found her in the basement, sitting on my bed. Back to me, wearing my burned hoodie again. Riley? She turned. Her eyes were black, completely black. She's not here anymore, she said. She's resting. I'm keeping her warm. I raised the shotgun, hands shaking. Let her go. The thing wearing Riley stood up. Slow, graceful. You can't shoot me, Ethan. You'll kill her. And then I'll just find someone else. Maybe your cousin. Maybe the clerk at the gas station. Maybe the kid who delivers pizza. I'm patient. I have time. I lowered the gun. Tears burned my eyes. What do you want? It stepped closer. Riley's face, but not Riley. I want you to stop running. Stop fighting. Let me finish what I started. Let me wear you both. Together. Forever. I looked at her, at the thing inside her. And for the first time since Yellowstone, I felt something break inside me. I whispered, "Okay." The smile grew wider. It stepped forward, reached out. Cold fingers touched my forehead, and everything went black. When I opened my eyes, I was standing outside the house. Snow falling. Riley beside me. We were holding hands. But I wasn't in control. My body moved on its own. We walked into the trees. Deeper. No footprints behind us. I can still feel myself in here. Trapped. Watching. Screaming. But no one can hear me. If you're watching this, if my voice is telling this story, it's already too late. Because the thing that came out of Yellowstone doesn't just follow. It collects. And it's still hungry. True scary camping horror story from Yellowstone National Park, USA. Something was watching us in the deep woods. Imagine this. You're deep in Yellowstone National Park, one of America's most breathtaking yet unforgiving wilderness areas. where geysers erupt like clockwork and vast forests stretch for miles under endless skies. It's the summer of 2023, and a group of 4 friends, let's call them Alex, Jordan, Sam, and Taylor, decide to escape the city chaos for a multi-day backpacking trip into the remote backcountry. They were experienced hikers, not novices, having tackled trails in Colorado and California before. This time they wanted something more intense. Off-trail camping near the Lemar Valley, far from the crowded campgrounds to truly immerse themselves in nature's raw beauty. The first day was perfect. They hiked in under clear blue skies, spotting bison grazing in the distance, and hearing the distant howl of wolves that echoed through the valleys. By evening, they set up camp in a secluded clearing surrounded by dense pine trees, the kind where the branches form a thick canopy overhead, blocking out most of the moonlight. They built a small fire, roasted marshmallows, shared laughs about old college stories, and turned in early, exhausted from the 12-mile trek. The air was crisp, filled with the scent of pine and earth, and the only sounds were the crackling embers and occasional rustle of wind through the leaves. But around 2 a.m., Alex woke up suddenly. At first, he thought it was the cold seeping through his sleeping bag, but then he heard it, a low, rhythmic breathing just outside the tent. Not the wind, not an animal sniffing around for food. It was deliberate, heavy, like someone or something standing right there, inhaling and exhaling in sync with the silence. He froze, heart pounding, and whispered to Jordan in the adjacent sleeping bag. Jordan heard it too. They lay there motionless for what felt like hours, the breathing continuing steadily, never getting closer or farther away. Eventually, it stopped. Relieved, they tried to rationalize it. Maybe a bear, though bears don't breathe like that without moving. They dozed off uneasily. Morning came, and everything seemed normal. No footprints around the tent, no disturbed gear. They chalked it up to paranoia from being so isolated and continued their hike deeper into the woods. That night, camped near a small stream in an even more remote spot, things escalated. Sam was on watch duty for the fire when he noticed shadows moving between the trees. Not the swaying branches kind, these were tall, humanoid shapes that darted just out of flashlight range. He called the others out quietly, and all 4 sat around the fire, flashlights in hand, scanning the darkness. Then came the whispers. Faint at first, like murmurs carried on the breeze, but growing clearer, fragmented words, names even, though none that matched theirs. Come out, closer, watch. Panic set in. They doused the fire early and barricaded themselves in the tents. Bear spray ready. Throughout the night, pebbles were thrown at the tents. Small ones at first, then larger rocks that thudded against the nylon. Footsteps circled the camp endlessly, crunching leaves but never revealing themselves in the beam of light. Taylor swore she saw eyes reflecting back. Not animal eyes, but higher up, at human height, glowing faintly before vanishing. By dawn, they packed up in a frenzy and hiked out as fast as possible, not stopping until they reached the trailhead. Exhausted and shaken, they reported it to park rangers, who listened politely but dismissed it as common backcountry jitters, coyotes, wind, imagination amplified by isolation. But the friends knew better. Photos from their trip showed odd blurs in the background, shapes that weren't there when taken. And for months after, each of them experienced nightmares of being watched from the tree line. Yellowstone is vast, over 2 million acres of wilderness where people vanish every year. Some found, some never. Rangers talk about wilderness paranoia, but stories like this circulate among hikers. Something ancient in those deep woods that observes, mimics, and toys with intruders. Was it a person hiding out there, a prank gone wrong? Or something else? Something that doesn't belong in our understanding of the national parks? To this day, none of the group has returned to Yellowstone. They avoid camping altogether now, preferring hotels with locked doors. If you're planning a trip into the backcountry, remember, the beauty is real, but so is the isolation. And sometimes in places like Yellowstone National Park, you might not be the only one watching the stars at night. It was the summer of 2024 when Emily Harper, a 28-year-old travel blogger from California, decided to rent an old Victorian house in the quiet town of Salem, Massachusetts, United States. She'd always been fascinated by the history of the witch trials, but she wanted something authentic, away from the tourist traps. The house, built in 1892, was listed on a short-term rental site as a charming historic home with original features. The photos showed creaky wooden floors, antique furniture, and a grand staircase that spiraled up to the second floor. Emily thought it would be the perfect spot for some atmospheric content photos of foggy mornings, candlelit dinners, and maybe a few spooky vibes for her followers. Little did she know that the house had a history far darker than any witch trial legend. On her first night, everything seemed normal. She unpacked her bags in the master bedroom on the second floor, set up her camera for a quick vlog, and fell asleep to the sound of rain pattering against the windows. But around 3 a.m., she woke up suddenly, her heart pounding. The room felt ice cold, even though she'd turned the heat up before bed. She sat up and noticed her breath visible in the air. Then she heard it, soft whispering coming from the hallway. It sounded like a woman's voice, murmuring words she couldn't quite make out. Emily grabbed her phone and turned on the flashlight, shining it toward the door. Nothing. The hallway was empty. She told herself it was just the old pipes or the wind and went back to sleep. The next morning, she laughed it off while making coffee. Old houses make noises, right? She explored the property, a large backyard with overgrown gardens and a small attic access in the ceiling of the upstairs closet. During the day, she researched the house's history online and found scattered mentions in local forums. It had belonged to a family in the early 1900s, and there were rumors of a tragic fire that claimed the life of the matriarch, Eliza Whitmore, who supposedly died trying to save her children. No official records confirmed it, but neighbors had reported strange occurrences for decades. Lights flickering, doors slamming, and whispers in the night. That evening, things escalated. Emily was editing photos in the living room when the lights began to flicker wildly. She checked the breaker box, nothing wrong. Then, from upstairs, came the unmistakable sound of footsteps pacing back and forth in the master bedroom. Heavy, deliberate steps like someone wearing old-fashioned boots. Her heart raced as she slowly climbed the stairs, phone in hand recording for content. As she reached the top, the footsteps stopped abruptly. She pushed open the bedroom door, and the room was trashed drawers pulled out, clothes strewn across the floor, her laptop slammed shut on the bed. But she had been downstairs the whole time, alone. Terrified, Emily called a friend back in California, but the signal kept cutting out. She decided to investigate the attic, thinking maybe an animal had gotten in. Pulling down the ladder, she climbed up with her flashlight. The attic was dusty, filled with old trunks and forgotten furniture. In one corner, she found a yellowed diary wrapped in cloth. Curiosity overriding fear, she opened it. The entries were from Eliza Whitmore, dated 1912. The writing described a desperate woman trapped in an abusive marriage, hearing voices telling her to end it all. The last entry read, "They won't let me leave. The children are safe now, but I remain, watching, waiting for someone to understand." Emily's blood ran cold. She snapped photos of the pages and hurried down the ladder. But as she reached the bottom, the ladder slammed upward on its own, sealing the attic shut with a deafening bang. She spun around to see a figure at the end of the hallway, a translucent woman in a long Victorian dress, her face pale and anguished, eyes hollow and black. The apparition raised a hand, pointing directly at Emily, and whispered clearly this time, "Help me." Emily screamed and bolted down the stairs, grabbing her keys and running out into the night. She drove straight to a hotel in Boston, leaving everything behind. The next day, she contacted the rental owner, who admitted there had been complaints before but dismissed them as imagination. Emily posted her experience anonymously online with photos of the diary. Locals confirmed the story. Elisa had hanged herself in the attic after losing her children to illness, and her spirit was said to linger, seeking someone to set her free. But Emily never went back. To this day, she avoids old houses, and sometimes in the quiet of night, she swears she hears faint whispering as if Elisa followed her home. Shifting across the Atlantic to the rolling hills of rural England, in a small village near York, lived Thomas Riley, a 35-year-old history teacher who inherited his grandmother's cottage in 2023. The cottage, a stone-built structure from the 1700s, sat on the edge of ancient moorland, surrounded by misty fields and crumbling ruins. Thomas had fond childhood memories of visiting his gran. Their stories of fairies and ghosts told by the fireplace. After she passed, he moved in to escape the bustle of city life, planning to renovate it slowly while teaching at the local school. The first few weeks were peaceful. Thomas enjoyed the solitude, reading old books from his grandmother's collection and walking the moors at dusk. But one foggy evening, while sorting through the cellar, he found a hidden compartment behind loose bricks. Inside was a rusted iron box containing letters and a small locket with a faded portrait of a young woman. The letters were addressed to "My dearest Margaret" from a soldier named Edward, dated 1916. During World War I, they spoke of undying love and promises to return from the trenches. The final letter was unfinished, mentioning the curse of the Moor and warning Margaret to stay away from the old standing stones. Intrigued, Thomas researched and learned about a local legend. During the war, Margaret Hargrove waited for her fiancé Edward, who never returned killed in battle. Devastated, she wandered the moors one stormy night and vanished near the ancient stones, said to be a portal for lost souls. Villagers claimed her ghost still searched for Edward, appearing to lone travelers as a weeping figure in white. Thomas dismissed it as folklore. But that night, as he slept in the upstairs bedroom, he awoke to the sound of sobbing outside his window. Peering out into the darkness, he saw nothing but swirling fog. The crying continued, growing closer, until it seemed to come from inside the house. He grabbed a torch and searched downstairs, finding the front door wide open, even though he'd locked it. Footprints wet and bare led from the door to the fireplace, where the locket now lay open on the hearth. Over the following days, the activity intensified. Objects moved on their own. Books falling from shelves, the locket appearing in random places. Thomas began having vivid dreams of a woman in a blood-stained dress pulling him toward the moors. One afternoon, while hiking near the standing stones, the fog rolled in thick and sudden. He heard her voice calling his name. "Edward, come back," echoing all around. Disoriented, he stumbled and fell, twisting his ankle. As he lay there, a cold hand touched his shoulder. Looking up, he saw her, pale face streaked with tears, eyes pleading. She whispered, "He's waiting. Join us." Panicking, Thomas crawled away until the fog lifted, finding his way back to the village. He confided in a local historian, who revealed that his grandmother had found Margaret's body years ago, tangled in the heather near the stones, ruled a suicide. The cottage was built on land once owned by Margaret's family. Desperate, Thomas held a small ritual at the stones, burying the locket and letters with a prayer for peace. The sobbing stopped, but Thomas moved out shortly after, selling the cottage. He still teaches history, but he never speaks of the Moors. Some say on foggy nights, two figures can be seen walking hand in hand, a soldier and his lost love finally reunited. Finally, deep in the French countryside near Paris, in an abandoned chateau renovated into a boutique hotel in 2025, stayed Sophia Laurent, a 32-year-old artist from New York seeking inspiration for her next exhibition. The Château de Norvaux, with its towering spires and overgrown ivy, had a reputation for elegance and mystery. Sophia booked the top-floor suite, drawn to its balcony overlooking the vast gardens and distant forest. From the moment she arrived, the staff seemed uneasy, mentioning odd drafts and advising guests to keep doors locked. Sophia brushed it off, excited to paint the Gothic architecture. Her first night was restless. She heard scratching at the walls, like fingernails dragging slowly. In the morning, she found faint marks on the inside of her door, 3 parallel scratches, fresh and deep. Researching the chateau's past, Sophia discovered it was once home to a noble family during the French Revolution. The lady of the house, Isabelle de Norvaux, was accused of treason and imprisoned in the tower room, now part of the top floor. Legend said she clawed at the walls in madness before her execution, her spirit trapped forever, scratching to escape. That evening, while sketching in her room, the temperature plummeted. The balcony doors flew open, slamming against the walls. Wind howled through, but outside was calm. Sophia rushed to close them, but something pushed back an invisible force. Then, in the mirror across the room, she saw her reflection. But it wasn't her. The figure in the glass had wild hair, torn gown, and bloodied fingers. It scratched at the mirror from the inside, mouthing silently, "Libérez-moi, free me." Sophia backed away as the scratching intensified, now coming from the walls all around. Plaster dust fell as deep gouges appeared, forming words: trahi, vengeance, betrayed, revenge. Terrified, she fled the room and demanded to speak to the manager, who confessed multiple guests had reported the same, the ghost of Isabelle, furious at her betrayal by lovers and family, seeking to trap others in her prison. Sophia checked out immediately, her exhibition inspired but haunted by nightmares of endless scratching. The chateau still operates, but the top-floor suite is often unavailable. Guests whisper of faint marks appearing on doors overnight, as if something is still trying to get out or in. These encounters remind us that some places hold secrets too dark to forget, and some spirits never truly rest. Sleep tight. In the fall of 2024, Alex Thompson, a 31-year-old software developer from Seattle, Washington, in the United States, moved into an old colonial-style house in Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. He had just gone through a divorce and wanted a fresh start in a place steeped in history. The house, built in 1863, right on the edge of the famous Civil War battlefield, was a steal too good to be true, as the realtor had hinted with a nervous smile. Alex figured the low price was due to the tourist traffic and the age of the property. He loved history, so living near where thousands had died in battle seemed poetic, almost romantic. He set up his home office in the upstairs bedroom, overlooking the fields, planning to work remotely while restoring the creaky floors and peeling wallpaper. The first few nights were quiet, save for the usual settling sounds of an old house. But on the fourth night, around midnight, Alex was woken by the sound of heavy boots marching up and down the hallway. He froze under the covers, listening as the footsteps paced relentlessly, back and forth, like a sentinel on guard. Grabbing his phone, he crept to the door and flung it open. Nothing. The hall was empty, cold air hanging heavy. He checked every room, the basement, even the attic. No one. Shaking it off as a dream, he went back to bed. The next day, while sanding the banister, Alex found faint carvings under layers of paint. Names and dates from the 1860s, soldiers' names etched desperately. Curious, he dug into the house's records at the local library. It had served as a makeshift field hospital during the battle. Dozens of amputations happened right in the living room, and many soldiers died on the upper floor from infection. One account mentioned a Confederate soldier named Elias Grant, who refused morphine, pacing in agony until he passed, swearing to stand watch forever. That evening, the marching resumed, louder this time. Alex recorded it on his phone, the rhythmic thuds clear as day. Then came the whispers, low, pained murmurs of "hold the line" and "they're coming." Objects began moving. His coffee mug sliding across the kitchen table while he watched. Doors slamming shut on their own. One night, while working late, he felt a sharp pain in his leg, like a bayonet wound. Pulling up his pant leg, he found red welts forming a jagged line, though nothing had touched him. Desperate, Alex contacted a local paranormal group. They came with EMF meters and cameras, capturing spikes in the hallway and shadowy figures on thermal imaging, a tall man in ragged uniform pacing eternally. During an EVP session, a voice growled, "This is my post." Alex tried to leave, but his car wouldn't start until dawn, as if something held him there. He finally moved out a week later, selling the house at a loss. To this day, he limps slightly on rainy days, and in quiet moments, he hears faint marching in the distance. The new owners? They've reported the same sentinel, still holding the line after over 160 years. Crossing the ocean to the misty highlands of Scotland, in a remote village near Inverness, lived Sarah MacLeod, a 29-year-old writer who bought a crumbling cottage in 2025. The stone house, dating back to the 1700s, sat isolated on the shores of Loch Ness, surrounded by heather and ancient pines. Sarah sought solitude to finish her novel, drawn to the legends of the loch and the romantic isolation. The locals warned her about the weeping lady of the cottage, but she laughed it off. Perfect inspiration for her book. Her first week was idyllic, crisp air, stunning views, the gentle lap of the loch. But on stormy nights, the crying began. Soft at first, like wind through cracks, then building to heartbreaking sobs echoing from the walls. Sarah searched the house, finding nothing. One morning, she discovered wet footprints leading from the back door to the fireplace, bare feet, small and delicate, vanishing into ash. Delving into the cottage's past, Sarah learned it belonged to a young woman named Fiona Campbell in the 1740s. During the Jacobite Rising, Fiona's lover, a rebel soldier, was executed by English troops. Devastated, she drowned herself in the loch, her body washing up days later. Villagers said her spirit returned to the cottage, weeping for her lost love, forever searching the waters. The activity escalated. Sarah's manuscripts went missing, reappearing soaked as if pulled from the loch. She awoke to find her bed drenched, icy water pooling around her. In the mirror, a pale woman with tangled hair and tear-streaked face appeared behind her, whispering in Gaelic. "He promised to return." One night, during a fierce gale, Sarah felt hands pulling her toward the door, dragging her feet across the floor. She fought back, screaming, and the force released her. Grabbing her things, she fled to a hotel in town. A medium later visited the cottage, confirming Fiona's restless spirit, bound by grief and betrayal. Sarah never returned, but hikers near the loch report seeing a woman in white standing at the water's edge, weeping into the waves. Some say on quiet nights, her cries carry across the water, searching for a love that never came back. In the heart of Germany's Black Forest, near Fribourg, stood an abandoned manor house that locals avoided like the plague. In the summer of 2025, a group of urban explorers from Berlin, including 26-year-old Lena Becker, decided to investigate for their YouTube channel. The manor, built in the 1800s, had been empty since the 1940s, when its owner, a reclusive baron, vanished during World War II. Rumors swirled of occult rituals in the basement, experiments that went horribly wrong. The group arrived at dusk, flashlights cutting through the dust-choked halls. Grand staircases, faded portraits, and furniture shrouded in sheets greeted them. Almost immediately, the atmosphere felt wrong-heavy, oppressive. Doors creaked open on their own, and cold spots bloomed in warm rooms. Lena felt watched, eyes boring into her back. In the library, they found old books on demonology, pages marked with blood-like stains. Down in the basement, a circle of candles long extinguished, symbols etched into the stone floor. As they filmed, whispers filled the air, Latin chants growing louder. One member's camera glitched, capturing a tall, hooded figure in the corner that wasn't there in person. Panic set in when scratches appeared on their skin, burning lines forming pentagrams. Lena heard her name hissed in a guttural voice, not from any of them. Shadows detached from walls, lunging like claws. They ran upstairs, but doors slammed shut, trapping them. In the master bedroom, a mirror reflected not their faces, but twisted demonic versions grinning back. Finally bursting out a window, they escaped into the forest, bruised and bleeding. Back in Berlin, the footage showed orbs, full apparitions, and a voice saying, "Join us," in German. Research revealed the Baron had summoned something, a entity that claimed him and now hungered for more. The manor remains sealed, but explorers still report being chased by unseen forces through the trees. Lena quit the channel, haunted by nightmares of red eyes in the dark. Deep in rural Italy, near Tuscany, lay a forgotten villa outside Florence. In early 2025, Marco Rossi, a 34-year-old photographer from Rome, rented it for a solo retreat to shoot landscapes. The villa, Renaissance era with vine-covered walls and frescoes, seemed a dream until night fell. Marco heard children laughing in the gardens, though he was alone. Peering out, he saw small figures playing among the olive trees, vanishing when he approached. Inside, toys from centuries past, a wooden horse, rag dolls appeared on tables, though he'd seen none before. The villa's history. In the 1600s, a noble family lost their children to plague. The mother, mad with grief, locked herself in the nursery, believing their spirits played eternally. She died there, and servants fled, claiming the children's laughter never stopped. Activity peaked when Marco found the nursery door ajar. Inside, dusty cribs rocked gently, lullabies humming from nowhere. Handprints, tiny and cold, smeared windows. One night, invisible children tugged his blankets, giggling as he woke in terror. In photos he took, ghostly kids photobombed every frame, pale faces pressed to glass. A priest blessed the villa remotely after Marco fled, describing playful but trapped souls, unwilling to leave their mother. Marco's camera still holds those images. He never developed the rest. Locals say on moonlit nights, laughter echoes from the villa, innocent, yet eternally mournful. Finally, back in the United States in New Orleans, Louisiana, during Mardi Gras season 2025, Jasmine Lee, a 27-year-old nurse, stayed in a historic French Quarter Airbnb. The building, a former brothel from the 1800s, oozed charm with wrought iron balconies and antique furnishings. Jasmine heard jazz music drifting from downstairs at odd hours, though neighbors were quiet. Perfume scents jasmine and rose filled rooms suddenly. In the mirror, a woman in Victorian dress appeared, smiling sadly before fading. The brothel's dark past. A madam named Delphine killed herself after betrayal, her spirit lingering with the echoes of lost souls. Jasmine experienced touches, fingers brushing her hair, and saw full apparitions dancing in empty halls. Fleeing after a night of slamming doors and cries, Jasmine learned many guests reported the same party that never ends. The French Quarter hides many such secrets, where the dead celebrate forever. These stories serve as reminders that some histories refuse to stay buried, and certain places hold on to their tragedies long after the living have moved on. If you dare, share your own encounters below, but maybe keep the lights on tonight. In the quiet suburbs of Portland, Oregon, United States, in late 2024, Rachel Morrison, a 30-year-old graphic designer, bought her first home, a charming 1920s bungalow with original hardwood floors and a spacious basement she planned to turn into an art studio. The price was suspiciously low for the area, but the inspector found nothing major, just typical wear for an old house. Rachel moved in alone, excited to finally have her own space after years of renting. She spent the first weekend painting walls and unpacking boxes, blasting music to fill the silence. The trouble started subtly on her third night. Rachel was asleep when she felt the bed dip, as if someone sat down heavily at the foot. She bolted upright, heart racing, but the room was empty. Shaking it off as a dream, she went back to sleep. The next morning, she found deep indentations in the mattress, like body prints that weren't hers. Down in the basement, her unpacked boxes had been rifled through, art supplies scattered, canvases slashed with precise cuts. She blamed neighborhood kids somehow breaking in, installed cameras and changed the locks. But the cameras caught nothing. Instead, they recorded doors opening and closing on their own, shadows darting across frames too fast to be tricks of light. Rachel began hearing growling from the basement vents, low, guttural sounds that vibrated through the floors. One evening, while working late, her computer screen filled with static, then displayed a single word typed repeatedly: mine. The power surged, lights exploding in showers of sparks. Terrified, she ran upstairs and barricaded her bedroom door. Researching the house's history, Rachel discovered it belonged to a reclusive artist in the 1950s named Victor Hale, who became obsessed with the occult. He was found dead in the basement, surrounded by destroyed paintings and symbols carved into the walls, later painted over. Locals said he made a pact for artistic genius, but the entity he summoned demanded payment in creativity and souls. Previous owners reported tools breaking, artwork ruined, and an overwhelming sense of being watched by something jealous. The activity turned violent. Rachel woke with scratches across her arms, burning like acid. In the mirror, dark eyes stared back that weren't her own. The growling became words. "You don't belong here." Desperate, she contacted a paranormal investigator who captured EVPs saying, "My house, and steal no more." During a cleansing, black smoke poured from the basement vents, and a shadowy figure lunged at them before vanishing. Rachel sold the house immediately, moving back to an apartment. Her art style changed forever, darker, more twisted, and she never paints in basements again. The bungalow sits empty, waiting for the next creative soul. Traveling to the rugged west coast of Ireland, in County Kerry, stood an old lighthouse keeper's cottage renovated into a vacation rental in 2025. Liam O'Connor, a 33-year-old photographer from Dublin, booked it for a week to capture dramatic Atlantic storms. Isolated on cliffs overlooking crashing waves, the cottage had panoramic views and a cozy interior perfect for solitude. Liam arrived during calm weather, setting up his gear and exploring the rocky shore. The first night, he heard banging from the attached tower-like metal doors slamming in wind that wasn't there. Climbing the spiral stairs, he found the lantern room ice cold, frost forming on windows despite summer temperatures. His camera malfunctioned, photos coming out blurred with streaking lights. Locals later shared the legend. In the 1800s, a keeper named Seamus went mad during a storm, believing banshees called from the sea. He locked himself in the tower and jumped, his body never found. His spirit was said to warn of impending doom, banging doors and appearing as a harbinger. The storms hit hard midweek. Waves battered the cliffs as Liam filmed from the tower. The banging returned frantic, then wailing high-pitched, mournful cries echoing over the wind. In the lantern room, a figure appeared, soaked clothes, seaweed-tangled hair, eyes milky white. It pointed frantically at the sea, screaming in Irish about death coming. That night, Liam's boat tied below was smashed against rocks, though forecasts showed no danger. He fled inland as floods rose unnaturally fast. A cleansing by a local priest quieted the spirit temporarily, but fishermen still report the wailing before bad weather, Seamus forever trying to save lives he couldn't in death. In the sunny hills of southern Spain, near Malaga, lay a restored hacienda turned bed and breakfast. In spring 2025, Elena Vargas, a 28-year-old teacher from Madrid, stayed for a relaxing getaway. The hacienda featured courtyards, fountains, and rooms with antique furniture. Elena loved the history built in the 1700s by a wealthy landowner. But on her first night, she heard rhythmic tapping from the walls, like fingers drumming impatiently. It followed her room to room. In the courtyard, roses withered overnight where she walked. The hacienda's dark secret. The original owner cursed the land after his daughter's tragic death, binding her restless spirit to the roses she loved. Guests reported flowers dying, tapping as she sought company. Activity escalated with petals appearing in Elena's bed, blood red and cold. Mirrors showed a young woman in old dress behind her, tapping glass. One afternoon, thorns grew rapidly, scratching Elena's arms as vines blocked doors. She escaped as the garden overgrew wildly. The owners pruned constantly now, but roses still die around certain guests, the daughter forever lonely. Deep in the forests of Sweden, near Stockholm, an old mining town held abandoned worker cabins. In summer 2025, a group including 25-year-old hiker Nora Lindström explored for photos. One cabin felt wrong heavy air, sulfur smell. Inside, tools hung neatly, as if waiting. Whispers in Swedish about the deep. Miners in the 1800s hit a cavern releasing toxic gas, many dying trapped. Spirits said to guard the mine, pulling living down. Nora felt tugged toward a hidden shaft. Shadows whispered her name. Compasses spun. Lights failed. They fled as rocks fell, sealing the entrance behind them. Nora dreams of endless darkness, hands reaching up. In Norway's fjords near Bergen, a remote farmstead Airbnb hosted Eric Hansen, 36-year-old writer, in 2025. Animals avoided the barn, where scratching came at night. History. A farmer sacrificed livestock to old gods for bountiful harvests, but turned to darker rites. His spirit bound to the land, demanding blood. Eric found bones unearthed, scratches on doors. Animals appeared slaughtered without wounds. A hulking figure watched from tree lines. He left after blood smeared his windows. The farm yields unnaturally now, but owners hear scratching eternally. In Austria's Alps near Salzburg, a historic inn welcomed Clara Muller, 82-year-old musician. In winter 2025, piano in the lounge played itself haunting melodies. The inn's composer guest in the 1800s went insane, composing a cursive piece before suicide. Notes summoned despair. Clara heard the melody in her head, compelling her to play. Fingers moved on their own, sheet music appearing. She smashed the piano, fleeing as keys depressed alone. The inn removed it, but guests hear faint playing in empty rooms. Finally, in the Netherlands near Amsterdam, a canal house rental for Julia Bakker, 31-year-old historian in 2025. Water dripped upstairs though dry. During the 1600s flood, a family drowned trapped in upper floors, knocking for help unheard. Julia heard knocking inside walls, water pooling impossibly. Figures in period clothes appeared soaked, pleading. She evacuated during unnatural flooding. The house remains dry now, but knocking echoes on rainy nights. These encounters prove that no matter how far we travel, some horrors follow the land itself, waiting patiently for the next visitor to disturb their eternal unrest. Stay safe out there and maybe think twice before booking that charming historic stay. True scary stalker and obsession stories that will haunt you forever. Creepy real-life horror. Tales from the US and Europe 2025. In the quiet suburbs of Seattle, Washington, USA. Emily thought her new apartment was the perfect fresh start after a messy breakup. She was in her mid-20s, working as a graphic designer from home, and the building seemed safe-gated entry, security cameras, and friendly neighbors. But it all began with a simple note slipped under her door one rainy afternoon. "I see you every day, and you're beautiful in blue," it read, unsigned. Emily wore a blue sweater that day, but she hadn't left her apartment. She dismissed it as a prank from a neighbor, maybe someone trying to flirt awkwardly. Little did she know, this was the start of a nightmare that would consume her life for months. The notes kept coming, escalating in detail. "Your coffee smells amazing at 8 a.m., one said, referencing her morning routine. Another, "That red lipstick suits you, but I prefer you natural." Emily started peeking through her peephole before opening the door, her heart pounding each time. She reported it to the police, but they said without a threat or evidence, there wasn't much they could do. "Probably just a harmless admirer," the officer told her. But Emily wasn't convinced. She installed a Ring camera, hoping to catch the culprit. The footage showed nothing at first, just the empty hallway. Then, one night, at 2:47 a.m., the motion sensor triggered. A tall figure in a hooded jacket lingered outside her door, face obscured, slipping something underneath before vanishing down the stairs. The note that time, "I know you're watching me now." "That's okay. I watch you too." Paranoia set in. Emily noticed the same gray sedan parked across the street multiple times, its windows tinted just enough to hide the driver. She varied her routines, but the notes adapted. "Nice detour through the park today," one read after she took a different route to the grocery store. She confided in her best friend Sarah, who suggested staying over. That night, as they watched a movie, Emily's phone buzzed with an unknown number. "Sarah's pretty, but not like you. Don't let her stay too long." They both froze. How did he know Sarah was there? Emily blocked the number, but more texts came from different ones. Photos of her walking her dog, taken from afar with captions like, "Missed you today." Desperate, Emily hired a private investigator, a grizzled ex-cop named Mike from Tacoma. He staked out her building and traced the gray sedan to a man named Robert Klein, a 45-year-old IT specialist who lived in a nearby condo. Robert had no criminal record, but Mike dug deeper. He was divorced, obsessive about online forums for unrequited love, and had a history of restraining orders from ex-partners. "This guy's a classic stalker," Mike warned. "He hacks into Wi-Fi, uses apps to track phones. Change everything, passwords, routines." Emily did, but the obsession only grew. One evening, returning from work, she found her apartment door ajar. Inside, her underwear drawer was rifled through, a pair missing. On her bed, a dead rose with a note, "You'll be mine soon." The breaking point came during a storm. Emily was alone when her power flickered out. In the darkness, she heard scratching at her window 3 floors up. Grabbing a kitchen knife, she peered out. Robert clung to the fire escape, rain-soaked, grinning maniacally. "I just want to talk," he yelled through the glass. Emily screamed, dialing 911. Police arrived in time to arrest him as he tried to pry the window open. In his car, they found binoculars, her stolen underwear, and a journal detailing her every move for 6 months' obsessed entries about saving her from loneliness. Robert claimed it was love, but he was charged with stalking and burglary. Emily moved to Portland, Oregon, but even now, she checks her locks obsessively, wondering if he'll ever let go. True scary missing persons and cold cases that remain unsolved mysteries. Chilling real horror from the US and Europe 2025. Deep in the forests of Yosemite National Park, California, USA, the case of young hiker Sarah Jennings baffled investigators for over a decade. Sarah, a 28-year-old environmental scientist from San Francisco, vanished during a solo backpacking trip in the summer of 2012. She was experienced, equipped with GPS, a satellite phone, and supplies for a week-long trek through the remote High Sierra camps. Her last known contact was a text to her roommate. "Trails beautiful, but fog rolling in. Talk soon." That was the end. Search teams scoured 500 square miles with dogs, helicopters, and drones, finding only her backpack near a cliffside, untouched except for a missing journal. Inside the pack, her water bottle was full, tent unused, as if she'd set it down mid-step and never returned. Rumors swirled in the park ranger community. Some whispered about the fog people, local legends of shadowy figures that lured hikers off paths during mist. Sarah's family hired private searchers who uncovered strange clues, a boot print too large for her size, leading into a ravine that ended abruptly, and eerie carvings on nearby trees resembling ancient runes. One ranger reported hearing faint cries echoing at night, but searches yielded nothing. Years later, in 2023, a climber found a weathered journal page miles away, clutched in a crevice. "They're watching from the trees. Not animals. Help!" Handwriting experts confirmed it was Sarah's, but no body was ever recovered. The case remains open, fueling theories of foul play by a hidden cult or something supernatural in the wilderness. Across the Atlantic, in the misty moors of Dartmoor National Park, England, UK, the disappearance of archaeologist Dr. Elias Thorne in 2015 sent shockwaves through academic circles. Elias, 42 from London, was researching Bronze Age sites when he vanished during a field survey. His team last saw him photographing a stone circle at dusk. He wandered off to check an anomaly and never returned. His tent was found intact, with his notes detailing unexplained energy readings and sketches of elongated shadows. Search efforts involved thermal imaging, but fog hampered visibility. A local farmer reported seeing tall men in cloaks near the site that night, but police dismissed it as folklore. In 2020, a hiker discovered Elias's camera buried under roots, with photos showing blurred figures encircling him, faces distorted like screens. Audio files captured whispers in an unknown language before cutting out. The case is cold, with speculations of kidnapping by artifact smugglers or a dimensional slip in the ancient landscape. True scary workplace horror stories that will make you quit your job. Terrifying office and night shift. Nightmares 2025 at a bustling tech startup in Silicon Valley, California, USA. Software engineer Alex started noticing odd behaviors from his coworker, Tom. Tom, a senior developer in his 40s, always wore the same gray hoodie and stared at Alex during meetings, his eyes unblinking. One late night, working overtime on a deadline, Alex heard typing from Tom's empty desk. Dismissing it as fatigue, he continued, but emails began arriving from Tom's account. "I know what you did last summer." Alex hadn't shared his vacation stories. The messages escalated to personal details like the color of his bedroom walls. Security footage showed Tom lingering after hours, tampering with Alex's computer. When confronted, Tom smiled creepily. "We're more alike than you think." HR investigated, finding Tom's home filled with photos of Alex printed from company servers. Tom was fired, but Alex quit soon after, haunted by the invasion of privacy. In a historic office building in Paris, France, receptionist Marie experienced chilling night shifts. The 19th century structure had rumors of a phantom typist from a long-dead secretary. Mary heard faint clicking keys at midnight, despite being alone. One evening, the elevator dinged and footsteps approached her desk, but no one appeared. Lights flickered, and her computer typed on its own. "Help me, he's coming." Research revealed a 1920s murder in the building. A boss killed his assistant after an affair gone wrong. Marie felt cold hands on her shoulders during a blackout, whispering in French, "Run." She resigned, but the building's new tenants report similar hauntings. True scary court and prison horror stories that expose the dark side of justice. Real incarceration. Nightmares 2025 in a maximum security prison in New York, USA. Inmate Carlos served time for robbery when he witnessed a brutal shakedown. A corrupt guard, Officer Halle, targeted new arrivals, forcing them into games for privileges. One night, during a lockdown, Halle dragged a young prisoner to the isolation block, where screams echoed for hours. Carlos peeked through his cell door slot, seeing Halle with bloodied hands, the prisoner lifeless. The official report claimed suicide, but whispers spread of Hale's collection teeth from victims. Carlos testified in court, but Halle walked free due to lack of evidence. Years later, Halle was found dead in his home, teeth missing, ruled as self-inflicted. In London's Old Bailey courthouse, UK barrister Elena defended a man accused of murder. During the trial, she felt watched by a spectral figure in the gallery, a pale woman in Victorian attire. Research showed the woman was a 1800s victim of the defendant's ancestor, hanged unjustly. Elena heard whispers in empty chambers. Justice denied. On the verdict day, the lights failed, and the figure appeared beside the judge, who collapsed from a heart attack. The case mysteried. Elena never practiced again, convinced the ghosts sought vengeance. True scary haunted schools and dorm rooms, horror stories. Paranormal campus nightmares that will keep you awake 2025 in a century-old dormitory at Harvard University, Massachusetts, USA. Freshman Lily moved into room 413, rumored to be cursed. Strange occurrences began. Whispers at night saying, "Leave my room," and her belongings rearranged. One midnight, she woke to a girl in 19th century clothing sitting at her desk, writing furiously. The ghost turned, face decayed, murmuring about a lost love letter. Lily researched. A student named Clara died in 1892 from heartbreak after her fiancé's betrayal. The ghost vanished when Lily found and burned the letter hidden in the floorboards, but echoes of weeping persist. At Oxford University, UK, student James shared a dorm with a shadowy presence. Lights flickered, and books flew off shelves. During exams, he saw a hooded figure in the mirror, choking him in a dream. History revealed a 1600 scholar executed for heresy haunted the hall. James performed a ritual with salt. The figure screamed and faded, but scratches appeared on his back. True scary murders and serial killer horror stories. Bone-chilling true crime tales from the shadows. 2025, in Chicago, Illinois, USA, the Windy City Strangler terrorized the city in the 1990s. Victims were young women found in alleys, strangled with their own scarves, eyes gouged. Detective Maria pieced together clues. Each had visited the same bar. The killer, bartender Henry Voss, confessed after arrest, claiming voices commanded him. He killed 12, buried trophies in his basement. Sentenced to life, he died in prison, but copycats emerged. In Berlin, Germany, serial killer Fritz Hamann, the butcher of Hanover, lured boys to his apartment in the 1920s, murdering and selling their flesh as meat. Victims numbered 24. He was guillotined in 1925. Modern investigations link him to unsolved disappearances. True scary unsolved mystery stories that defy explanation. Eerie enigmas from the unknown 2025. In the Scottish Highlands, UK, the Flannan Isles lighthouse mystery of 1900 saw 3 keepers vanish without trace. Logs noted storm ended, sea calm, but a chair overturned and meals uneaten. Theories: rogue wave or madness. A 2024 diver found bones in a cave below, etched with "The Light Calls Us." In New Mexico, USA, the Taos hum, a low-frequency noise drives residents mad. Some hear it constantly. Investigations found no source. One woman claimed it whispered names of the dead, leading to her suicide. True scary, creepy encounters with strangers, horror stories, unsettling meetings that will chill your spine. 2025. In New York City, USA, pedestrian Jake was approached by a smiling man in a suit on a subway platform. "You look like someone I know," he said, then whispered Jake's childhood address. Jake fled. The man followed, reciting personal secrets. Police found the man was a con artist using data breaches, but Jake changed his life out of fear. In Rome, Italy, tourist Sofia met a charming stranger at the Colosseum who knew her hotel room number. He appeared outside her window that night, waving. She barricaded the door. Morning revealed fingerprints on the glass. True scary camping and wilderness horror stories from national parks, deep woods, and abandoned cabins. Survival nightmares. 2025. In Yellowstone National Park, Wyoming, USA, campers Mike and Lisa heard rustling outside their tent. A massive shadow loomed, breathing heavily. They shone a flashlight, revealing a grizzly with scarred eyes, charging. They escaped to their car, but the bear followed for miles. Rangers later said it was a rogue animal displaced by fires. In the Black Forest, Germany, hikers discovered an abandoned cabin with fresh food inside. At night, knocks echoed, and a voice begged for entry. Peering out, they saw pale figures circling. They barricaded until dawn. The figures vanished, leaving claw marks. True scary urban exploration horror stories from abandoned places, hidden tunnels, and asylums. Forbidden Discoveries. 2025. In Detroit, Michigan, USA, explorers entered the abandoned Packard plant. In the tunnels, they heard children's laughter. Following it, they found dolls arranged in a circle, eyes following them. One explorer touched a doll. It whispered, "Stay." They fled as walls shook. In Paris catacombs, France, a group lost their way in hidden tunnels. Echoes of screams led them deeper. They found fresh bones arranged as art. A shadow figure chased them out, leaving one scratched. True scary road trip and truck driver horror stories. Highway terrors that lurk in the dark. 2025. On Route 66 in Arizona, USA, Trucker Bill picked up a hitchhiker who vanished mid-conversation, leaving a cold spot. Bill heard whispers from the empty seat. Turn back? He ignored. His truck stalled near a cliff, nearly crashing. In the Autobahns of Germany, driver Anna saw a phantom car tailing her. It disappeared in mirrors but reappeared ahead, causing swerves. Police said it's a ghost from a 1950s crash. True scary online conversations and internet horror stories from the deep dark web, creepy apps and dares. Digital Nightmares. 2025. In Los Angeles, USA, gamer Ryan joined the dark web chatroom dare. Share your deepest secret for a prize. After confessing a childhood theft, his webcam activated, showing a masked figure in his room. "I know more," it typed. Police traced it to a hacker neighbor. In Madrid, Spain, app user Sofia tried a ghost chat app. It connected her to Elena, who knew her daily routine. Elena dared her to open her door at midnight. Sofia saw a figure outside. True scary weird coincidences and foreshadowing horror stories. Fate's Twisted Warnings 2025. In Boston, USA, Sarah dreamed of a car crash the night before her commute. Ignoring it, she drove. A truck swerved, mirroring the dream. She survived, but the driver died, the same man from her dream photo in the news. In Amsterdam, Netherlands, Tom found a wallet with his photo inside, dated 2050. Days later, he met the owner, his future son, warning of a heart attack. Tom got checked, averting death. True scary sleep paralysis and nightmare experiences horror stories. Demons in the Dark 2025 in Chicago. USA artist Mia woke paralyzed, seeing a shadowy figure on her chest, whispering, "Join us." It clawed her arm. Marks remained mourning. Doctors said stress, but Mia saw the figure in mirrors. In Berlin, Germany, student Karl experienced paralysis with a hag laughing. She fed him nightmares of drowning. He woke gasping, with water in lungs per X-ray. True scary home invasion and intruder horror stories. Nighttime break-ins that will terrify you 2025 in Atlanta, Georgia, USA. Family heard glass shatter downstairs. Masked intruders tied them, demanding valuables. One whispered family secrets, revealing prior surveillance. Police caught them via fingerprints. In Dublin, Ireland, lone woman woke to footsteps. An intruder in clown makeup watched her sleep, fleeing when she screamed. He left a note, "Sweet dreams." The Shadow in the Attic, a true haunted house horror story from rural England. Imagine moving into your dream home in the picturesque countryside of rural England. A quaint Victorian house nestled among rolling hills and ancient oak trees in a small village in Yorkshire. It's the kind of place where fog rolls in from the moors every morning, and the nights are so quiet you can hear the wind whispering through the cracks in the old stone walls. This is the terrifying true scary story of Emily Harper, a young woman in her late 20s who thought she had found the perfect escape from the hustle of city life in London. But what started as a fresh beginning quickly turned into a nightmare of paranormal activity, ghostly encounters, and unrelenting dread that would haunt her for years. Emily had always been drawn to old houses. Growing up in a modern flat in Manchester, she craved the charm of history, the creaky floorboards, the high ceilings, and the sense of stories embedded in every room. In the autumn of 2018, she stumbled upon this hidden gem online, a 3-story Victorian home built in the late 1800s, complete with an attic that promised endless storage space and a garden overlooking the misty fields. The price was suspiciously low for such a property, but Emily chalked it up to the remote location. The real estate agent mentioned in passing that the previous owners had moved suddenly, but she was too excited to press for details. On moving day, everything felt perfect. The sun broke through the clouds as Emily unpacked boxes in the living room, surrounded by ornate fireplaces and wallpaper that peeled just enough to add character. Her cat, Whiskers, explored curiously, weaving between furniture legs. That first night, Emily slept soundly in the master bedroom on the second floor, lulled by the gentle patter of rain on the roof. But around 3 a.m., she woke with a start. There was a faint scratching sound coming from above from the attic. At first, she dismissed it as mice or settling beams in an old house. England is full of historic homes with quirky noises, right? She turned over and went back to sleep. But the next night, it happened again. Scratch, 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 rhythmic, almost deliberate, like fingernails dragging across wood. Emily lay there in the dark, heart pounding, staring at the ceiling. She grabbed her phone and shone the flashlight upward, but there was nothing, just shadows dancing from the beam. By the third night, the sounds escalated. Not just scratching, but footsteps. Heavy, thudding steps pacing back and forth across the attic floor. Emily bolted upright, sweat beading on her forehead despite the chill in the air. She called out tentatively, "Hello? Is someone up there?" Silence. Then, a low groan, like wood straining under immense weight, followed by what sounded like a muffled whisper. Whiskers, sleeping at the foot of the bed, arched his back and hissed at the ceiling, fur standing on end. Terrified, Emily researched the house's history the next morning. Digging through local archives in the village library, she uncovered chilling details. The house had belonged to a wealthy family in the Victorian era, the Harringtons. In 1892, the patriarch, Reginald Harrington, had locked his daughter Eliza in the attic after she became pregnant out of wedlock, a scandal in those conservative times. Eliza, only 19, was kept hidden for months, giving birth alone in the cold, drafty space. Tragically, Both mother and child died during the delivery, and Reginald, racked with guilt, hanged himself in the same attic shortly after. The house passed through several owners over the decades, each reporting strange occurrences. Footsteps, whispers, and shadows lurking in the upper floors. One family in the 1950s fled after their child claimed to see a pale lady watching from the attic window. Armed with this knowledge, Emily tried to rationalize it. Old houses creak, drafts carry sounds, and cats are skittish. But the activity intensified. Doors slammed on their own. Objects moved, books falling from shelves, pictures tilting crookedly on walls. One evening, while cooking dinner in the kitchen, Emily heard a child's cry echoing from upstairs. Clear as day, a soft, plaintive wail. "Mama!" She froze, knife in hand, as goosebumps erupted across her skin. Rushing upstairs, she found nothing. But in the attic pull-down ladder, tucked in the hallway ceiling, was slightly ajar as if someone had tried to descend. Emily confided in a neighbor, an elderly woman named Mrs. Thompson, who had lived in the village her whole life. Over tea, Mrs. Thompson's face paled. "Oh, love that house. We all know about Eliza's shadow. People say her spirit lingers, searching for the baby she lost. And Reginald, he's the angry one, the heavy steps. They never found peace." Mrs. Thompson warned her to leave, recounting how previous tenants experienced cold spots, feelings of being watched, and even physical touches, fingers brushing hair or hands on shoulders in the dead of night. Desperate for proof, Emily set up a camera in the hallway pointing toward the attic. That night she barely slept, jumping at every creak. In the morning, reviewing the footage, her blood ran cold. At 2:47 a.m., the ladder creaked open slowly on its own. A dark shadow emerged, not fully formed, but humanoid, tall and broad like a man. It paused at the top, as if peering down into the house. Then a smaller, slimmer shadow joined it, a womanly figure with long, flowing hair. They lingered for minutes before retreating back into the darkness. No footsteps recorded, just an oppressive silence broken by faint whispers the microphone barely caught. "Where is she?" And, "Forgive me," panic set in. Emily experienced sleep paralysis for the first time, waking to feel an invisible weight pressing on her chest, icy fingers around her throat. In the mirror, she saw bruises forming handprints. Whiskers refused to go upstairs, hiding under the bed and growling at empty corners. One stormy night, the power went out, plunging the house into blackness. Emily huddled in the living room with candles when she heard it, dragging sounds from the attic, like something heavy being pulled across the floor. Then the ladder crashed down, fully open. Footsteps descended the stairs, slow, deliberate. Thud, thud, thud. She barricaded herself in the bedroom, calling a friend in tears. But as the steps reached the hallway, a woman's voice whispered through the door. "Help me find her," followed by a man's guttural growl. Emily screamed, and suddenly everything stopped. The power flickered back on. The ladder was closed, as if nothing happened. The next day, Emily packed her bags and left, never returning. She sold the house at a loss, warning the new buyers. To this day, locals avoid the property after dark, claiming lights flicker in the attic windows and shadows pace behind the curtains. Emily moved back to the city, but the trauma lingers. She can't stand attics, hears scratching in quiet moments, and wakes from nightmares of pale faces peering from above. This true scary horror story from England reminds us that some homes hold secrets darker than fiction. Ghosts, haunted houses, paranormal activity, they're not just tales. Sometimes the dead don't rest, trapped in eternal torment, reaching out to the living. If you're searching for real ghost stories, terrifying paranormal encounters, or creepy haunted house experiences from the UK, this one will chill you to the bone. True horror stories like this prove that the scariest things are those that really happened. Sleep tight, but check your attic tonight. The Whispering Forest, a chilling true skinwalker encounter in the Canadian wilderness. Deep in the vast unforgiving forests of British Columbia, Canada, where ancient pines tower like sentinels and the air is thick with the scent of moss and decay, lies a true scary story that has terrified hikers and locals for generations. This is the horrifying account of park ranger Alex Thompson, a seasoned outdoorsman in his 40s who patrolled the remote trails of Garibaldi Provincial Park in the summer of 2022. What began as a routine night shift turned into a nightmare of supernatural terror, mimicking voices, and an entity that skinwalkers' legends warn about, a creature that wears the skin of the dead to lure the living. Alex had worked as a ranger for over 15 years, familiar with bears, cougars, and lost tourists. He knew the dangers of the wilderness, avalanches in winter, flash floods in spring. But nothing prepared him for the whispers that echoed through the trees on that fateful night. It started innocently enough. Alex was on patrol near Black Tusk, a volcanic peak shrouded in mist, checking campsites for fire safety. As dusk fell, the forest grew eerily silent, no birds, no rustling animals. Then he heard it, his wife's voice calling from the depths of the woods. "Alex, help me. I'm lost." His heart skipped. His wife, Sarah, was back in Vancouver, hours away. He radioed base camp, no response from her. Shaking it off as an echo or imagination, he continued. But the voice persisted. Closer now. "Alex, come quick." It's cold. Perfect imitation down to her slight accent from growing up in Ontario. Alex shone his flashlight into the darkness, calling back. Nothing. Unease crept in. Indigenous legends from the Squamish. Nation spoke of shapeshifters in these lands, entities that mimicked loved ones to draw victims deep into the forest, never to return. As night deepened, the mimicking escalated. Now it was his daughter's voice, little Emma, only 8. "Daddy, I'm scared. There's something watching me." Alex's blood turned to ice. He sprinted toward the sound, crashing through underbrush, only to find empty trails. Turning back, he heard laughter, his own laughter, mocking him from behind. Panic rising, Alex set up camp in a clearing, building a fire for light and warmth. But the entity circled. Footsteps crunching leaves, too light for a bear, too deliberate for wind. Then, glimpses. Pale skin flashing between trees, elongated limbs, eyes reflecting firelight like an animal's. It whispered names of his deceased father. "Son, why did you leave me?" Research later revealed similar reports in Canadian national parks, hikers vanishing after hearing family voices, bodies found mangled as if by claws. Skinwalker-like creatures from native folklore, able to impersonate humans perfectly. Alex barely escaped at dawn, running until he reached a road. He quit his job, moved his family east. But the whispers follow in dreams. This real horror story from Canada highlights terrifying skinwalker encounters, paranormal forest activity, and true scary wilderness tales. Creepy supernatural stories like this make you question every rustle in the night. The Cursed Reel, a terrifying true found footage horror story from the United States. Deep in the heart of rural Pennsylvania, in a small forgotten town called Blackwood Hollow, where abandoned farms dot the landscape and dense forests swallow old roads whole, lies one of the most disturbing true scary stories of supernatural terror ever documented. This is the chilling real-life account of filmmaker Ethan Brooks, a passionate independent director in his mid-30s, who in the fall of 2023 set out to create a low-budget horror movie inspired by classic found footage films. What he captured on camera wasn't fiction, it was a nightmare of demonic entities, cursed objects, and unrelenting paranormal activity that nearly destroyed everyone involved. Ethan had always been obsessed with horror. Growing up in Philadelphia, he spent countless nights binge-watching grainy Super 8 films and VHS tapes of alleged real hauntings. By 2023, he was determined to make his mark with an authentic style project, a mockumentary about a group of friends discovering an old family reel in a deserted farmhouse. He scouted locations online and found the perfect spot, an isolated 19th century property on the outskirts of Blackwood Hollow, abandoned since the 1970s after the owning family vanished under mysterious circumstances. Locals whispered about it, calling it the Harlan Farm, named after the last residents, the Harlan brothers, who were rumored to have dabbled in occult rituals during the Great Depression to survive financial ruin. Ethan assembled a small crew, his best friend and cameraman, Jake, sound technician and girlfriend, Mia, and 2 actors, Sarah and Tom, to play the explorers. They arrived on a crisp October afternoon, the leaves turning blood red under a gray sky. The house was exactly what Ethan dreamed of: creaky wooden floors, peeling wallpaper, dusty furniture frozen in time, and an attic filled with forgotten relics. In the basement, they found a dusty projector and several reels of film labeled with dates from the 1930s to the 1960s. Excited, Ethan decided to incorporate them into the shoot, projecting snippets to build atmosphere. The first night was uneventful, just setup and rehearsal. But as they played one of the old reels, a grainy black and white clip of the Harlan family gathered around a dinner table, the room grew unnaturally cold. Mia joked about drafts, but Jake's camera battery drained instantly, something that had never happened before. They laughed it off and went to bed in sleeping bags on the living room floor. At 3:17 a.m., captured clearly on the static night vision camera they left running for B-roll, something inexplicable occurred. The projector, unplugged and untouched, flickered to life on its own. The reel spun, projecting flickering shadows on the wall. Distorted images of figures in hooded robes circling a pentagram drawn on the floor. Whispers emanated from the speaker's low, guttural chants in an unknown language. Ethan woke first, heart pounding, and rushed to turn it off, but the machine wouldn't stop until he yanked the cord from the wall. The crew dismissed it as a power surge or prank, but unease settled in. The next day, filming began in earnest. They explored the attic where Sarah found a locked trunk. Forcing it open on camera, they discovered more reels, along with a leather-bound journal detailing the Harlan's descent into dark rituals. The brothers had summoned something, an entity they called the Watcher, to grant prosperity, but it demanded blood in return. The final entry, dated 1972, read, "It watches from the film. It sees through the lens. Do not play the reels." Ignoring the warning as perfect script material, they projected another reel that evening. This one showed the Harlan family in the same house, but their faces were wrong, elongated shadows behind them, eyes black as voids. As the film played, scratches appeared on the walls, deep gouges like claws raking wood. Mia felt invisible hands push her, captured on Jake's handheld cam as she stumbled backward. Tom laughed nervously, but Sarah's demeanor changed. She stared blankly, whispering, "It's watching us now." Activity escalated rapidly. Doors slammed without wind. Footsteps echoed from empty rooms. On camera, orbs of light floated through hallways, and shadowy figures darted at the edges of frames. One night, during a seance scene for the film, Sarah became possessed, her voice deepening, speaking in the same chants from the reels. She levitated inches off the ground, eyes rolling back, as black ichor dripped from her mouth. Ethan tried to stop filming, but the cameras kept rolling on their own, batteries recharging impossibly. Research later uncovered the truth. In the 1930s, the Harlans performed real occult ceremonies, filming them as evidence of their pact with a demonic force. The entity bound itself to the film stock, transferring through projection like a virus. Dozens of previous owners and trespassers reported similar experiences, possessions, disappearances, suicides. One group in the 1980s vanished entirely. Their camcorder found years later with footage mirroring Ethan's. The crew fled after the third night, but the horror followed. Jake developed scratches on his back, forming symbols from the journal. Mia heard whispers calling her name in empty rooms back home. Sarah was hospitalized for psychotic breakdown, diagnosed with possession-like symptoms. Ethan compiled the footage into a private reel, but destroyed most copies after nightmares of the Watcher, a tall, emaciated figure with glowing eyes staring through his camera lens. To this day, the Harlan farm remains abandoned, sealed by authorities after multiple investigations. Trespassers report cameras malfunctioning, voices on recordings, and fleeting shadows in photos. Ethan warns anyone listening, some footage is cursed. Never play unknown reels. The entity watches, waits for new eyes. This true scary horror story from America proves that real demonic possessions, cursed objects, and found footage hauntings are more terrifying than any movie. If you're into terrifying real paranormal encounters, creepy haunted houses in the USA, or supernatural true stories that will keep you up at night, this one hits different. True ghost stories like this remind us, the scariest horrors are the ones caught on camera for real. The Eternal Cult, a chilling true folk horror story from remote Wales, United Kingdom. In the misty valleys of rural Wales, where ancient standing stones pierce the fog-shrouded hills and isolated villages cling to forgotten pagan traditions, unfolds one of Britain's most disturbing true scary stories of folk horror and cult isolation. This is the harrowing real account of outsider Rebecca Lawson, a historian from London in her early 40s, who in the summer of 2024 traveled to the remote hamlet of Aberdaron to research pre-Christian rituals for her book. What she uncovered wasn't history, it was an active, hidden cult worshipping an ancient deity, leading to psychological terror, ritualistic pursuits, and encounters with something unholy lurking in the wilderness. Rebecca specialized in Celtic folklore, fascinated by how old gods survived in modern Britain. Aberdaron, A cluster of stone cottages near ancient cairns seemed ideal, cut off by treacherous moors, with locals speaking Welsh and guarding secrets fiercely. She rented a room in the village inn, planning a month's stay. Villagers were polite but distant, warning her against wandering the hills alone after dark. "The old one walks there," an elderly woman muttered. Her research began innocently, interviewing elders about harvest festivals, discovering tales of the Eternal One, a nature deity demanding blood sacrifices for fertile land. Dismissed as superstition, Rebecca pressed on, finding hidden symbols carved into rocks, twisted branches forming runes. One evening, hiking to a sacred grove mentioned in old texts, she stumbled upon a gathering. Dozens of villagers in hooded cloaks circled a bonfire, chanting in archaic Welsh. At the center, an effigy of woven branches burned, its face eerily human-like. Rebecca hid, filming discreetly on her phone, but a twig snapped. The chanting stopped. Eyes turned toward her hiding spot. She fled, heart racing, as footsteps pursued through the dark. Back in the village, hostility grew. Her innkeeper refused service. Windows shuttered when she walked by. Notes appeared under her door. Outsiders bring ruin. Leave before the offering. Paranormal events started, whispers in empty rooms, shadows with antler-like silhouettes at windows. One night, her door rattled violently, as if something massive tried to enter. Desperate, Rebecca confided in a young local, Gwen, who revealed the truth. The cult never died. Descendants of ancient druids maintained the pact, sacrificing animals and occasionally wanderers to appease the Eternal One, a forest entity granting longevity but demanding isolation. Strangers disrupted the balance, drawing its wrath. The climax came during Lugnasad, the harvest festival. Rebecca was lured to the grove under pretense of reconciliation. There, masked figures bound her, preparing her as the offering to renew the land. As knives gleamed, she broke free in panic, running into the woods. Pursued for hours, she glimpsed it. The Eternal One, a towering figure of bark and bone, eyes like glowing embers, branches twisting into limbs. Gwen helped her escape at dawn, driving her to the nearest town. Authorities investigated, but villagers closed ranks. No evidence found. The grove empty. Rebecca returned to London traumatized, suffering visions of antlered shadows. She published anonymously, but copies vanished from shelves. Locals still avoid Aberdaron's hills at night, claiming chants echo on wind. This real horror from the UK shows folk cults and ancient entities persist in Europe's remote corners. Terrifying true stories of pagan rituals, isolated villages, and supernatural beings in Britain, pure nightmare fuel. The Mirror's Hunger, a disturbing true possession horror story from Tokyo, Japan. In the bustling yet shadowy underbelly of Tokyo, Japan, where modern skyscrapers overshadow ancient shrines and urban legends blend with daily life, emerges one of the most terrifying true scary stories of cursed artifacts and demonic possession. This is the nightmare experienced by American expat teacher Laura Bennett, in her late 20s, who in early 2025 discovered an antique mirror in a flea market, unleashing an entity that fed on souls through reflections. Laura taught English in Shibuya, renting a small apartment in a quiet neighborhood. Craving vintage decor, she browsed Asakusa's markets, buying an ornate hand mirror from the Edo period, framed in blackened wood with intricate yokai carvings. The vendor warned vaguely, "It shows more than faces." At first, it was beautiful, enhancing her room's aesthetic. But that night, staring into it, Laura saw fleeting distortions, her reflection smiling when she wasn't. Dismissing as tricks of light, she hung it on the wall. Phenomena built slowly. Reflections lagged her image, moving seconds after she did. Whispers emanated from the glass. Japanese phrases she didn't understand. "Give me your light." Friends visiting reported seeing extra figures in the mirror, pale, emaciated faces pressing from inside. Laura researched the mirror's origins, tracing it to a 19th century onmyoji, who trapped a hungry ghost Agaki in the glass to contain its soul-devouring hunger. The spirit escaped bindings over time, possessing owners, forcing them to lure victims. Possession symptoms appeared. Laura's skin paled, eyes darkened. She craved raw meat, spoke in archaic tongues. In trance, she smashed other mirrors, screaming reflections stole pieces of her soul. Recorded on her phone, her reflection acted independently, beckoning viewers closer. Exorcism attempts by a Shinto priest failed initially. The entity leaped to him briefly. Finally, Shattering the mirror released black smoke, screams echoing. Shards were formed overnight, but burying them at a shrine with purification rites ended it. Lavra moved back to the US, scarred by glimpses of the gaki in windows. This true Japanese horror story warns of cursed antiques and yokai possessions in modern Japan, real supernatural terror that hungers eternally. If these true scary stories chilled you, search for more real ghost encounters, paranormal possessions, haunted artifacts from Japan, Europe, USA, UK, Canada, Australia, creepy true horror tales that actually happened. Sleep with the lights on. These are based on events too real to ignore. The Vanishing Hikers. A terrifying true survival horror story from the Australian outback. In the vast, merciless expanse of the Australian outback, where red earth stretches endlessly under a relentless sun and spinifex grass hides deadly creatures, lies one of the most chilling true scary stories of disappearance, supernatural pursuit, and unimaginable terror. This is the real-life nightmare experienced by 4 Friends University students Nathan, Chloe, Liam, and Sophie in the summer of 2024, when they embarked on a backpacking trip through the remote Simpson Desert in central Australia. What started as an adventure of a lifetime turned into a descent into pure horror, with something ancient and malevolent stalking them across the dunes. The group was experienced outdoors enthusiasts from Sydney, all in their early 20s, drawn to the thrill of off-grid exploration. They planned a 2-week trek across lesser-known trails, camping under star-filled skies and documenting their journey with GoPros and journals for social media. The Simpson Desert is notorious extreme heat by day, freezing nights, and a history of lost travelers whose bodies are rarely found. Aboriginal Dreamtime stories warn of Kardaicha, spirit beings that punish intruders, or mimis, tall, thin entities that lure people to their doom. The friends laughed these off as folklore. They set out from Birdsville with permits, plenty of water, and satellite phones. The first few days were exhilarating, golden sunsets over dunes, kangaroos bounding in the distance, the silence broken only by their laughter. On the 4th night, camping near a dry salt lake, strange things began. Nathan woke to faint, whistling like a human tune but distorted, coming from the darkness beyond their fire. He shone his headlamp, nothing. But the sand around camp showed unusual prints. Long, narrow footprints with no heel, as if something tiptoed on elongated toes. By day 6, deeper into the desert, the group noticed they were off course despite GPS. Chloe's compass spun wildly. Their satellite phone lost signal permanently, even in clear areas. Whispers started faint at first, mimicking their voices calling from afar. "Nathan, over here!" In Chloe's exact tone, but she was right beside him. Liam heard his deceased mother's voice. "Come home, son." Panic set in when they found their water bottles drained overnight. Caps tightly closed, no leaks. No animal tracks. The entity revealed itself gradually. Glimpses of a tall, emaciated figure on distant dunes, skinny limbs. No face visible, moving unnaturally fast. It vanished when stared at directly. At night, it circled camp, whistling that eerie melody, closer each time. Footprints appeared inches from tents. Sophie woke once to feel cold fingers tracing her sleeping bag, seeing a shadow with glowing eyes retreat into the scrub. Desperation mounted as heat exhaustion hit. They rationed dwindling supplies, pushing toward a known waterhole. But the thing herded them mirages of oases leading wrong ways, sudden sandstorms forcing detours. Liam vanished first during a storm, his screams echoing, "It's got me!" They searched frantically, finding only his shredded backpack and bloodied shirt snagged on thorns. No body, now 3. Terror consumed them. Sophie began sleepwalking, drawn toward the whistling. Nathan tied her to him at night. Chloe captured footage on her GoPro. The figure standing motionless at camp's edge. Over 7 feet tall, joints bending wrong. When zoomed, its face was a blank expanse of stretched skin. They stumbled upon ancient rock art and a hidden cave depictions of stick-like beings chasing human figures. Warnings in indigenous symbols. Do not follow the song. Realization hit. They had disturbed a sacred site unknowingly. The entity was punishing them. Chloe disappeared next, lured by her own voice during a midnight bathroom break. Nathan and Sophie, delirious from dehydration, pressed on. Sophie confessed hallucinations of the figure, whispering promises of water if she left Nathan. In a moment of weakness, she untied herself one night and walked into the dark. Nathan woke alone. He survived 11 days solo, half mad, following the sun westward. Rescued by rangers near the edge, emaciated and babbling about the Whistler. Search parties found no trace of the others, just scattered gear and those impossible footprints leading nowhere. Nathan never returned to the outback, suffering PTSD with nightmares of endless dunes and that haunting tune. Authorities listed the disappearances as misadventure, but rangers whisper of similar cases over decades, hikers vanishing after hearing whistles. Bodies never recovered. This true scary horror story from Australia proves the outback hides ancient terrors beyond snakes and heat. Real supernatural encounters, desert ghosts, and indigenous curse legends come alive in tales like this. If you love terrifying true survival stories, creepy wilderness hauntings, or paranormal pursuits in remote Australia, this one will make you rethink every solo hike. Some places don't forgive trespassers, the land remembers, and it hunts back. The Basement Tenant, a disturbing true doppelganger horror story from Toronto, Canada. In the quiet suburban streets of Toronto, Canada, where snowy winters blanket Victorian homes and basements are common rentals for extra income, unfolds one of the creepiest true scary stories of identity theft by something inhuman. This is the petrifying real account of homeowner Marcus Reed, a single father in his 40s, who in the winter of 2025 rented his basement apartment to a quiet stranger only to discover a doppelganger living below, mimicking his life in terrifying ways. Marcus lived in a century-old semi-detached house in the Annex neighborhood with his teenage daughter, Ava. Struggling financially after a divorce, he advertised the furnished basement suite online. The applicant, David Ellis, seemed perfect mid-40s, soft-spoken IT consultant working remotely, excellent references. He paid 3 months upfront in cash, moved in quietly one January evening amid a blizzard. At first, everything was normal. David kept to himself, no noise complaints, but small oddities emerged. Marcus heard footsteps mirroring his own. When he paced the kitchen at night, identical pacing echoed from below. Ava mentioned seeing Dad in the backyard from her window, but Marcus was inside. One evening, returning late from work, Marcus glanced at the basement window and froze. A figure identical to him, same build, same beard, same winter jacket staring back from inside, smiling unnaturally wide. He rushed downstairs. David answered the door looking nothing like him, apologizing for the light being on. Activity escalated. Items went missing: Marcus's favorite mug, his work ID, even a photo of Ava, found later in the basement trash, scratched out faces. Neighbors reported seeing Marcus leaving the house at odd hours, but he was home asleep. Security camera footage showed his exact double walking the driveway at 3 a.m., waving at the lens. Ava grew terrified, hearing her father's voice calling her downstairs when he was upstairs. "Ava, come help me." She refused to go near the basement. Marcus installed locks, but keys vanished. One night, he woke to his bedroom door opening, his doppelganger standing there, whispering in his voice, "I'm the real one now." Confronting David, the tenant's appearance shifted subtly, eyes too dark, smile too fixed. He claimed ignorance, but Marcus found a hidden room in the basement, walls covered in photos of himself and Ava, taken from inside the house, clothing identical to Marcus's wardrobe. Journals detailing his daily routines perfectly. Research revealed the house's dark past. In the 1950s, a previous owner murdered his family, claiming an imposter took his place. Tenants over years reported doubles, identity erosion, some vanishing after replacements appeared. Marcus called police, but David vanished overnight, leaving the basement immaculate, except for a mirror with Marcus's reflection lingering seconds after he walked away. The doppelganger sighting stopped, but trauma lingered. Ava saw glimpses of fake Dad in crowds. Marcus questioned his own reflection. Experts speculate a parasitic entity mimicking hosts, feeding on identity. This real Canadian horror story warns of strangers in your home. True doppelganger encounters, creepy basement hauntings, and supernatural imposters in urban Canada nightmares that steal your face. If these true scary stories from around the world kept you on edge, dive deeper into real paranormal horror. Terrifying ghost encounters, haunted houses in the USA, UK, Australia, Canada, Japan, Europe, and creepy true tales that actually happened. The scariest part? They're inspired by events too real to dismiss. Turn on all the lights, the shadows might be watching back. The Forgotten Asylum, a bone-chilling true ghost. Investigation story from rural Scotland, nestled in the foggy highlands of rural Scotland. Where crumbling stone walls guard secrets of the past and locks reflect eternal gloom, stands one of Europe's most haunted locations, the abandoned Glenwood Asylum. This is the horrifying true scary story of paranormal investigators Fiona MacLeod and her team, who in autumn 2025 conducted an overnight lockdown inside the derelict mental hospital, capturing evidence of violent spirits, poltergeist activity, and entities that refused to let go. Built in the 1800s near Inverness, Glenwood housed thousands suffering mental illnesses, subjected to brutal treatments, lobotomies, electroshock, isolation, and padded cells. Hundreds died from neglect or experiments, bodies buried in unmarked graves on the grounds. Closed in the 1980s amid scandals, it decayed into ruin, attracting urban explorers despite trespass warnings. Fiona, a Scottish medium in her 30s, led a team of 4, tech specialist Rory, historian Eyelid, and skeptic Cameron. Armed with EMF meters, spirit boxes, thermal cameras, and EVP recorders, they entered at dusk, sealing doors for an authentic investigation. Early hours yielded results. In the women's ward, temperatures plummeted, breath visible. Spirit box scanned voices, pain screams, pleas of help me and Dr. Hertz. Shadows moved in corridors, captured on night vision humanoid figures dragging chains. Deeper in, the electroshock room triggered poltergeist fury. Equipment flew off tables, batteries drained. Rory felt hands shove him downstairs, bruising ribs. Eyelid's recorder caught child laughter turning to sobs. Naming patients from Rickord's children subjected to unethical trials. The basement morgue was worst. Drawers rattled, slamming open to reveal empty slabs with fresh scratch marks inside. Thermal cameras showed handprints forming on cold metal. Fiona attempted contact, channeling a spirit. Former patient Agnes, lobotomized unjustly, furious at intruders. Possession gripped Fiona, voice deepening, body contorting, speaking Gaelic curses. Team fled upstairs, but doors locked supernaturally. Cameron, the skeptic, broke down seeing his deceased brother's apparition begging release. Scratching from walls, as if patients clawed to escape padded cells eternally. Dawn broke with rescue locals hearing screams called authorities. Evidence reviewed showed Class A EVPs. Direct threats like, "You'll stay with us." Figures and photos not seen live. Fiona suffered attachments post-investigation, scratches appearing, hearing asylum bells in quiet moments. Glenwood remains sealed, activity reports persisting. This true UK horror from Scotland highlights real ghost investigations gone wrong, haunted asylums, and tormented spirits in Europe. Terrifying paranormal evidence, creepy hospital hauntings, proof the dead don't always rest quietly. These gripping true scary horror stories blend real locations, chilling events, and supernatural dread to keep you hooked. Perfect for fans of creepy real-life ghosts, terrifying encounters worldwide, and paranormal true tales from America, Britain, Australia, Canada, Japan, and Europe. Don't watch alone, these could happen anywhere. The Endless Staircase, a petrifying true urban exploration horror story from Paris, France. Beneath the glittering lights and romantic streets of Paris, France, where centuries-old catacombs cradle millions of bones and forgotten tunnels snake under the city like veins, hides one of Europe's most terrifying true scary stories of infinite descent and inescapable dread. This is the bone-chilling real account of urban explorer Julien Moreau, a 28-year-old photographer from Lyon, who in the spring of 2025 joined a clandestine group to descend into a sealed section of the Paris catacombs, only to encounter an impossible staircase that led nowhere and everywhere, trapping souls in eternal limbo. Julien had been exploring forbidden places for years: abandoned metro stations, derelict chateaus, rooftop spires. The Paris catacombs were the ultimate challenge. 6 million skeletons arranged in macabre patterns, illegal entry points guarded by cataphlix, underground police. He connected online with 3 experienced cataphiles: Marie, a historian, Lucas, a mapper, and Victor, the veteran guide. They entered through a hidden manhole in the 14th arrondissement at midnight, descending rusted ladders into damp darkness lit only by headlamps. The first hours were thrilling, walls lined with tibias and skulls, inscriptions from 18th century quarry workers, flooded galleries echoing drips. Victor led them to an unmapped zone, beyond official tours, a collapsed tunnel reinforced decades ago, hiding what old maps vaguely labeled Escalier Infini, endless staircase. Rumors among explorers spoke of a spiral stair descending impossibly deep, where compasses failed and time distorted. They found it behind a false wall, a narrow stone staircase spiraling downward, carved seamlessly into bedrock. No dust or debris despite centuries of sealing. Air grew colder, heavier. As they descended, echoes warped footsteps sounding both ahead and behind. After what felt like hundreds of steps, Marie checked her watch. Only minutes passed, yet legs burned as if hours. Deeper, anomalies intensified, headlamps flickered. Walls transitioned from bone stacks to smooth, unmarked stone etched with faint handprints, thousands overlapping, as if climbers clawed upward eternally. Lucas's GPS died completely. Whispers rose, distant voices pleading in archaic French. Remontez. Ni descendez pas. Climb back. Do not descend. Panic sparked when they reached a landing identical to the entrance, complete with their chalk marks from above. Impossible. They had descended continuously. Victor insisted illusion, pushed onward. The staircase looped again, same marks fresher. Time dilated. Phones showed hours passed above ground while minutes felt below. Victor's demeanor shifted. He confessed knowing legends of a 19th century engineer who vanished designing deeper quarries, cursing the stair to trap intruders, mirroring his endless fall during collapse. Previous groups disappeared here, equipment found looped in circles. Terror peaked when shadows detached from walls. Translucent figures of past explorers, faces contorted in perpetual descent, hands reaching. One resembled a missing cataphile from 2018, mouthing warnings. Marie bolted upward, but stairs reversed up became down, disorienting gravity. Julian filmed frantically, footage later showing staircase multiplying infinitely in frames. They splintered in chaos. Lucas sat catatonic, muttering numbers of steps. Marie vanished around a bend, screams echoing endlessly. Victor leaped into darkness, claiming joining the engineer. Julian alone climbed desperately, emerging after what felt days. Only 4 hours passed. Rescuers found him dehydrated, babbling at the manhole. Searches recovered nothing. Julian's footage revealed impossible architecture, stairs defying physics, looping dimensions. He suffers vertigo now, nightmares of endless falling, hearing pleas in quiet moments. The entrance sealed permanently, but whispers persist among explorers. Chalk marks reappear, voices lure from grates. This true French horror from Europe proves Parisian underground hides more than bones, real dimensional traps. Lost souls, infinite descents. Terrifying catacomb stories, creepy urban exploration gone wrong, paranormal traps in historic cities, pure inescapable dread. The Silent Passenger, a heart-stopping true road horror story from rural California, United States, along the lonely highways of Northern California, where redwood forests tower over winding roads and fog blankets the coast at night, drives one of America's most disturbing true scary stories of phantom hitchhikers and backseat entities. This is the paralyzing real experience of truck driver Carla Ramirez, a 35-year-old long-haul driver from Sacramento, who in late 2025 picked up a silent passenger on Highway 101 only to realize something inhuman shared her cab for hundreds of miles. Carla hauled freight cross-country, accustomed to solitary nights, podcasts breaking silence. On a rainy November evening near Eureka, fog thick as soup, she spotted a figure thumbing a ride. Young woman, early 20s, soaked pale dress, standing motionless. Compassion overrode caution. Carla pulled over. The hitchhiker slid into passenger seat without a word, dripping but not shivering, eyes fixed forward. Carla asked destination. No response. Uneasy but polite, she drove on, glancing occasionally. The woman never blinked, breath absent on cold windows. Radio static worsened near her, stations cutting to whispers. Carla smelled damp earth, like fresh graves. Miles passed in silence. Rest stop approaching, Carla announced stop. No reaction. Glancing over, seat empty. Heart slamming, she checked mirrors. The woman now sat directly behind, staring through the rear view, face inches from hers. Smile slowly widening unnaturally. Carla floored it, screaming. The entity vanished, reappearing passenger side. Doors locked automatically despite manual switches. Temperature plunged, frost formed inside windows. Whispers filled cab, names of Carla's deceased family, secrets only she knew. Research at next truck stop revealed pattern. Highway 101's Silent Lady. Apparition tied to 1970s murder, young woman killed by serial driver, body dumped in redwoods. Manifests to lone drivers, especially women, riding silently before revealing malice. Many crashes reported. Drivers swerving from backseat terror. Carla reached destination at dawn, entity gone. Dashcam footage showed empty seats throughout, yet audio captured whispers clearly. She quit long haul, drives days only now. Sightings continue, drivers reporting pale passenger vanishing mid-ride. This real American horror from California warns night roads aren't empty. True phantom hitchhiker stories, creepy backseat ghosts. Paranormal encounters on highways, terrifying reminders you're never truly alone driving dark routes. The Weeping Doll, a gut-wrenching true cursed object. Horror story from Victorian-era home in Melbourne, Australia. In the leafy suburbs of Melbourne, Australia, where grand Victorian houses stand as relics of gold rush wealth, and hidden attics store forgotten treasures, resides one of the most haunting true scary stories of cursed dolls and child spirits. This is the devastating real ordeal of family the Thompsons' parents, Elena and Mark, with young daughter Lily, who in early 2025 inherited a porcelain doll from Mark's late grandmother, awakening a vengeful entity bound to the toy. The doll arrived in an ornate box from estate clearance. Exquisite 1890s antique, bisque head, glass eyes, lace dress. Grandmother's note: keep her safe. She weeps for company. Placed on Lily's shelf, it charmed, initially realistic, almost alive. First night, faint crying echoed from Lily's room. Parents found doll's cheeks wet, real tears. Lily claimed doll talked in dreams. Play with me forever. Activity surged. Doll relocated overnight, positioned watching sleepers. Footsteps of small feet patted halls. Cold spots centered around it. Elena researched provenance. Doll belonged to Mark's great-aunt Clara, who died age 8 in 1898 from fever. Family rumors claimed Clara's spirit attached during grief-stricken seances, binding to doll as companion. Previous owners reported similar children obsessed, adults tormented by cries, accidents befalling those separating doll. Lily changed, pale, withdrawn, speaking in Victorian phrasing. Doll's eyes followed movement. Photos captured orbs around it. One night, Elena woke to Lily standing bedside, doll in arms, whispering, "Mama Clara needs you." But Lily slept soundly in bed, doll alone, animated somehow. Exorcist attempts failed. Doll screamed inhumanly when blessed. Fire destroyed it finally, porcelain shattering with child's wail. Ashes wept blood-like residue. Peace returned, but Lily draws Clara eternally. Family hears distant sobs. Melbourne's antique circles warn of weeping dolls, real cursed objects carrying child ghosts. Terrifying Australian horror stories, creepy doll possessions, haunted heirlooms from colonial eras, chilling proof some toys never stop playing. These gripping, true scary horror stories from France, USA, and Australia deliver unrelenting paranormal terror rooted in real places and events. Perfect for fans of creepy catacomb descents, phantom road encounters, cursed Victorian dolls, and supernatural true tales worldwide from America, Britain, Australia, Canada, Japan, Europe. The darkness is deeper than you think. Lock your doors, check back seats, hide the antiques. More shadows await.